Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. A beat reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. Where do I go? Yes, I do. Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Academy Showcase, where we've got 3 matches before we hand things off to the Monday Night League crew. Chad, thank you for joining me.
Thanks, Paige, for your time. This will be fun.
Yeah, it should be. Let's get a reminder, though, of how the Academy teams stack up. Dignitas, surprise, surprise, is still dominant with a 7-0 record, as 100 Thieves and Immortals Academy are following closely behind. TSM and Cloud9 Academy are currently tied for 4th place, as Counter Logic Gaming rounds out the standings at 1 and 6.
Dignitas almost lost last week.
They did.
Until they didn't, so they're still got that undefeated stack going. That'll be game 2 of the day.
All right, let's dive into the matchups we have today, though. Things kick off with Immortals facing off against Evil Geniuses, then Ablaze Olives and the Golden Guardians aim to knock down the undefeated Dignitas Academy with CLG versus Team Liquid before Monday Night League. For game 1, though, we've got Evil Geniuses looking to take down Immortals Academy, so let's jump into the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Evil Geniuses. In the top lane, Brandini. In the jungle, Anda. In mid lane of 5Fire, bot and support, Deftly and Matt, and their coach, Tim Kiro.
And 5Fire looks very intense.
He does.
Facing them on the red side, it is going to be Immortals Academy. We got Alorm in the top lane, Potluck in the jungle, Insanity in mid lane, looking less intense than 5Fire, who is on the other team. Apollo and Gate in the bot lane with Coach Coops.
He's looking fiery there. As IMT have been looking pretty good, actually. I think the coolest thing about this side is the unique champion picks they bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, Urgot, Kled, Ezreal, Nocturne. Ezreal was a little bit more unique before this patch where there was the attack speed buffs, but it's fun to see Immortals and Immortals Academy across both LCS and Academy bring out slightly different picks to find success.
And on the other side for EG, a rough start to the season, having to field some of their LCS players who clearly didn't have time to practice with the Academy squad,
Yeah.
but at least have a solid 5-man lineup for now. Not all the starters that they wanted, but at least these players are all playing together.
Yeah, I think they're looking a lot better recently. Anda, I think, has been looking good. He can help kind of drive the team. You can see currently he's going to be playing remote for this game, so that's why the empty seat is there. And the matchup I'm looking forward to is Apollo versus Deftly, because these are two guys who have been previously LCS 80 carries, have been fairly dominant in the Academy League. Just looking at some of these stats, Deftly in particular, just quite good, gold at 15. And then Apollo on the other side, almost a 20 KDA, 18 CSD at 15. So some dominant stuff from Apollo, but I'm expecting Deftly to be a bit more of a match.
Yeah, I think the records, again, kind of reflecting those stats. I mean, Apollo is just quietly overachieving while his team is, cleaning people in the mid lane and stuff like that. Definitely, I feel like when EG do win, it's often on the back of him being very consistent in the mid to late game, which is, I think, in some ways what both these players were known for in the LCS. So it is nice to see them not just doing what they were known for back when they were in the LCS, but also playing even better in a league where they should be expected to dominate.
Yeah, it's kind of always fun to see the skills that have been accrued throughout a player's LCS career and then them showing off in Academy. And something cool about the first Academy Showcase game on Monday before Monday Night League is the draft's already done.
Yes.
And this is actually a really sweet draft.
It is. It's you kind of alluded to it already, but things have changed with 10.3. It does feel like some of the changes are maybe more subtle. There's not like, a horde of champions that have just taken over. I mean, Senna is not being seen as much. But these are the picks, as you can see them on their screen, at least what they've selected. Yuumi was the first pick of this draft and has been slowly but surely creeping up in priority.
Yeah, I want to see what ends up happening with Yuumi. It'll probably just end with Yuumi getting banned each game. But what is happening right now is the team that doesn't have Yuumi is pushed into an early game style. So the pressure is on them to execute, because one of the ways that Yuumi has been tweaked is much weaker early laning phase, so it's more all-inable, it doesn't have the same poke, it doesn't have the same sustain, but once you start getting some levels into Yuumi and you complete your Athenes, it's just this massive healing machine. We saw in the LCS yesterday in the TSM game where the enemy Yuumi from FlyQuest had like 39,000 healing in a 40-minute game. So I can see EG first picking it. I kind of love their composition right now. Not only do they have the power farming Olaf, they have the Yuumi with the Ezreal, who also has cleanse. So definitely Mad are just going to play like mega defensive this whole lane and just try and farm it out while Olaf power farms. So yeah, IMT's the 5-2 team, but I'm really interested to watch this EG composition.
Yeah, it feels like they've got a pretty good read on where the game is shifting right now. My other note for the bot lane, we've actually seen Ezreal, as you mentioned, move back into the meta, and Lethal Temper, I believe, is the most common one after Klepto, of course, was removed. But it was replaced by the keystone that Deftly has right now, which is Omnistone.
And we're sure this is Omnistone.
This, it is 100% Omnistone.
It is Omnistone. Wow. Okay, so I've actually played a decent amount of Omnistone.
Okay. You and Freak have the same disease.
I like things that are different. When you cast League of Legends for like 8 years, and you've played a little bit of every role, just playing it and casting for you. Whenever there's something new, it's more interesting. So yes, Lethal Tempo Ezreal can be good for like something that Ezreal's never really been able to do, which is just to machine gun people down. Like you actually get pretty good auto damage since a lot of Ezreal's attack speed scaling has also increased. But the Omnistone is something Ezreal should be able to proc fairly quickly, so I actually don't mind it. The way it works, for those of you who just like never see it in game, is you roll for a set number of keystones. Some of them aren't possible. Like Ezreal cannot roll Aftershock, for instance, because Ezreal will have no way of proccing Aftershock. If he has Comet right now, it'll sit as Comet for, I think, 30 or 45 seconds. But if he procs it, he can then get a new keystone 8 seconds later. So what this means is sometimes if you're maxing out your Omnistone, you're actually going to get more keystone efficiency than if you have something else. The reason, I'm just going to keep going on this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is like, wait for him to roll Dark Harvest, for instance.
Ooh.
Because if you can, Onda's level 4 to Potluck's 3. Just playing defensive around
Everyone's
the
going
lane to
out.
make sure they don't get dove. That's the correct play. He's full cleared. He's actually 2 camps ahead of Potluck, so this is really good for him. If you proc Dark Harvest, the Dark Harvest damage now applies on all of your other keystones. So when I think of Omnistone, it's almost just like tweaked Dark Harvest. Like he has it right now. They're never going to be able to all in and proc it, so he's probably just going to end up having to sit on this Dark Harvest for the max duration before the Omnistone will replace it with a new keystone. But like, if you ever do see it, like 2 or 3 stacks of Dark Harvest, that's actually a ton of damage throughout the game.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you do have to roll the dice, but it feels like you're trading efficiency for consistency in cases where you get lucky. And onto that, Scuttle Crab does grab it. Again, this Olaf, as you mentioned, power farming through the jungle, still streets ahead
Yeah.
of Elise in the 1v1 as far as farm goes. So Insanity trying to roam up, couldn't quite get there. Probably see a lot of mid laners trying to push each other back and forth and help out their junglers. As Brandini and Alorum doing battle. Alorum did play this Nocturne top already. It was certainly not into this matchup. I believe it was into Set, where he's
Okay.
like, I tried it in solo queue. I think maybe it's good. But apparently he's played it more because he's back at it again against Aatrox.
Yeah, this matchup happened in LEC. It was Dandan versus Whippo. And that one did not go well for Dandan's Nocturne. But I can understand how, like in theory, how it works. You get to Spell Shield either the Aatrox W, or you'd probably want to save it for Q3 because that's the biggest damage one. And then you'll actually just be able to outtrade him with QE. So that's kind of why you see Alorum is able to push in right now, because Brandini can't take favorable trades against a level 5 Lethal Temple Nocturne. Nocturne will actually just outdamage him, so I like the pick.
Yeah, I like it too. We'll see how it shakes out. I think this was what they played with the Kled last time, and they were running around semi-globling people for a lot of the map. So that was fun. Certainly have to see how Alorum can influence the side lanes. Can be difficult sometimes from top, but for now, enjoying a pretty healthy farm lead in the 1v1. That's definitely, ooh, Hail of Blades. This is a personal favorite that I'd like to see on more laners, but it's a tough one.
Yeah, proc him definitely. The tracking of Omnistone, like I always want more. They're just like, oh yeah, you proc 37 separate keystones and did this much additional damage and got this many positive buffs. It's like, I just want more stats. I want to know what, I know it's impossible with the way the game is like made, but I want to see what like every keystone did. Look at that lethal tempo on Brandini. This is going to be really hard for him.
Yeah, I mean, TPing back, had the item lead, has a Tiamat actually already done, so...
Oh, his TP and altar already down.
it's bad.
Looking for fruit.
He's going to find some here in the river. But I'm not sure the honey fruit's enough to save him. IMC also going to translate the pushing lead they have in the 2v2 and take this Drake nice and early.
Yeah. Yeah, not surprised about this.
No.
Hard farm Olaf team with weak bot lane.
What happened?
Well, Brandini got the fruit, man.
Yep, the fruit too OP. And is in there. Flash Axe, First Blood. See you later.
Oh, no. Yeah, we missed that trade. Alorum was pushed up, but that is one of the negatives of having Nocturne top. That's why sometimes you see him mid.
Pretty all in. A Spotlight trying to kill Deathly, but with the Yuumi in the back pocket, somewhat impossible at times. But again, still that pushing lead here for Apollo and Gate, so they'll be happy with the lead they have.
Man, I feel like EG's going to win this one. It's a feeling. You can obviously be wrong.
The cat clock is very
well,
powerful.
this is what happened.
Oh.
Alorum was like wondering where Brandini was, maybe going for deep wards, but yeah, he can't trade under that turret. Just, yeah, positioning mistake.
Yep.
Brandini ran in.
Gets full comboed and easy flash follow Cranda. All right.
Shooting his head past the turret. Shouldn't have done that.
He's like, I have Tiamat. I'm winning every
Yeah.
trade. I'm
Let
so
me
powerful.
push.
All right, well, now he's going to have to get pushed in, and nice timing there for Anda. Makes the lane even for Brandini. Briefly, Alorum actually plows through that mini wave under the tower and keeps his wave and a half CS lead.
Yeah, if you haven't had a chance to play Soul Lane Nocturne,
It's fun.
you're missing out. Yeah, I think it's better mid, but probably not that great into... Actually, I think it would be good into Malzahar.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think it would be fine. You can wave clear so quickly, and you have the opportunity to spell shield. I mean, all of Malzahar's spells are relatively high impact. Plus, your passive is just going to clear the Voidlings. Yeah, I think it would work mid, and it's a shorter lane in mid, which is why it's easier to auto shove and then back.
Yep.
Versus top, when you auto shove, stuff can happen like what happened to Alorum.
Also, Alorum's now level 7. He's leveled his ultimate because you should, but he doesn't really have anywhere to go with it.
Yeah.
Which is one of the other downsides, so Certainly, maybe something we'll start to see more of, but I do appreciate that Alorum is willing to play a much larger scope of champions. He's always been like that, but he has been showing that off in Academy this split. And
Dark Harvest again. The worst keystone to get when I'm playing Omnistone. Oh, maybe a gank bot. Andre, your camps are up. Just go do them.
Clean's control, and it's very close to a minion.
Your Krugs, your Raptors, just farm, bro.
Oh, this is happening though. There's bullet time out. Apollo getting aggressive. Gato maybe too far forward. Has his flush, should be fine. Axe will miss, and won't even need to use the summoner.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. They get cleanse out, but they don't even get heal or exhaust out of the Yuumi. For MF ult, like, it is really hard to punish this Ezreal Yuumi lane. One thing I like, though, is the fact that Yuumi can no longer just, like, double TP with you. That's, like, one of the things that was making it super broken in Pro. So, like, normally you would see a reset here. Now they can die.
That's a great ulti. Good chain CC, and the heal not going to be all. Maybe enough. Definitely ignite. It does
And
fall.
cleaning up.
Gate, though, too far forward after that dive. Will fall. Looking for Apollo. Going to be the next. Almost took a tower shot, but somehow Apollo escapes his insanity. Roams down to clean up the next kill.
Oh, man. Timely roam from Insanity to try and match the TP from Fire's Malzahar. Onda just missed a couple of axes that really made him miss out of that double kill. That's what you kind of have to do against the Yuumi, though, is you have to die.
Whoa! Laura, that was really slick. Ulti's back in and gets the kill.
I want to replay that.
Yeah, for sure. That was a really tight 1v1.
Yeah. I can see Brandini. He's kind of wondering what he can do against the Nocturne. He's like, well, I'm Aatrox, and this Nocturne dude just kind of outduels me, so...
Yeah, whenever you misstep against the Nocturne, you just get punished so quickly. Like,
Yeah.
again, one of those things where you look at his ulti, you're like, what is this ever going to do in the 1v1? Exactly what happened there.
Damage.
Just punish the mistake, finish off the kill. Rift Herald also going to be a consideration. INT will start that up.
Yeah, probably should be able to get this. Aloran bought time for him with the kill onto Brandini, and we know the teleports are down from the bot lane skirmish. So.
That's an easy take.
Yeah.
Again, one of the advantages of having you push in 2v2. But the cat clock is still ticking away. You know, the time on Yuumi cannot be underestimated. As it looks like Potlow is going to drop the Herald top. Gate even maybe lining up a dive here.
Oh, altless Brandini.
Yes, okay,
so Gate also has Aftershock. They should go. They're late.
Yep.
I think they should have gone earlier. They're going to take the all reliable. Timing on this is good. I probably say this every cast, but you want to take 2.5 plates and then drop the Herald so the charge goes straight up. And yeah, see, we didn't even need to see it because we knew it was going to happen.
Yep. And they get it. First tower gold over to IMT. They're up 6-ish hundred gold. I'm going to get a second charge here, and GG will have to respond here. They're actually just going to straight up lose the tower.
Oh. Yeah. Kind of traded for Drake.
I mean, they're technically trading. It's not a good trade.
Okay, they are trading. Yeah. Just because one side wins out doesn't mean it's not a trade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah. That's like if you get Solo Kid. Yeah, I traded. It's like, what did you trade? He spent time.
I think his flash is down.
I traded my life. He used his spells. It wasn't even trading. It was a trade.
All right, Ocean Rift as well. ZG at least get them out and Drake for their trouble. Ocean Rift with this keeps happening, by the way. I think it's maybe just a product of like more healing in this metagame. Like Soraka is their thing.
Yeah.
Yumi's like more popular. But I'm like, man, they keep getting Ocean Soul. It's just so good. At least there's no on in this game. That's the true silliness.
Yeah. I haven't seen stats on it, but it feels like Ocean Soul is best soul.
I get told by the professional players that Ocean Soul is the strongest one. So I believe them.
What do they
They're
tell
not
you
always right.
the weakest one is? I feel like it's Cloud, but I know it can be strong in certain situations.
I think Cloud is the narrowest.
This is Brandini. Yep.
He's in there. Look at the gate, turning back around. The solar flip, bullet time, ripping through the team. And here we go, Alorum TP ulti's in. Builds his own global, and good little Drowsy there into the AD. So in goes Gate trying to finish off the kill, but perhaps not advised. Fire low, does die. Electrocute just proccing there for Insanity. And they'll keep going. Definitely getting chunked. He's ignited as well. That
Another
might
one.
be enough. Yumi heal. No, can't do anything. The double in for the Zoe. The tower goes down as well. And IMT just everywhere.
Yeah, Insanity might pop off in this game, for sure. They're doing enough to kind of accelerate. And you know what's really a sweet combo is actually Nocturne ult with Zoe. You just can't see a thing.
Yeah.
You're just gonna get hit by a sleep and a Q and have no idea what's coming. Like Nocturne used to be a soft counter to like a Kog'Maw ADC because the darkness, I should know like the exact range that it decreases, but your vision range is like 600.
Yep.
So Kog'Maw with his W on actually can't hit max range if he's against a Nocturne ult. So like this play, Brandini was just way too ambitious into a Leona. And then even though people flash away, like no one can see that sleep coming until it hits them.
Yep.
And the darkness lasts 6 seconds. No excuses for Gate. He was not under the effects of darkness. But I'm sure the team was saying like, this is good, so he went. And then really Insanity just lands some sweet shots towards the end.
Great calculation as well. One tick of Spell Thief actually finished off the kill after the Electrocute completed the auto.
Yeah, okay.
Sanity knows what's up. 3-0 now with the Ludens and the Silk Shoes done. Hello! Gate.
Hi.
Very nice combo, and Apollo's just gonna clean up. This is why his stats are so good, by the way. Oh no, good ult! Not enough! Here's Xander though.
Oh, no, he's got Flash and Smite.
Lands the
Apollo has Flash.
First axe, in he goes!
Yeah.
Good follow, good flash out from Apollo, but might still be
Got
enough.
his axe, got a
Ragnarok,
man!
oh, good juke.
I think he could have just killed Gate. I guess he's Cinder Hulk Olaf, so he's not
Oh.
doing as much damage.
Close to making Matt take a cat nap, but not enough.
Nice sidestep by Apollo.
Yep, definitely needed to dodge
Yeah.
that Q.
Yeah, yeah. All right, so this is going to put Yumi scaling to the test a little bit.
Yes, 4,500 gold down, about to be 5K plus.
And no one can side lane safely. Fire has no flash, died to the 80 carry support. Brandini definitely can't win a 1v1 with Aatrox. And Ezreal has lackluster wave clear. This is going to be tough.
Watch
We'll
this one
see
again though.
Yeah, so this is off screen. Potluck.
Oh, what a G.
Oh, and the sleep.
That's gross.
And now it's poor little Yumi.
And the cat escapes.
Does he really?
Yeah, he had a friend.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You can just hop into a friend.
Yeah, there were no friends. They're very dead for Matt.
Yeah.
You mean basically never takes flash. As a reminder, of course, after this, Monday Night League is happening starting at 5 p.m. with the pre-show.
Yeah.
So make sure to check those games out. Should be a fun evening.
Yeah, we got the Sven Skaren versus C9 rematch.
Oh, that's true. Niski already
Yeah.
tweeted about it too, of course.
Yeah, Niski will tweet about everything. Tweet his flash timers again.
We should do it after every game now.
Yeah. Anytime. I mean, I like it. I can understand why players don't like it. Uh-oh.
There we go. Solo player into the paranoia. Alorum able to clean up by fire, and IMT just running in there. Everyone's blind. Brandini is out. Under not so lucky, and no snipe coming through for the Ezreal. So IMT with 2 quick ones.
Yeah, I like how quick they're going too. Alorum using his ultimate very frequently. I mean, it's only on a 112-second cooldown, but it feels like he is using it like right as it's up again. It's so important as Nocturne, especially once you get a little bit ahead to like no flash timers. Such a big difference for Nocturne. If someone's flash is down, like it is a free kill for Nocturne.
Yep, and again, there is certainly a timer on this game. Right now, IMT are doing a great job of extending the relevance of that timer by given how far ahead they are. But Potluck will go ahead and take the Drake, make sure they have that locked down. And IMT just blitzing through turrets. They almost took the tier 2 min, in fact. Double check that they did. No, they did. So that's turret number 5. But watch this one again. I mean,
Yeah.
like you mentioned, never mind, no time, as Alorum finally
Ooh.
caught in a side lane.
Okay, that's the kind of stuff you need to come back. In 2 more minutes, Matt's Gathering Storm will get more powerful as well. I was just checking runes to see how hard it's gone into the Yumi.
I mean,
scaling
if you're gonna scale with Yumi,
Oh,
might as well go all the
Apollo's
way.
flashless. This could
Yeah.
be another one.
Watch.
Oh, good stopwatch.
Gate here in time. Gate's like, I can't really do anything.
Axes, dude.
Back in they go. Ragnarok not up. So actually the CC chain will work. Ooh, just missing the cube from Matt. And now Insanity's here and they have to leave.
They are, in fact, not point-and-click abilities. So, yeah, like, I just missed those axes by such a slim margin. That I thought for sure that was a kill onto Apollo,
Red team's
but
turret has been destroyed.
Waltz is on out.
yeah, it gets value out of the stopwatch. That would have been a big bounty going over too.
Yeah, 300 gold extra right now for both the mid laner and the AD, actually. Let's watch this exchange once more. This time it's
Yeah,
the top lane.
I mean,
When did Q-Spell... Oh, didn't even have a chance.
huh? Yeah, that'll do it.
He had a solo kill.
Yeah, he's Ninja Tabi Nocturne with lethality and T-Mount. Like, literally no item that adds health or magic resist. So that's as glass cannon as you can get on Nocturne. Like, this is one of the things you do often on solo lane Nocturne is you'll go for lethality for a bigger one-shot. So it's not like that Cleaver Nocturne that would be a little bit more durable.
Yeah, here's the calling as well. Again, just trying to shut off the Yuumi healing the carries. Can easily pick up the squishies, but IMT still have to be careful here. Another ulti out of the mouths, but Bullet Time going to provide coverage.
Yep. Oh, it's so hard to be under this turret with the Zoe.
Yeah,
But, yeah, the more Matt gets levels, he's got 5 points in Zoomies, which is, oh man. So, okay, with his current 145 AP on Yuumi, his E, which is on a 7.2 second cooldown, is healing for 268, and then also gives attack speed and, you know, stats and movement speed. Yeah, and then also you'll be able to apply that Yuumi shield thanks to the passive so frequently. So he's scaling up, right? As soon as you hit level 9, you've maxed your heal on Yuumi.
Yep, has the Themes now, so we'll also be able to add that once you get some charges.
Now,
So this with the Olaf, or just protecting the Ezreal, really, you can hop around and just pick your favorite target as Yuumi. Starting to scale up on the EG side, still down 5,000 gold or so. So even though EG have been taking quite the beating,
yeah.
IMT haven't really extended their lead
Yeah.
too much.
You never know. 2 Drakes. So Drake's Soul can be done by 27:30. They'll probably want Infinity Edge on Apollo. But yeah, again, it's on them because like the Malzahar, Olaf, Ezreal, and like normally Olaf doesn't scale, but I think Olaf with Yuumi does. So still a chance for EG actually.
I think how this next, how the Soul Drake plays out will be important, but maybe EG feel confident enough to fight for the next one. It's up in a minute 20. Apollo's not too far away from that IE. He's got about 1,200 gold in the bank.
And Deathly's Manamune is at 665 of 750, so that's a big spike on the side of EG as well. But like right now, it's kind of nuts. Zoe 3-0-3 has only 500 more gold than Firefire, and like arguably Firefire just does way more damage with the Leandri's Ludens.
Certainly in any long fight, that will
Yeah.
be true. I mean, Insanity's job is to basically make sure they can actually take towers
Yeah.
and take objectives by sieging them. Yeah, Malzahar will get stuff going. His abilities persist for a long time throughout combats. He's definitely trying to poke the wave down. IMT have reset. They made sure they went back and got their wards a minute before the Drake is spawning, so it's going to
Yeah.
be playing through this right-hand side and trying to clean that up.
Yeah, I would probably, if I'm EG here, say give up the Drake. But you never know. Like if Malzahar can get a good ult, like there's no QSSs up. So if he gets a good ult, they're gonna look for something. But it's also if they actually fight Drake, then the game is just over if they lose it, because not only would they be one on soul point, they'd probably just give over Baron afterwards. So yeah, you can see they have no vision in Drake and they're just leaving.
Gonna threaten Baron, maybe. Can't really...
Yeah, even that's too risky.
Yeah.
You're just trying to stall.
It'd be nice to counter push a lane, but Insanity's covering mid. So I think IMT just a little too far ahead right now for EG to be able to do too much.
Still 5K though, like what were we saying like 10 minutes ago? It was like,
About the same.
Yeah.
I feel like the lead has not extended since the last time we checked in.
this is that spooky part in the game. This happens a lot this season. The time between Dragon Soul while Baron is up and Baron has more health, so it's kind of hard to take. Like, you usually end up just kind of having the gold freeze at this point in the game.
be interesting to see at the end of this split maybe like what happened in that time.
Yeah.
Right? Or, like, is everyone fighting and like that's when the games are ending, or is no one doing anything and just waiting for a mistake to be made to get that objective?
They don't even know where the Baron is. That's where that Ezreal went for.
2 blue trinkets, so they can check it comfortably. And is gonna walk in here with the sweeper and the Yuumi. I'm curious to see what Alorum can do, because he is maybe the difference as far as getting space around these objectives. I think he's still pretty happy in his 1v1.
He's got to be sitting on a lot of gold. Yeah, he's on 1,200. It seems like he hasn't bought forever. Guess he's working on the second full of Valve right now.
I like the, I think they're all quite good. I think Edge of Knight makes sense. So you're going to have to tank at least one ability on the way in.
Yeah, Edge of Knight's the call. I've seen, I think the most underrated lethality item is Umbral.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Big cooldown, actually.
Yeah, that is.
One of the advantages of having all this vision control. Zoe just does Zoe things, definitely cleanses up the Ignite. And that might be enough for IMT to say, we can go.
Yeah. Well, let's see how quick Matt can heal him up.
Actually, we're pretty healthy, so
yeah.
Pretty quickly it turned out.
Yeah. So like, cleanse is down for another 2.5 minutes. Honda's ult is down for another 35 seconds. But yeah, like, they're close enough to their turrets that Nocturne doesn't want to all in, and they have to respect the Malzahar ultimate because no one is building QSS. So, yeah, Drake in 2.5 minutes, basically.
I feel like EG have done a pretty good job stalling here. Alorum also tanked 2 tower shots, but wasn't going to stick on the tower anyway. In fact, IMT just resetting once again. Gonna have to be maybe poking around another objective. 1/2 of the death cap there. I guess 1/3 technically. The death cap there for Insanity.
Oh yeah, because the upgrade cost.
2 rods make a hat. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, 2 rods and extra monies.
And we are very clever. It is Edge of Night for Alorum. He's almost 16.
Yeah.
It is funny how we were complimenting him on using the ult very frequently.
And that's literally the last time he used it.
Nocturne ults per minute has dropped significantly since the last time.
Yeah. Shoot, what's that saying where it's like, success is talent plus opportunity? So it's like, maybe he just hasn't had the opportunity to be talented with his ultimate. Everyone on EG is just hiding.
I wonder if IMT just feel like our lead is big enough that we can just play to this soul and be fine. But again, against the Yuumi, I feel scared.
Oh man, it's just funny when I see like phase rush Ezreal. Like it just
He's ready.
It's like why? Oh man, I know none of the keystones are like that. Like, lethal tempo, he can't step up to auto so many of these guys. So like, I still don't mind it, but it's just hilarious when he has such a hard time proccing the phase rush.
Sad that actual Dark Harvest would not really work.
No, because he's never getting anyone low.
Yeah.
They're playing so defensively. Brandini, no!
Ooh, a 1v5 tower dive.
Oh, the timing is so bad.
Exhaust, Drowsy. Ooh, good stopwatch. Full time, he lives. He does live.
Gate almost died too.
He's doing the majority of the face tanking.
Oh, that could have been so big for Immortals right before the Drake. So 40 seconds, this is the Drake that has to be fought. And MF ult was actually used during that dive, so it's going to be down for 30 seconds after the Drake goes, and so will Leona ultimate. So, sure, Brandini burned flash ult, but it was a 2-for-1. EG takes it. It was a little touch and go, but they'll take it.
Yeah, they actually canceled Gate's recall as well, so he's not that healthy. EG is going to step into the pit here.
Let's see if Nocturne one-shots someone. That'll be the true test.
Level 16. Ooh.
Okay, that's not good for you.
Potluck and Apollo just went on a mission.
Yeah.
Here we go.
They can't
Fire, fire. They're going in. Oh, goodbye. Nice Nocturne ulti there from Alorum. Sanity able to take down Deftly as well. And Apollo is going to live. And that's an ace. My goodness.
Oh, man. So Potluck just waited for Brandini to reset because they had so much map pressure. And then EG was like, let's go. But Flash ulting someone on Malzahar as a Nocturne ult hits. That's doomed. No one knew where it was.
Nope, and IMT, that is the ace that is going to look to end the game here. They'll knock down 2 Nexus Towers. It's 5 seconds till Brandini's up, and That's all it takes. One team fight and Immortals will take yet another win, moving up to 6-2.
The Immortals org keeps finding wins.
Whoever's called that, well, Apollo had a big smile on his face, so
Yeah.
I don't know who called that play, but Paul Brandini never stood a chance.
Yeah, that was a rough game for Brandini. Getting solo killed early on, did get one back in the top lane, but then EG was just trying to do that full stall. And for what it's worth, like Immortals knew what they had to do. They need to control around Ocean Drake. You don't actually need to secure the soul, but that's what pulled Immortals towards them before they could get the win.
Yeah, again, just felt like they had so much map control that they were at least able to shut out the vision, and all they had to do was wait for someone to make a mistake. And to their credit, they did try and try that dive, which I did like. Unfortunately, couldn't kill Brandini, but eventually the extension of the play was two-man walking into the jungle and finding the Aatrox.
Yeah, the catch onto him into just good timing on the Nocturne ultimate. You mentioned Apollo with the big smile. Another big game for him, 277 CS in a 28-minute game. 309, had that 550 gold bounty towards the end. Yeah, no reason not to feel good for Immortals.
Yeah, I wonder if EG's draft I did like. I wonder if it was maybe a little too defensive.
I mean, that's always going to be the question, right? Because every time you draft, you try and draft as much scaling as you can get away with.
Yes.
They couldn't get away with it. Do they think that's from execution or because of the draft? That's for them to decide in review. They didn't necessarily have a winning lane. I think the Nocturne really threw him for the loop here. The fact that Brandini couldn't control top lane as an Aatrox, which is one of the more powerful laning top lane champions. Because if they could have at least had that for Olaf to play through, he could have had more gold towards the end of the game. But overall, that's just how it goes. I like that we saw the Nocturne. I like that we saw Olaf Yumi. I like that they're trying things.
Yep, I like that we saw on band as well. I think that also would have helped this
Yeah,
draft.
it would have.
We'll have a look there. This was the 1v1 we wanted to see.
Oh, yeah. So he just goes for the all-in. It just looks easy.
Did he just... I'm trying to figure out how he ended up backwards, because that's...
The W pulled them back. So, yeah, Aatrox had landed the W. From the looks of it there, like, unless you spell shield the start of the W, it's still going to pull you back.
Yes.
So he actually didn't even spell shield it, but Nocturne just does so much damage.
Yeah,
at one.
I think he spell shielded a Q and then got attack speed, and then
Yeah.
it's like... I almost looked like he got spaced away from the incoming Qs and then ulted back in. I was like, he's a genius, how did he do that? Anyway, watch this play instead. Insanity also having a good game in the early stages.
Yeah, Insanity and Alorum, the long-range solo lane engagers.
Ignore Gates heroics.
Yeah, just that didn't happen. The rest of it continues. Insanity gets the nut off, and then the kill he gets afterwards. Like, there's no way Definitely was expecting that much burst. Oh, so close.
Yumi can't do that, unfortunately. And then once again...
This was sweet.
Oh yeah, Pollock just in there.
Yeah, interesting how E-Flash doesn't actually, like, the E still comes out from where you cast it, not where you flashed it.
Yes.
So he actually flashed it in front of his cocoon before his cocoon landed. Yeah, this was basically the game-winning pick as Brandini was trying to run forward, and then EG says, well, we should fight. We got to fight. This guy, and everyone just gets collapsed on. Apollo gets completely split from the fight. Not a chance.
Insanity also solo Deathly, which is the part I missed at the end of that one. But
Yeah.
I mean, the right call, I think, for EG, like 5-5 is like, we have to go, I have to ult someone. But you're already playing a 4v5 when you're down in gold. Gonna be a tough one to win. We're stepping away, but when we return, it is Dignitas Academy and Golden Guardians Academy squaring off.
Well, Brandini got the fruit, man.
Yep, the fruit to OP. Hand is in there. Flash axe, first blood. See you later.
That's what you kind of have to do against Yumi, though, is you have to die.
Whoa! Laura, that was really slick. Here we go. Ult
can't see.
5-fire. They're going in. Oh, goodbye. Nice Nocturne ulti there from Alorum. Insanity able to take down Deathly as well. And Apollo is going to live. And that's an ace. My goodness. Hello and welcome back for Game 2, where Golden Guardians will try their hand at taking down Dignitas. Certainly a big task. Let's take a look at the starting roster. So selecting blue side, it is Dignitas Academy. In the top lane, Lolo. In the jungle, Acadian. Mid lane, Demonte. Bot, Phoenix. And their support, Ole.
They have looked pretty good so far. Loading up opposite Dignitas is Golden Guardians Academy. We got Zion Spartan in the top lane, Hard in the jungle. Ablaze Olive, who is having a great start to his Academy split. Gorka and Huhi and Bot with Raz and Spooks as the coaches.
And it's not really a surprise, but turns out Dignitas Academy, still a monster.
Yeah, they have been doing rather well. They did almost drop a game, but the question is, can this team go 18-0? Not, can this team be the best team in Academy? Seems to be what's been happening. And Demonte is a player who was on basically the Dignitas main team last year, if we want to call it that, because they were Digna Clutch for most of it.
Yep.
And he's had a very diverse champion pool so far in Academy, trying to flex as much as possible, trying to be a very diverse player. You can see here 5 unique champions across 7 games, and just one of the many successful players on this Academy team.
He's having fun.
Yeah.
I feel like that's what it's like. Demonte comes back down, it's like, oh yeah, I remember this. I was good in this league. Turns out, still really good. Yeah. Golden Guardians on the other side, I like what they did with this roster, but they are slipping a little despite some early success, and it does feel like the veterans around the 2 newer players, so Blaze Olive and Gorica, was a good formula, but Gorica's last few games have not been as good as his season openers.
Yeah, I think top lane is a weird place right now. When I look at the things that you can and can't play, I mean, we just saw Nocturne last game beat up on an Aatrox. Do you pick up the Soraka or the Sona? How good were you at set matchups? It hasn't been working out that well for Gorka, and Zion Spartan as well in the top lane. Needs to be able to play those matchups out well. Gorka's been fine.
Yeah, it's just, again, like he was a collegiate player. He was at Scouting Grounds.
Yeah.
He was, a promising AD that the coaches that attended that event said he was good at listening and understanding like how to improve, but he's still improving. I think he's certainly one of the players that will get better over time, but his early games maybe looked a little bit better than his actual consistent form.
Yeah, apologies there for Gorka, but on the topic of him and Huhi trying to match up in the bottom lane, Huhi is a player that so many people kind of pointed to at the start of the year, and they said, hey, why are you starting Keith in the bot lane when you have Huhi? Because he was actually their LCS player for a lot of it. And I think he's really just trying to continue to develop in this role swap. So he's been a player who always has really high like overall game knowledge in play, and it's a matter of whether he can team up with Gorka to make that work.
Certainly his attitude, even as a mid laner, was one of, I like helping my teammates. He never played solo queue, he only duoed. He was the kind of guy that was always like wanting to hang out with his teammates after they were practice. So support suits him and his personality. I mean, you think about his signature Aurelion Sol, and that was basically a champion that enables the other lanes in your game, but still adjusting to the role, but potentially a very strong bot lane, and they are domestic bot lane as well. Like, Hui is now a resident in this league, so potentially they could be moving around places if they can improve as a duo.
Yeah, trying to move on to that. Looking at who they're facing, though, it's another like role swap bottom lane.
Yes.
With Phoenix, who has been doing really well as an AD carry. He's always been a high mechanics player, so it kind of makes a little bit more sense for him to swap down to be an AD carry. You can see Ole rushing back to stage to hopefully get us into Champion Select as soon as possible. But yeah, I was going through some stats for these teams, and it's actually Lorlo on the Dig Academy team who has the highest KDA, like surprisingly. And, as I was mentioning earlier, how top lane is like kind of this dangerous play. Lorlo's only died 5 times all year in the Academy in 7 games, which is like shockingly low for a top laner so far. So shout out to him.
I wonder who's died the most on their team. I'm going to bet it's Acadian.
The most deaths on Dig Academy is Demonte.
At
13.
That's my other guess. It's one of those two for sure.
Play 5 different champions, it's going to happen. It's usually going to be a jungler or a support who has the most deaths. It's a little bit more rare. It's actually like very rare that it's the mid laner, but 13 deaths is also not that many across 7 games, so I think that's why you can have some of those statistical oddities.
Yes, again, Dignitas been very good. So
Yeah.
those stats are going to be pretty inflated across the league, given how well they've performed so far. Big test for Golden Guardians Academy here. Again, looked good in the early games, have slumped in their last few games, but no one has beaten Dig just yet. You always want to be the first team to beat the best team.
Yeah.
Big boost.
Yeah, I mean, after the first game that they played on stage, Acadian had an interview and they were like, so can anyone beat you? Like, that was the question immediately, because you look at this roster and you think, hey, wait a minute. All of these players have been in the LCS, and like not just in the LCS. Acadian was in finals last split. Like Phoenix has been on, at times, the best regular season team when he was a mid laner on Team Liquid. Ole's been to MSI and Worlds. Demonte was at Worlds last year. Like, it wasn't just LCS players.
Yeah.
It was like, hey, these are good LCS players. Like, these could be a big roster. So Dignitas kind of has this embarrassment of riches in terms of talent on their team so far. But Acadian did mention that, like, we drop scrims. Like, I don't, it's not, doesn't need to be a goal for us to go completely undefeated in this split. It might happen.
Yep.
But that's kind of not where their minds are at. Their minds are at just looking as good as possible and being the best players they can be so they can make their way back to the LCS.
Definitely curious to see that mid lane matchup, though. I think Demonte kind of defaulted back to being the best mid laner in the league since rejoining. But Blaze Olive, at least in the summer TSM 1, when he was back on TSM Academy, he was the best mid laner in the league at that time. And that was with Golden Goose still there in the conversation. So a player that is, started kind of slow, has looked better and better, won an Academy championship, and is continuing to grow strength as a player. And he's like, he's like year 2 now, starting to make a case for himself as like, I should be a consideration as an LCS starter. He's not there yet. He's still growing, but a good showing against a very recently LCS mid laner will certainly help you out.
Yeah, I mean, he does 35% of the team's damage. It's
a lot.
It's a lot. The standard for a mid laner is a little bit below 30%, for those of you who want context on the stat. So Blaze Olive definitely pulling his weight and then some as we get the Soraka ban.
Solo lane is banned everywhere. Lucian, Soraka, and Syndra, the first 3 here. See what Golden Guardians have lined up for their second ban here. It is Set. Champion that's also continuing to be moved from high priority pick to just straight up banned. Although also, the first Set game I saw was him playing Set, and he did look quite good. Olaf also going to be the ban away from Hard, kind of interestingly. Olaf has also clearly been picking up presence in 10.3.
Yeah. I wonder if we're going to see Karthus. I'm waiting for it on 10-3. Especially with Olaf gone, there will be no one who can keep pace with his farming. Ooh, and the Elise ban comes through, so one of the early things that'll kill a Karthus could be gone.
Fnatic did play it yesterday.
I don't think it'll be a first pick, but...
Oh, no. Yeah. But certainly some teams are playing it, also giving Rumble to Dignitas.
Spooky.
Very spooky. Rumble's still very powerful, and that will be the first pick after the Elise ban. So we'll see how Golden Guardians responds here. Demonte has certainly already shown his proficiency on Rumble, and Rumble is just so good with pushing the lane and team fighting, which is all you can really ask for from your mid laner.
Yeah. Good old Raz on the stage as well, former LPL caster, now coach of Golden Guardians Academy. Did they? Okay. I had a weird angle on my monitor. Like,
You thought
did they
Nivea
just
looked-
block a Nivea really quickly?
Blazer was like, I figured out the counter. Give me the
Yeah.
bird.
You could honestly put that Ornn mid
Yep.
if you wanted to, but it's going to be flexible.
I do like that Ornn is flexible. I mean, we've seen it support. I think we've seen it bot lane recently, support historically.
Yeah, in
Jungle,
Academy,
solo queue.
in Academy there was the Ornn Sentinel.
Yes,
It didn't win,
it did not.
but it did happen.
It did.
Yeah.
Sejuani Aatrox looks like it's really, that topside is really strong
Yeah.
on the Dig side. So they're just picking the good champs, giving them to their good players. Generally a system that can work. Curious to see if a Blaze Olive does have a counter pick lined up here. Clearly giving away Rumble, expecting it to be mid in almost every case. But we'll have to save that for now, as Yuumi will be the final lock-in here for Golden Guardians. So assembling on Yuumi, something that is starting to become, in my opinion, a very strong core of champions you can bring.
Yeah, I think so, because it's just even more of a scaling advantage once you get to the Ornn item upgrades. It's pretty scary to do it against Dignitas, though.
Yes.
Especially when they already have pretty strong mid-game spiking champions in the Rumble and the Aatrox. So this is gonna be really interesting as this draft completes, because Ezreal's banned, so getting a really safe AD carry for Gorka is difficult. And there's just the Nautilus ban, so you're going to be going up against like Leona MF or something that's going to have a Sejuani and Rumble going into dive that bottom lane, and I don't know how you protect that.
Yeah.
We'll see though.
Freljos is going to be the pick, so that will join the Yuumi for Huhi, and they are continuing to save this counter pick for Blaze Olive.
I think this is Leona MF. Because that's just an incredibly strong 2v2, and it's how you try and punish the Yuumi early. But we'll see. Ole, the Thresh ban is because he's so good at hook supports. Like, maybe he just throws a curveball and tries to play Morgana or something. But yeah, Blitzcrank could be actually pretty good.
Ooh, Senna! Galio!
Okay, all right, that's different. Ooh, okay, so...
What a 5v5.
Yeah, they're just mid-game 5v5 spiking. I wonder how much farm Ole is going to take. Is actually my big question, because Phoenix was one of the 80 carry Sennas, but basically soul drop for full farm 80 carry Senna is way, way down, because you don't get souls off of cannons anymore. But that's why we had the Ornn Senna lane, is because the Ornn took farm. Yeah, this swap is a thing. This could actually be a support Senna and a farm Galio.
Cassio last pick though, while we get to the 20-second mark where no swaps can come through. We saw the Azir ban for Dignitas. That's one of the ways that a Blaze Olive can contribute so much damage on this team, but Cassio fitting the bill there as well. And we have... Oh.
Yeah. It's not Leona MF.
It's not. It's actually very different from that lane.
Well, at least it's like the Galio can kind of turret dive. Yeah. So Phoenix will be on Senna. He's been good on Senna. But how much farm will he take? That's the question.
I don't know. Will we see double support items? Is that even a thing you can do with this kind of lane?
I think you can. I don't know if it's good in pro. It's better in like middling solo queue where people don't CS great anyway, because then the CS penalty isn't as punishing. But like Phoenix is a guy who gets every CS, so he'd hit penalties so much harder.
Very curious. It's funny, I've really enjoyed the more aggressive comps with Senna. So anytime you can have a diver and Senna can ult behind them, feels really strong. Which is also coincidentally the exact role Galio used to play when you would draft him on team. So now they have both of them.
Yeah.
They don't have an obvious diver. Maybe I guess Sejuani and Aatrox can fulfill that function here.
Yeah. And
but
yeah, it'll probably be Sejuani that the Galio goes in on.
It's not quite the same as like a Jarvan or a Camille, you know, that kind of...
It doesn't lock down as much.
No, but certainly lots of explosive potential here in that mid game, as you mentioned, for the Dig side. So very curious to see this one shake out. And Jat, I have excellent news for you.
I'm happy. Phoenix has the Spectral Sickle, the support item, and Galio has a Doran's Ring, which means Galio will be getting the lion's share of CS. Now, I've done a lot of theory crafting on Senna.
Yes, you have.
I think Phoenix should still take a lot of CS. I don't think you should give all the CS to Galio. You should get enough CS to get your items and then give over the rest to the other guys so you still get a lot of souls.
Right.
That's the theory.
So is this... It's not going to be exactly the same, but is this kind of akin to when we did actually have double support items? Think of like Sono TK, where they had to kind of figure out a way to trade off the CS?
Yeah, it's a little bit like that. I think since cannons that Senna doesn't kill are an auto drop, Phoenix should not last hit cannons, but he should be last hitting the melee minions. Like if he just last hits 3 melee minions per wave and gives the rest of the CS to Ole, that's, or even like 2 melee minions per wave, because you run into CS penalty at about 3 CS per minute with the support items.
Which is not a lot.
Which is really not that much
But you can
CS.
play around it.
But you still want to be able to get your items to then be a better scaler with your souls. So it's cool. Like,
it's really cool.
It's just different. And like I said last game, I like stuff that's different.
Well, certainly unafraid of at least mixing things up in the 2v2. We'll be paying close attention to the farm in particular. In fact, Ole already picking up 4. So certainly what you expected is happening in the early stages.
I think Phoenix should have gotten a couple of them. he should actually be CSing relatively freely early on until he hits penalties. So it looks like they're actually doing like, no, Phoenix, you're the support, Ole, you're the carry. We'll see though. He's just harassing and soul farming right now. Yeah, they're not doing much of the crap.
Okay.
That's fine.
I mean, it is like you have to really dig into how these interactions and items work.
I don't expect it to be like, yep, this is exactly the way we want to do it.
Yes, it's very intuitive to take 2 CS a minute,
Yeah.
give the rest to your support, who's now the farmer,
Yeah.
Cadian.
Also, I think when they're pushing a turret, this is kind of cheesy, so I'm not sure if this is good in pro, but if you're blue side like this, Phoenix should actually zip back because you can get about 4 souls off the Krugs.
Oh.
So many individual things die, and it's a 25% drop rate on everything that you end up getting a lot of souls. And it's worth it because like every soul is an AD, and every 20 souls you get a range upgrade. So it's worth losing a little bit of experience from lane.
Senna's passive is long too, so I understand if someone
Yeah.
hasn't read the full thing. Certainly, I know you have.
I actually haven't even read the whole thing, I feel like. I just learned how it works through playing 30 games of Senna.
But all jokes aside,
Yeah.
the whole point is that these interactions are very minute. But I still think the concept of this lane is really cool, even if they're not 110% efficiency.
Yeah.
And Phoenix is obviously really good on this champion, regardless of whether or not he's getting farmed.
Yeah, and he has 9 souls already. So he's harassing a lot. Like, he's soul farming off of harass, which is something you can't do as an AD carry as much because you're so worried about CS. And because he's not last hitting everything, the soul drop chance is 25% per minute he doesn't last hit and 100% on cannons he doesn't last hit. So he's going to have really long range really quickly. You just won't have that extra oomph from having bigger items.
All right, well, let's check in with the top side, I suppose. It is even in the mid lane for now.
I don't know, just bot lane the whole game.
I mean, I'm
Okay.
kind of down. Well, with a
It's fine.
slight lead, have to do the formalities. And hard with the lead in farm right now. That's it. That's all we need to check in with. Back to bot lane.
Let's watch the souls. Oh, okay, cool. He took a CS. I'm happy. That's one Ole wouldn't have been able to get. Okay, he's CSing a little bit now. This is good.
There's the soul. Ole in there. Ooh, snap taunt. Some damage onto Huhi. Gorica trying to fire back with the pistol.
Yeah, Ole should get the cannon. Nice. Soul drop. Satisfying.
It is like a fun little mini game.
It is. I have a hard time using the true damage Senna skin because I have a harder time seeing the souls, but Phoenix seems totally fine with it.
See, it's funny because at least watching Senna, much prefer this skin because of how much more colorful her particles are. So it's
Yeah.
like really obvious when she roots someone especially.
True, true.
But the thematic of the original skin is wonderful as well. So excellent job all around on Senna. As Phoenix is off to roam. I mean, again, he's the support in this lane.
Yeah.
So he's going to go ahead and ward the Ocean Drake, which is the first one here, but no one's leaping at the chance to take it just yet. It is very early into this game still.
Yeah, one funny thing is because of how aggressively Phoenix is trying to trade, Huhi's also getting really efficient procs of his support item. So like Spell Thieves and Spectral Sickle have both generated like 300 gold, so these guys are going to get their Sightstones pretty quick. All right, thank you observers for watching the bot lane so much. If other people care about the rest of the map, we should go there too.
We'll check back in. 6 now for Blaze Olive in mid lane. Is Conqueror there on the Casio. Hard, they're going to be caught out. Little too far forward. No stun though. There is a range on that, I believe. So
Yeah.
Hard get out of
It's
there.
way lower than it used to be. It's like 600 now, and the duration isn't as long, so I think he actually just outranged it.
I feel like once upon a time it could snipe you from base, but not anymore.
Yeah.
Hard will get out and not give first spot away. And I think this is something that's important to note about Dignitas games. Like, there have been, actually, in general, their average game time has been quite low. I don't know if it is, but I would assume that it is they have the best average game time in Academy.
Yeah.
But they don't always play fast early games. They're capable of scaling up, and this is more of that game in this go-round.
For sure. I mean, Demonte's 6 now, Lorlo's 6 now. Now you can start going for river control because ain't no way you want to fight a level 6 Rumble in river. And that's why Cadian got that Scuttle Crab. But like, you don't immediately need to turn to Ocean Drake. Like, he can get a Cinder Hulk, he can keep farming. It's okay to wait until Senna has first item and a bunch of souls before you do stuff.
Also, 2 globals, or at least a global and a semi-global in the bot lane for Dig. So also important to keep track of when Phoenix and Ole ding to 6 as well, but they shouldn't be too far behind. And Demonte is pushing the lane in, harassing with Harpoon as best he can. Blaze Olive is doing a nice job farming, but again, Rumble doesn't really have much interest in 1v1 killing you anyway. He just wants to leave the lane and then go affect somewhere else. And
Push. But because the whole reason he can push is because he has kill threat.
Yes.
Right? So if a Blaze Olive does something silly, that happens, right? Like, he could have just let the wave crash, but instead he lost half his health.
yeah, what's the challenge instead? Is keeping the farm nice and close. Silence Button not doing the same in top lane, actually. Lolo has a pretty healthy lead, although that will shrink as Silence Button gets probably all of these. But that is enough space for Dignitas here. They won the battle of attrition in bot lane, and they will claim the Ocean Drake as a result.
And you know what the Ocean Drake drops?
Soul.
Soul. Yeah. Phoenix is now up to 23. That's way more than he'd have on 80 carry Senna. But they are actually a little bit behind in farm. So you can see, like, Ole hasn't been able to reach a lot of CSs to be expected from a melee champion. So I think they still need to work out a little bit more how to play that lane. Basically, any CS Ole can't reach, Phoenix should try and take, and they shouldn't be dropping what they're dropping. But that's what it's for. Just practice, get better.
Yep. If you want to, again, do what we used to do with the support item lanes, it's basically 60 to 70, so Gorica having a pretty healthy CS lead.
Yeah.
And Signitas' bottom lane. Also, Blaze Olive is being forced away from waves. I'm partially surprised Demonte didn't ulti there, but he's already forcing the Cassio off, so probably not necessary.
Yeah. Probably wants the ult for a Rift Herald fight.
Yeah.
You can see they've already swapped mid to get Rift control, and they're trying to swap with as much tempo as possible, like what they're doing here. Like, oh man, they're just so far ahead of the play. So obviously they're doing Rift here, but if you look at the minimap, like, Demonte's already down here on Rumble, so they won't even be able to get plates. And Ornn hasn't pushed past. A Blaze Olive was forced to recall. Like, that's why Demonte didn't ult. Oh, 2 more souls for Phoenix, the dream.
Oh, so now it's even better when you swap for the Herald.
Yeah,
because
2
he
more
gets
souls.
get to zoom in and get some souls. Where are we up to? 30 yet?
Demonte
26?
Demonte had to burn his flash, so Hard wants to go all in on him here. Demonte wants to creep up to ult the wave to prevent plates from dropping, but he's getting pushed off.
Doesn't want to die.
Max range ult, just get it. Just sneak in there. Yeah, he doesn't want to die. Oh, but they're swapping against Aphelios with white gun. That's the worst. That's a Herald right there. That's a Herald with the plates.
All right, well, they're going to keep going.
Because Demonte couldn't get his ult out.
Sneaking in now. Maybe just in time.
Well, now he doesn't have to ult. But okay.
I mean, he doesn't. Actually, there is a ward.
He doesn't completely know.
Certainly better to be safe rather than sorry in that instance.
Usually.
First
yeah.
blood's still on the table. Demonte's died enough. He's the death leader for Dignitas, Jet. He's not trying to.
Yeah.
He's not trying to make that number any bigger. Wait till his friend Acadian catches up.
So, I don't know why I'm thinking this right now, but better to be safe than sorry. Is it? Like,
In League of Legends?
if the outcome is you are sorry, yes, it would have been better to be safe. But if being safe makes you sorry, then it would have been better to not be
It's a
safe.
free loss. You just can't win.
Like, you can flip it. You can say it's better to not be safe than sorry.
Yes.
Because now, because he was safe, he doesn't have his ultimate.
And his tower's still getting whacked by this Cassio.
Yeah.
I mean, risk management is, and assessment is like a really important skill in life, but in
Yeah.
League of Legends also.
Yes.
And there is a possibility Demonte could have gambled and been a bit more aggressive. Was perhaps worried about the consequences if hard committed to that tower dive. Speaking of, in we go. Yumi ulti, and it is tough with the J4. You gotta find the right angle on that book opening.
Yeah. They're hoping to just get Ornn Yumi scaling, right? And it's kind of on Dignitas to find the mid-game team fights. Otherwise, the Aphelios could actually be really devastating.
Oli's out of there.
So Phoenix is CSing, so they're doing it. They're doing what I want.
Let's swap.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't swap, but like he's getting enough CS and he's pushing penalty.
Got it. Dunk there from Hard. Splash out of
There it
Acadian.
is.
Rumble ulti
Ow!
out. Decent sedge ult, but a good stopwatch from Hard maybe saves him. W's gonna latch roots too, but no follow-up there for Dig. They burnt all the cooldowns just to get some summoners.
Yeah, the Sedge ult couldn't quite get the stun because of the stopwatch there from Jarvan, so no kills converted yet. You know what the latest First Blood in Academy is?
I do not.
Okay.
That is something
I
we
don't
could
know.
perhaps
I don't
find
know.
out.
Yeah. We have a chance to do that.
Certainly do. Also, don't forget that up next, CLG Academy versus TL Academy. Eerily similar to the LCS
Pick up the soul.
predicament from yesterday.
It's worth inting for.
It is.
Soul.
Agreed.
Oh,
That is
God.
definitely an instance where it is much better to be sorry than safe. But to complete your point earlier, you now like that Phoenix is basically just taking the farm penalty while still getting CS. Is that correct?
No, so it's like you get enough free CS before penalty kicks in, so you should push that limit.
Got it.
Like, you actually get full value for CS up until the point where the support item says, like, yeah, basically, you're allowed a certain amount of CS before it starts decreasing the value of the CS.
Got it.
So Phoenix should take CS up until that point, then allow Ole to get the rest.
Got it. So you like that he's picked up more.
Yeah, I really like that he has 37 CS because he can build towards mana.
First blood still. Off the table, Gorica flashing out. It's been a long battle.
Yeah, Damonte doesn't have ult yet, so they can't quite do this.
Very close.
They draw Terrell mid.
Got it now.
Zion's just gonna. Oh man, this is not a good. That was not a good objective trade by Dig. Does the undefeated season end here?
Maybe. GG certainly feeling pretty comfortable.
Yeah, they got nothing out of that Herald. That was definitely a lost Herald trade because they lost 3 plates bought for the swap and then got no plates for the Herald take.
Yeah. Again, the Herald value is in the damage it does to the towers, especially the first one that hits the plates. When you don't hit plates, it's a bad time. As Dig starting to group up a little bit more aggressively. You can almost feel like they know how late this first blood has been. Almost 14 minutes through.
Yeah, it's also in Golden Guardian's best interest to just not fight.
Absolutely.
So, again, kind of why I thought Leon MF would be a more push the temple bot lane. Like, if you let Aphelios Yuumi scale, as much fun as I've been having watching Senna Souls, I don't know if it's good for them. Senna scales pretty well, like especially this soul/farm Senna.
Yeah.
Because there's so much value in souls, and then if you're also able to have like decent items, I really still strongly believe it's the best version of Senna. So it's cool that I'm actually seeing it, which is why I've talked about it so much. But Aphelios Yuumi is probably just better.
Yeah.
So,
Certainly in the like camp.
yeah.
Just to see how many items Phoenix can complete as well is building kind of what you'd expect. Has a bit of early lethality. It looks like Manamune is going to be the next one with the Tear and the pickaxe. Gorica is now swapped into mid. He's decided that there's plenty of farm for him to take here. As Damonte also finishes his first item alongside the Cassio, so Leandry is now done for the Rumble. Blaze Olive cannot really hold 2v1 though. He's going to have to call hard up here with Yuumi to try and get them away.
Rift Herald number 2.
Ooh.
I mean, Hard might think about fighting this. Because they could drop this top and break first turret guaranteed.
Loa has TP, Zion does not.
Yeah,
But Zion's walking up, he's got ulti.
they're going to think about it. I don't think Golden Guardian should do this, but they're definitely thinking about it.
Maybe just a steal. Ooh, ulti there on the set. Great equalizer there from Damonte. But the ult out, final chapter, kicking away. There's the center ulti, almost picks up hard. But doesn't get it. Still, no deaths, just the Rift Herald over to Dignitas.
Yeah, Fuhi burned his heal. We got multiple ults out of Dig, but yeah, I think Golden Guardian's lucky they didn't die there. They definitely were overmatched in the river against Sejuani Rumble. As you mentioned earlier, like Galio has no one to ult. Like no one is diving in. They just can't reach it. So maybe they wanted to do Senna Ornn, but Ornn was banned or Ornn was taken away, and they're like, you know,
Maybe Galio.
Galio.
Basically the same thing.
Kind of what it feels like.
As another reminder, Monday Night League still coming up. 5 p.m. pre-show starts, 5:30 first game begins.
Yeah, first game, FlyQuest Hunter Thieves. Second game, C9 DG. See if FlyQuest can close out their Shuro week. Had that win over TSM yesterday.
Pulling out more troops, etc. Power of Evil, can he continue smacking people around?
Yeah. Maybe we'll see Power of Evil's Rumble.
Ooh.
Like we see them.
I don't think so. Getting Rumble seems like a tough one.
Yeah.
Although, to be fair, Damonte has not had a monumental impact. He certainly had impact this game, but
Yeah.
Blaze Olive, if if the Golden Guardians' plan is to own Yuumi, Cassio their way, and Aphelios, and to scale their way up into this game, that plan is working, if
Yeah.
that is their plan.
Super. Like, Zion Spartan is going to hit 13 soon. Doesn't have items to upgrade yet. I really hope this isn't one of those sad boy Ornn games
Oh, no.
where no one builds items
Okay, it's
and
2,000
can
gold.
upgrade. He'll obviously build his own items, which will auto-upgrade, but like, is Blaze Olive going to build an early zone user death cap?
At second. Do it. You got a Yuumi.
I mean, yeah. Yuumi can just build a hat,
Ooh.
upgrade that.
I feel
That could be
like
pretty sweet.
Redemption is maybe more powerful.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, you can upgrade the Redemption.
Yeah.
We'll see if we get here. Upgrading the Redemption or the Locket also refreshes the item active cooldown. So you can
Really?
Redemption, upgrade Redemption, and then Redemption again.
Oh, because they're separate items.
Yeah.
That's cool. I feel like that comes up almost never, but
Yeah, it
I
doesn't.
do want to see it now that you've told me that. Oh, in there. He's trying to start it off.
A lot of
This fight's
damage.
not going well. But finally, 18 minutes in. And it's the Yuumi that picks it up, but Lolo trying to wreak havoc. There's the Galio ulti out. Zion does find the knockup. Ole is dead. Moonlight Vigil missed for Gorica. But the first team fight does not go in favor of Dignitas. Damonte
Nope.
gonna fall as well. Into stasis, buying time, but not gonna save his life. Oh boy.
Golden Guardians can win this one, Phase 3. We could be witnessing Dig's first loss. Just watching the way that fight panned out, a Blaze Olive just shredded through Dignitas. And you can see Ole still struggling to find ultimate. Builds a really late Relic Shield. I guess he's at the point in the game where actually he got smart, but we're going to continue to go in on this. Okay, figure out how they get the initiation. It's Ole who tries to start it, but it's actually Acadian who just gets completely wrecked. He doesn't even get his ultimate off because he walked face first into a Blaze Olive stun. That's probably where Dig thought they were going to be able to win that fight. Gorka doesn't even land his ult. They were going to use that to chase down maybe another kill on Orlo. But yeah, still had the gravity gun to the rear onto Damonte and pick up yet another kill.
Yep. Lolo late to the fight. GG to see the opportunity. Easy team fight. The Golden Guardians to win. Again, the reason Blaze Olive's damage share is so high on this team, had free reign in that team fight, and looked about as straightforward as you'd expect from that point. The mid-game team fight that's been talking up for Dignitas. Looking like it might have trouble outracing the cat clock this game.
Yeah, because they didn't fight until 18 minutes. Like, until we're basically approaching late game. Athene's being completed is huge for Huki.
Zion also comes to his cape.
They also don't have anything to shred Ornn. Like, one of the reasons Senna fell in priority, like beyond the nerfs, was that like Ornn raised in priority, and Senna's not a good tank shred. And Dignitas didn't put tank shred on their team. Like, they're not doing Senna Cassiopeia or Senna carry jungler. They're doing Senna Sejuani Rumble. Like, I kind of think that Zion Spartan is just gonna live forever.
Well, at least the good news is that it's Mountain Soul, not Ocean Soul. In fact, Ocean was the first Drake,
Yep.
so there was no way it was going to be that one. But yeah, again, trying to beat out the scaling here when it's tough for you to pierce through the healing, let alone the tanks.
Yeah.
Very curious. Also, it might be a
Rough.
sad boy on game. I think Infinity Edge is coming up quick for Gorka, so
Yeah.
that'll be the first one. But Blaze Olive is stopped by Banshee's Veil Street.
And Hard isn't going for Black Cleaver either. Come on, guys.
What other on item could Hard even realistically build?
I don't want it.
Oh, okay, that's
Ish.
just like you can't upgrade Stoneplate.
Yeah.
There's like
She's probably just going Stoneplay second because of the tankiness, but yeah, it should just be Cleaver, I think.
yeah. We'll see. I imagine maybe third. Like a reasonable timing, but again, Silent Spartan will be.
Yeah. This is like, it's really easy for us as casters or as viewers. Like, I feel like we've become accustomed to seeing these Ornns and be like, they're not even building Ornn upgradable items. What are they doing? Like, there's just so many things the players think about, and it's really easy for us to latch onto.
Yeah.
So yes, they should definitely build these things, but like a Blaze Olive thinks, yo, dude, I need a Banshee's Veil, otherwise Sedge will kill me. Like literally, sure, hat would be nice, but it's not nice if I'm dead.
Yeah.
So you do want to have a plan. Like I think Cleaver is the one I'm willing to latch onto and say like, oh yeah, Huhi should actually be going for a redemption second in this game just to give Orange something. But yeah, Raz. And next time you pick Orange, be like, don't forget your Orange items.
I mean, it's
as we walk
funny.
off stage.
We talk about like the, how different you have to play when you're doing this with Senna, right?
Oh, yeah.
There is some considerations of like, yeah, you have to be willing to at least think differently about how you build when Ornn is in the game because the value, because so much of that champion's passive value is tied to him upgrading your items. There, anyway, Dignitas going to take a tower, so game's starting to open up a little bit more. It's gotten, we had that one team fight that went in a landslide for Golden Guardians Academy. They're up almost 2,000 gold, but Dignitas still fighting. Going to line up for this next Drake in 50 seconds.
And they don't want to go against Soul Point with the scaling Ornn. It's kind of the moment for them to fight, but they don't have upgraded Manamune on Phoenix yet because he actually delayed it by going early Serrated Dirk. It's going to be tough. I feel like Golden Guardians is pretty favored in this fight. The level 14 Ornn.
Again, I think the gold lead in this game does lie to you quite a lot, given the state of the comps.
Right, Cassio, Yuumi, Ornn, scaling Velio.
Ooh, what a great engage though. Hard dunking in there with the Cataclysm up on top of the final chapter. No kills, sadly, but do get some sums, and that should be enough space to take this Drake.
Yeah, I mean, Damonte's still pushing out top, but like Lorlo's on a recall pattern. Has teleport as well. They got a flank or do something.
Oh, Blaze Olive looking for the Sedge. Ulti is good though, but Blaze Olive able to walk out of there.
Yeah, and they got double cleanse for the Sedge ult. Like, Golden Guardians is happy right now.
Yeah, Damonte ready with the ulti.
Lorlo
looking for the flank. No steal. Over to Goroko it goes. Lorlo going to be jumped on. Here's the Galio ulti. Could be a big one. Does get the knock up, but only on the front line. Moonlight Vigil smashing Lorlo. It's actually the Ornn Horn that takes the kill. The Blaze Olive able to take down Ole as well. And Golden Guardians just cannot be killed.
They are looking so comfy right now. One away from Soul Point. That can happen in 29 minutes. Just killed 3, so they can go straight to Baron pastry time. We might be seeing the upset.
And we talked about, again, the tank tread. Blaze Olive just face-checking the jungler there with the Banshees, with the cleanse. Just forces Acadian out. That forces Big to start a fight they didn't really want to. Golden Guardians capitalize well. They'll take the Baron here as well. Acadian's not even going to go anywhere near the pit. Yeah,
these are definitely the games where you can hop into the post-game thread and be like, well, they just had the scaling. Like, you'll end up saying GG in draft because there are a lot of advantages that we're seeing now, right? Like, once they've scaled up, they got double cleanse on their carries. There's not reliable initiation for Dignitas. There's more DPS for Golden Guardians. They have a better front line that can't be shredded through by Dig. I mean, to see this fight, they technically get a flank with a Senna ult, but like, what are they really gonna do? They can't lock people into a Rumble ultimate. They can't shred through Ornn with Senna. And this is all at 8 minutes or 25 minutes. There were opportunities like at Rumble 6 to dive bot them, to really put Aphelios human behind, to get ahead of Ornn and start split pushing and use the Herald properly. But because Dig missed all these opportunities, now it looks pretty hopeless.
Yeah, this looks like a tough one to crawl out of. As the Blaze Olive will get rooted. Golden Guardians with the Baron buff knocked down the mid outer. Damonte ready for the ulti. Is in position to flash in.
Yeah, he just died. Like,
yeah.
Gorka and a Blaze Oliver so bad.
Ooh, bad button the start one. His ulti's back and ready as well. So he's in there. He's got cleanse as well. No flash needed. Just face tanking. In goes hard. Oh, what a great final chapter into the bowling ball. And the big Ram's gonna take down Damonte.
Oh boy. Damonte down, Baron up. Zion Spartan, click on your Aphelios. Give him that IE. Click on him.
No time. We gotta siege the towers.
Yeah, I think you gotta be out of combat to upgrade
Yes.
an ally's item. So they want to keep this push going.
That would make the double locket slash redemption thing a lot more powerful.
Ooh,
You didn't have to be, if you could be in combat. Can you imagine he's like fighting in front, he's like, hold on a second, starts blacksmithing away.
Yeah. Oh, there. They're just gonna recall.
It's also Mikhail's second, sadly. Which, again,
Yeah.
feels very responsible given how much CC Dig do have.
Yeah, it's like if you, in case you didn't have cleanse up, here's another one.
Yep. In case you didn't have cleanse or he's not actually not going QSS, but he has Banshees. Have to assume he has Legend Tenacity as well on the Casio.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is like, maybe they're BMing by not upgrading more items. Okay, there we go. He's clicking on him. Finally, there's the IE.
All right, Molten Edge there for Gorica. That's a big boost in power for Nephelios. It's already feeling pretty healthy, but 3 items done for the Casio as well. And I can understand not wanting to delay that Leandros too long because it's real good.
Is this the week where all undefeated teams lose? We saw G2, O2. We're seeing Dig lose this one.
Cloud9
Cloud9's on tonight during Monday Night League.
Oh, it's true. They do play.
Yeah, it's possible.
It is possible.
Going undefeated is hard.
Yeah. Tell me.
Oh, look at all those souls.
Get him, Phoenix.
Please.
We explained earlier. It's
I need to scale.
All right, scaling.
70
What we at?
souls.
72?
Yeah.
That's so many.
I mean, yeah, because he's support. If he would have been doing the Krug cheese, he'd have 100.
Ooh.
But he'd be lower level and they'd still.
Let me tell you, if they didn't know about it before, they're going to know about it now. Flank attack from Acadian. Sent ulti out, but Golden Guardians did not take very much damage. Zion Spartan is in the lowest condition, and that's the tank.
Yeah. They do have a little bit of healing reduction to try and deal with Yumi. One Executioner's calling, but like that only applies for 3 seconds on autos, so it's very easy for Huhi to hop around and give full value deals. Like, look at this, they're all full health again.
Zion even is going back. He's going to TP in to make sure they can break this mid tower nice and easily. And Dig is using all their cooldowns and getting some Yumi E cooldown. Not able to really defend, so mid inhibitor will fall. Back to the Soul Drake we go. It's up in 10 seconds. Beautifully timed by Golden Guardians.
And if it was hard to kill Ornn before Mountain Soul, it will be harder to kill him after Mountain Soul. That's where I'm going with that one.
I understand that it's not exactly the same, but I feel like the principle of Yumi Olaf can be somewhat applied to Yumi Casio.
Yeah, for sure.
Break down. Yeah, Dig just can't even make it in the area. Oh, those 2 souls. Goodbye.
Yeah, tragic. Yeah, Mountain Soul, Golden Guardians, 29 minutes in. They don't have Baron, but they have 2 inhibs down, so they can actually just group top, try and push down that 3rd inhibitor.
Sounds like a plan. Only 7 kills as well.
Yeah.
Again, I mean, Golden Guardians have needed, what, like 1.5 team fights to win this game, it feels like?
Because I think they knew that they had a massive scaling advantage. So they say, if this game's 0-0 and Damonte's just going to not, like if they're not going to set up a dive bottom lane, we're just going to keep trading farm. And that's kind of what happened for a large portion of this game before that mid fight where Blaze Olive kind of just wrecked the kitty.
Now, Golden Guardians doing exactly what you prescribed. Off the top lane we go. Not much left, really, to take away from Dignitas. These last few towers are certainly that. Tier 2 in top lane will be sacrificed. No need to challenge for this one, but do they challenge after? Ole is looking for some sort of flank. He does spot a wall, but already the GG going in.
Boy.
What a great 90-degree angle there on the Yumi ulti, and in the front side, Damonte is dead. Ole, no damage reduction anymore on the ulti, so can't save his teammates. And Golden Guardians still looking pretty undamaged. I'll charge straight in.
They don't take damage anymore, actually. Just the damage no longer applies.
Nice knock up there from Zion. Center ulti out. Casio ulti was used, and it's just attrition at this point. Diving under the tower we go.
What's
Golden
turret?
Guardians, and I don't know, because
Yeah.
Yumi healing just pops the Casio back to almost 100% from half.
Mountain Drake plus Yumi right now against a low damage team. Oh man. Yeah, they're gonna push.
So it wasn't the Ocean Soul, but it's good enough. Oh goodness. Olive is dead if everybody thought it wanted to kill.
Yumi is your Ocean Soul right now. And the Mountain Soul is just icing on the cake.
And, delicious cake it is. A Blaze Olive on a killing spree. 3-0-4. It's actually been a pretty good-looking game across the board. Almost, not quite a perfect, but almost a flawless from Golden Guardians.
Yeah.
Acel finally had Dignitas their first defeat of Academy.
There it is. Upset week has been week 4 so far, and Golden Guardians have got to feel good about that Academy victory. The early pick Yumi, good game plan, Zion, Spartan, Reliable on Ornn. You can't really point out a player who underperformed in this game for Golden Guardians Academy, and they had the right game plan and a good draft. So, thumbs up all around.
Yeah, I feel like at some point, it is very difficult to go undefeated. We cannot understate that.
Yeah.
And I feel like often what happens is at some point they're like, well, we have so much room in the standings given how far ahead we are. Let's just try something. And this draft, in some ways, kind of feels like they're trying something.
Yeah, I really feel like it fell apart for Golden Guardians when they did the Senna Galio.
Yeah.
Senna Galio, to me, can work, but not if you need to be the DPS of the team. Like, if you need your sustained damage to come from bot lane, you can't do one of these farm share Senna lanes.
Yep.
And especially when the other team had already shown Yuumi, Dig needed to just go with something that can die. And Senna Galio was not that.
Nope.
And I think they paid the price.
Certainly did. It is a victory for Golden Guardians Academy here. So finally take down Dignitas. Dignitas still, again, very good.
Yeah,
but
they're still in first, so it's fine.
it is fine. But the draft, we kind of talked about it a lot throughout the game. Definitely cool to see what Dignitas did, but Golden Guardians took a very stable draft and just knew exactly what to do with it.
Yeah, we've had exciting drafts today, and I like the variety. I'm still learning more about how Yuumi is pushed and tested, confirming a lot of things, like amazing after level 9, weak before then. So if you're seeing it get to that point, you're going to be in trouble. You can see if the other team's going to have a passive bottom lane. Yuumi's a spectacular pick. But like looking at the bans this game, like Syndra, Elise, Set, Lucian, Soraka, Olaf, like those are all powerful picks too. It's just those are more solved. So that's why Yuumi's getting through at this point in the draft phase on 10-3. And it's fun to watch Academy kind of like figure this stuff out.
Yeah, again, Ornn also just when paired with these healers just feels so good. But we'll take a look at the first blood. It was late into this game, 18 minutes in.
Yeah, and the big thing to watch here is Acadian and Blaze Olive. Acadian is looking for like a QR to get an initiation kind of onto Gorka that can be layered with the Rumble ultimate, but he gets rooted into a miasma, into a stun, into dying. So he never gets to get that stuff off, and then Ole's kind of sitting around waiting to get a good Galio ultimate off. All the while, you have two really high damage champions into Cassio Aphelios, who's empowered by that Yuumi to just kind of destroy the fight.
Yeah, First Blood quickly became second and third blood there for the Golden Guardians Academy. Again, the First Blood was a team fight, not a gank, which is usually what you'd expect.
True, and that's where the game was kind of confirmed to me.
Yeah.
And we could see from the people watching as well, but they still had to execute after that. They had done so much good up until that point, just kind of farming it out because that's what they needed to do.
Yep, but the team fight and the second one they got basically ended the game. We'll have a look at the 3-kill fight around the Drake, and once again, Blaze Olive with this thing.
Oh man, like mid laners plus Yuumi is good. Like that's the extra power of Yuumi. It's not a good laning champion, but it's so good once you're grouped like this because the Blaze Olive just does so much healing and damage there. And then like you can see the initiation, but with no hard CC, all the Golden Guardians can just kind of kite out from the rest of this fight. And then Silent Spartan, just unstoppable.
Zooming in there. I mean, that was a really well-executed team fight by Golden Guardians. Like, there's one exit because Dig did the right thing. They tried to find, like, the triple pincer, basically, and then Golden Guardians just fended it off perfectly.
Yeah, good game. I mean, okay, so.
All right.
G2 0-2.
Yes.
Cloud9 1-0.
Yes.
Dig Academy 1-1. Is C9 going to be the undefeated team across Academy, LCS, and LEC? That'll be told... what, like 3 or 4 hours from now at the end of Monday Night League?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not too far away. We've got one more Academy match though coming up, chat. CLGA take on TLA right after this.
Surefire's back.
He is. He's back. He's trying to start it off. This fight's not going well. First blood finally 18 minutes in. And it's the Yuumi that picks it up with Lolo trying to wreak havoc there. Galio ulti out. Zion does find the knockup. Ole is dead. Does get the knockup, but only on the front line. Moonlight Vigil smashing Lolo. It's actually the Ornn Horn that takes the kill. The Blaze Olive able to take down Ole as well.
Nah, good shot.
Yo, kill this guy, kill this guy, kill this guy. They lost at the draft, you know, like...
Yeah, they actually completely lost in the draft, guys.
Yeah.
It's actually
nice,
humongous draft
boys.
cap. Good stress.
Welcome back for our final Academy game of the day, which pits CLG opposite Team Liquid Academy. It is a battle at the bottom once again from LCS to Academy, so let's see how it shakes out. As we begin looking at the starting lineup, selecting blue side, it is Counter Logic Gaming Academy. And they're all together once again, Jat. Finally.
Yep. They got everybody on stage.
Everybody's on stage. In the top lane, Deus. In the jungle for, I guess, mid laner Tuesday. Bot and support, Wind and Phil, and their coach, Exogen.
And on the red side against them is Team Liquid Academy. Jenkins is the top laner. Schernfire back in the jungle this week for the Academy team. Won his debut. You can see him standing up right now. Yasui in the mid lane. Tactical in bot with Cow. And also Yalt's their coach.
And it's the first week where, as we mentioned, both teams have their intended roster available. Schernfire is back on the Academy side for TLA, and Wind is finally back through his visa process.
Yeah.
Now on stage.
And I want to keep my eyes on Schernfire because he's a player who actually did have an opportunity to play some LCS, but it felt like he was put into less than ideal circumstances where it wasn't necessarily like he was trying up for the spot. Everyone knew he was just there until Broxah arrived. So I think at the start, he got a little bit of undue criticism. By the end, his teammates were actually letting him down in a lot of the games. So now, in a lower pressure environment in Academy, he can continue to develop his skills because it's not like this guy is new to competitive play.
No.
He's an amazing jungler in OS. So I want to see him get more acclimated to this environment in Academy and see him shine.
Yep, and on the other side, again, same story. Wind is back and playing. He was playing remotely for their first few games and then had to go back to Korea to finish getting his visa. Korean Challenger player now moving to the Pro League in North America for the first time ever.
BBQ Olivers, best of the best quality, not to be confused with Barbecue Olivers. That's very clear distinction. Their BBQ sauce is not barbecue sauce.
No,
it's just
best of the best quality.
Yes, it is their house sauce. Very clear if you ever go to Korea to try BBQ Olivers. It's a great fried chicken place. Anyway, I'm excited to see them all together again as well and see if they can help improve their record because like CLG LCS, CLG Academy has also been having a rough start.
Yep, but now that everyone is kind of back, this is maybe the point where your season turns around. I can only describe CLG in the LCS running into an extremely angry Team Liquid in their loss yesterday.
And I want to know if something's wrong with Schernfire's chair because why is he standing?
Maybe he'll just play stand.
Like,
Maybe
is
kind of
he
high.
just, I know you sit a lot like during the game. Okay, he's sitting down now.
Maybe he has extremely specific positioning that he needs to
That's
get
just
to.
like his warm up.
He's like
I'm gonna make sure my hamstrings are stretched.
doing chair setup. It's like a very specific angle his chair needs to be at.
He's back in.
He's back. He's sitting down. He's looking focused. I imagine we'll be moving towards Champ Select in just a moment. As we mentioned, these two teams at the bottom of the standings right now, but somebody got to win here. And that, again, could be the win that starts pushing you back up into the middle and top of the standings.
Yeah, it feels good to win. It's a very important part of progressing as a team. Like sometimes I think people have the wrong perception of like how you improve. I think you are not going to improve if you just lose every game because maybe in some other fields that can apply because you're learning something after every loss, but so much of winning in League of Legends is like taking an advantage and extending upon that advantage. So if you just never get advantages, you're never learning how to win.
Yep.
So this is really a good opportunity for both of these teams to play each other on stage because then they can start getting reps at winning.
Yeah, and again, for like in many sports, but certainly in this one as well, lots of young players. It doesn't matter how good your process is, how good your practice goes. When you don't win, every player says the same thing. It feels awful. I hate it. I just want to win. So the mental aspect of it as well, critical for making sure teams can stay healthy and focused as they build momentum throughout a season. So this is actually a very pivotal game, despite what the standings say.
Yeah. Are you the type of player that is willing to quit on a loss, or do you keep growing in solo queue?
I am willing to do it, but I feel like I almost never do it. It's one of those things I'm like, I tell myself, I'm like, it's fine. I can leave.
Yeah.
But I often do not do it.
There was a Reddit thread the other day where it said like Tyler One ends like 67% of his streams on a win or something, which like makes sense for him because the dude streams like every hour of every day, so he can literally just keep playing until he wins. I feel like that is a bad way to gain elo.
I agree. Yes.
I almost always end on a loss. Like, I think the best way to climb if you actually have the time, is to never end on a win. So actually only end on a loss. Because if you have a hot streak and everything's going well, you want to ride that as long as possible. And as soon as you have a loss, like that's when potential tilt could kick in. That's when you could start thinking, you know, like, oh, this play isn't going to work, or this game is over, and that's where you're going to start losing streaks. So I just prevent losing streaks from happening. If you lose 2 in a row, take a 20-minute break, and don't end on a win. That's actually...
So when I was like, I think 2 seasons ago, when I was like really grinding solo Q1, trying to get gold again because it's been so long, I did hit it, and a lot of it was just like being very selective on when I played games and being very strict about like playing more games. I almost never played another one if I just didn't feel good. And that's true, I think, in a lot of situations where you're just grinding to climb a ladder.
Yeah, like playing a game after a day of casting LCS, I lose all of them. But playing it early in the morning, like after going to the gym, high win rate.
Yep, for sure.
And that's kind of related to these academy teams getting stage reps.
Yes.
Because there is a big difference between playing a bunch of academy games in the same place that you practice every day and repping that. There is a difference into waking up at a specific time to hit your 3 o'clock start time, into eating and caffeining at the right time so you're feeling right when you go into the game, because that'll end up having a big influence on how you play, and that takes practice to get better at like having your body and mind peak at the right time.
Yep, for sure. So we'll see what happens in the drafts. Soraka, On, and Yuumi and Lucian all banned away. Actually, really like this. I like what this is doing to our game, because we've got a lot of good info today on 10-3. At least how in Academy the teams are maybe approaching things. We've seen a lot of successful Yuumi. We've seen On be quite good. We know Soraka is, can be a menace in the solo lanes. So now all of that is taken away, including Karthus as well, which is, I assume, something Churn had prepared.
Yeah, he's been playing it very well on stream and in solo queue as well. So it's like
the farming man.
It's a really good pick for him. He could still go Olaf, but Karthus is definitely a little bit more devastating if you know how to play him. Like, I know that Karthus would fit my style.
Yep.
But it is actually really hard to get your first clear down on Karthus. Like, it's this difficult PvE game to weave your autos and Qs and kite properly, because the difference between... we have a playtester here, Albert. It's like Riot HX4 Defender or whatever.
Yep.
He is really good at Karthus jungle clears. But he took like a bunch of master players when there were some Karthus nerfs back in the day, and like, just do a clear. Do a full clear on Karthus. The difference between like Albert doing a full clear and ending at 60% health and another Masters tier player dying.
Wow.
Like, there is so much that you need to do like a good full clear jungle Karthus, which is I think why you don't see widespread adoption right away from that pick, and also why you're seeing it banned.
Yep. I also kind of curious to see how this first phase rolls out, because they target banned Deus' GP as the final ban for TL, which did give Rumble over. They've taken Aphelios and Jarvan on the other side, so very solid champs for both Tactical and Schönfire, who has played LCS games on this pick as well. And then Rek'Sai, the pick up there for Fragus into the J4, with one more pick now for CLG, and Galio is hanging out today.
And then Senna bot lane. It's going to be against Aphelios. Oh no, Yumi's banned. Fine, it's safe. There we go.
We'll see.
Yes, I mean, it could be Galio mid, but that's probably Galio's support.
That's my best guess, given what we've seen so far.
Huh. That's so early, though. It's like... Now, could this be Rumble top Galio mid, and they're planning on flexing it? It just seems so early for a blind.
I think if you drop like this, you must be willing to flex these champions.
I mean, the other team has Jarvan, so maybe they were just trying to deny Galio Jarvan, or they're planning on Deus playing Camille. The Senna ban, actually.
I like that. They know.
I guess, I mean, this gives us more intel. That makes it seem like Galio Senna is also another one of those Senna lanes that people have been practicing.
We'll find out. See what the bans on the CLG side are. But things are shaking out pretty interestingly here in the old champ select. There's Aatrox banned away from Jenkins, so top laner off the table. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Like, do you need to ban Camille here if you think that's something that they might play? Is there another obvious engager that combos with Galio that we're missing? Is it just the center Galio lane that teams have maybe been playing?
Well, they're
MF
just
also
banning
the-
out other good ADCs.
Yeah, Wynn's played some MF
yeah.
already in Academy.
Yeah, and at that point, it's like you can do the Varus for lane dominance, but then you're really vulnerable, or you can do Ezreal, which is just going to lose priority. So, good bans in that sense, trying to secure a good bottom lane.
Which is a nice pinch. See what the final one is here for CLG. It is Set, who almost escaped the draft,
Yeah.
but is the 5th and final ban there for CLG. Can't let him out. Too powerful.
So, we'll see solo lanes here. Mord, probably top, but definitely mid a bowl. I think Mord just following around the Rumble can be smart, depending on how flexible their last pick is. All right, now we're going to see if what COG's plan is. Was that actually just a third pick blue side blind Galio with Nautilus and Leona up? Because that just is weird.
Yeah.
That is just weird.
Is Galio driving so strong that they just decided they had to take it away? There is the Ezreal
Yeah.
you predicted, but as you said, this feels like it sets up the 2v2 for Liquid so well.
Yeah, it does. And it lets Surenfire kind of run around a lot in the river.
I also like Mord against a lot of the healing that we've been seeing.
Yeah.
I think isolating the healer is nice. Obviously not relevant in this game because Soraka and Yumi were both banned. Last pick is Cassio, so that does
Yeah.
confirm Galio as the support here for Phil.
And Rumble going top, unless it's a Rumble support. It's not, but it has happened in a few places.
Since that support in Academy as well, so there's definitely been some wild ones. Feel like Team Liquid's final pick is here though. Zoe is open.
Yep.
Zoe is taken.
Yep, Zoe into Cassio, Rumble into Mord, most likely, unless this is the Dark Art of Cassio top, that would be exciting.
That would be.
Phase Rush Cassio top into Mordekaiser would actually be pretty sweet.
That would be sweet.
Mord would never be able to get in range,
I kind of appreciate.
and you might be able to win Death Realm fights. I think they're going to
Oh, I
buff
think you
this,
can.
but
But
that would be pretty
you
clever.
gotta have some fancy feet. If you get caught in by the hand, it's bad news. But if you can just keep Mord at Cassio length, you can just abuse Mordekaiser.
Okay.
And that is Cassio top for theirs.
Nice, nice. I'm glad every game, Pace Your Time, has given me like a cool thing in draft to look at. Like game 1, we had the Nocturne top in Aatrox. Game 2, we had just like the hilarious outscale and just tracking how well that would
But
go.
the Senegalio was still cool.
And Senegalio was like, I love talking about that. I want to see more. It got banned out this game. Even though it lost, like clearly there's something there that these teams recognize as being powerful.
And now Deus, he's it's funny. It's like to see him like enter this league and like build experience here in NA because again
Yeah.
he was also on that Korean Challenger team with Wind, the two players they brought over. But he like was on only when he's playing remote. And like he just
How he's
put it on to all the
Cassio.
time. And then
Right.
he's like, okay, give me GP. It's like he was a former GP1 trick, self-admitted. So he's like, okay, give me the comfort. They banned that away. He's like, you know what? We could do one better. Cassio top.
Yeah. And he actually is Conqueror Cass, which it's the main keystone for Cass now with the changes to Conqueror in Season 10. I was thinking it was going to be Phase Rush because it makes him less gankable, but the Conqueror will make him more likely to win fights in the Death Realm.
Well, getting a quick tour of
Camera work.
Summoner's Rift. It is beautiful camera.
Look at all the animals. These are so many Easter eggs.
So the duck is always there, right? I thought once upon a time getting the duck was RNG, but I
There-
think it's always there. But maybe there's a thing where the duck is there like a double duck? Is that RNG? Once upon a time,
Yeah. So there's something like I think over here on the actual map that is RNG. It's like the suicide frog. Like he just jumps off the map every once in a
yeah.
while. Some weird
I
stuff.
have to go digging into the depths of
Yeah.
YouTube. Someone's made a video about all this
Someone
stuff.
knows all of this stuff, and it is not us.
It's sadly
so if
not.
there's anything shoutcasters love doing more than speculating on things they aren't sure of.
It's a time-honored skill.
Yeah.
As team's just going to fan out here at level 1. Ooh, Ignite for Tuesday. Love to see that. Also, Halo Blades here for the Rek'Sai on Fragger. Certainly something we've
Yep.
seen before. Very aggressive around the top side for CLG.
Yep, age-old debate of Haloblade's Rek'Sai versus Conqueror Rek'Sai. Haloblade's better early, Conqueror better for like extended fights or like longer duels. But if you're just looking to assassinate someone, Haloblade's often better.
I'm a big fan of Haloblade's Echo, personally. Is it good? I don't know, but it's really fun.
Okay.
Because you just like, it's because
Yeah.
every Echo takes Face Rush because you want the speed, but if you slap them 3 times and get your passive
Or
proc.
like Electrocute or Dark Harvest, like jungle
Yeah.
echoes or Dark Harvest.
Oh, I was definitely mid laning with
Yeah.
this Haloblade's Echo.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Sure.
it was fun.
Sure.
Again, I don't know if it's good. I enjoyed it. Tuesday farming away here with the Harpoon. See if Yasui can get a lead. Humble's been kind of a pest in a lot of the mid lane matchups.
Yeah, they got early prio though. With Ezreal, like Ezreal's level 1 is just really strong. But I feel like Aphelios Nautilus will likely have prio in this lane. This is the lethal tempo Ezreal we talked about though, so it's a little bit weird to watch if there's like a mid-game fight. Ezreal actually just standing and autoing, because you can do that now. Like it's much better than it used to be in the right situation.
Certainly something Ezreal's always wanted though, was the ability to have all the things that make him good.
Yeah.
You know, being a mobile carry that can poke from far away, but also needing to like do the heavy lifting of I am one of the primary damage sources on this team.
Okay, this is a little odd. I would expect Fragus to be here to cover, but he's not.
He isn't. This is level 4, but the slap at the beginning, Shern immediately flashes in.
Yeah, now he wants to follow Flash with EQ.
Ooh, nice flash.
Patience, man. Patience of Deus. I don't know why Shern went for the EQ so early. Like, just wait another second and maybe you're going to be able to wait out. Like, that's why Shern flashed early, is because he wanted to auto for the slow, so after the flash, he could EQ.
Instead, just the trade, and Deus does get away, which seems like maybe he wasn't going to be able to earlier.
Is that lane frozen?
I don't know.
Yeah, that lane's frozen up top. So this is really bad for Deus, because he's not allowed to clear that wave, especially with where his Rek'Sai is, unless he takes a big ol' risk. So Shrinefire is going to stick around and probably try and get a return kill.
Yep. Big wave building in the bot lane here for TL. Obviously the opposite of the freeze you described, but looks like Wind and Phil is happy to poke away at the wave. And yeah, Jenkins is just... This is the stuff that top laners really hate.
Yeah. Oh, okay. The freeze is broken. I feel like Jenkins might have let it hit his turret. I have to go back and check. So, yeah, Deus is actually fine now.
Yeah.
You can just sit back and let it crash.
Maybe Shern's like, I'm not coming.
Yeah, Shern
Break it.
could have been. He's like, I gotta get back bot.
Yeah. He's back. Stopping, does have his red smite ready.
Oh, but now, as you can see, Deus can freeze on Jenkins.
Another instance where he feels the jungler should cover early flash.
Yeah.
Redemption down. Hello, Zoe. Gonna try and save the Mord. Fragus turns around, but they are still chasing. A few more. Busty is good, and that's Burst Blood.
The dangerous dance of top laners, bouncing waves back and forth as junglers have their clear timings. Kind of unexpected from Jenkins, I feel like, to have Fragus there. The whole thing felt weird to me, but getting the Dark Seal into the Corrupting Potion, not a bad first recall for Deus, and now that he's gotten a kill, he should be rolling.
Yep. Again, Jenkins just can't push it fast enough in that flash.
Yeah, flash the wall. Like, get towards your turret. The river will not save you. So I think poor flash by Jenkins there. I think he could have avoided that first blood.
Speedy Cassio able to catch up, hitting that last Q. And Deus does get the early lead. Now up 8 CS currently. And I'm curious to discover, you know, can Cassio really just dominate this lane 1v1, especially with the lead? You'd have to think so.
Yeah.
But we'll find out, especially as they both pick up their ultis. It's Deus with his now. Jenkins still gonna have to wait.
Yeah, these Mord tops just winning every matchup. Something's got to put a stop to it.
It's also interesting to see Mord. I feel like it hasn't really been around in the LCS, but in Academy it's actually been popped up quite often.
And in like in LCK, he's pretty frequent.
Yeah, certainly in other leagues it is a bit more popular.
Yeah, there's a lot of Mord set matchups. We did see that in LCS. We saw Impact win the Mord set. And against CLG. But yeah, I agree. It's a champ that I think I just expected to have higher priority. There's just so much you can do with him. He's super good weak side. He scales super well into the mid game. He forces QSS purchases on a lot of stuff. Once he's 6, it's really, really difficult to gank him. Like Fragus, I mean, because they have a Cassio top and a Warrior Halo Blades Rek'Sai, maybe either one of them could solo them. But there's been so many games where I feel like I can 1v1 him more and he ults me and just I get destroyed. Like he's just so powerful in the death room.
And we go to mid lane. Oh, and catch on the other side though. That's Cal roaming up to try and contribute to the play, but Phil able to kill him with the Ignite. Good catch there by CLG.
Yeah, just had invade pressure into the jungle, and you could see Nautilus was trying to cover mid, but just didn't have the whole team there, and now Shermfire's got to be real careful.
Yeah, can't really stick here. 2v3. Shern might just try and go steal his blue buff back. Tactical also up here as well.
Tuesday they should fight.
For a fight, equalizer down. See you later, Shermfire. Phil is burning down, and that is going to be a kill for Yasui, but not sure it's worth it. At least the trade there for Team Liquid.
Surprising 1-for-1, actually. They managed to get a lot of damage onto Phil. That just felt like one of those fights where there's like a level 6 Rek'Sai and a level 7 Rumble. You usually just want to back off, but Shermfire kind of stubbornly stood his ground. Let's watch again. Okay, Fragus wasn't 6 yet. And like it was just a 3v3 with the potential 4v3 if Ezreal comes in. But while engaging, Phil ends up just taking a bunch of damage from Sui.
Yeah, Yasui picked an Ignite up off the ground, and
Yeah.
that was enough to kill the level 4 Galio. Maybe it would have been level 5, but still not all that tanky from the support role. CLG though, still up 3-1 after
Yeah.
some good timing on their part. Yeah, still not out of reach. Almost 2k up, but TL looking to continue to stay active here. Cal has just like permanently left his lane. Gonna join Tactical now in the mid lane.
Yep. COG trying to prevent the 0-4 from this week between Academy and LCS. Be the shining light in week 4 for COG. It's a good start. Like, Deus is top lane Cassio. I love that they're testing this in Academy. I'm always kind of back and forth on whether or not I want Academy teams to push the meta or not. We'll get back to that because there might be a Rift fight.
Incoming gank. Oh goodness, good ult there.
They're in the death
They're
realm
in the
right
death
now.
realm, yeah. So Deus winning the fight right now, but not going to win the 1v2. Great flash once again by Deus. And here's Tuesday. That could be the turnaround. Jukes the hook as well. Deus just dancing around Team Liquid Academy. And that will be the kill over. Well deserved there by Cassio.
A little bit of a weird Rumble ult from Tuesday. It was a you shall not pass Rumble ultimate rather than one where you're trying to do damage, so it did secure a kill. But that Cassio pick working out real well. Jenkins rushing MR doesn't have any Leandry's component, so he's going to be really late on his power spike. And actually just losing the 1v1 to the Cassio even within the death room.
Talked about Sport Rumble. Tuesday at 0-2. Making your dreams a reality, Jet.
And they got Rift. So I think they finished Rift and they made their way up here. So ult comes in. You see this a lot with Mord. You ult while your jungler's approaching. So even though you're not going to win the 1v1, your jungler will be there afterwards. But just patience at a Deus every time Shermfire ganks. Wait until he sees the flag, flash in a different direction. And then the rest of COG was up because they were just hitting Rift Herald anyway and they already had a tempo advantage. So there you go.
And I forget if this change got made, but does Cassio no longer have a min-range requirement on her W?
Correct.
Ah,
Yeah.
that makes Mord's life a lot
You
harder.
can like point blank it.
Yeah, he kind of made a little circle right in front of him. and
Yeah.
Mordekaiser had nothing to do after ulting.
Yeah, it's pretty gross
Yeah.
when Cassio gets going, especially with Conqueror. So Deus might just carry this game.
I feel like that's one of Mord's things, is like he's very good at splitting lane and playing weak side.
Yeah.
But I feel like when Mord isn't like at the point he needs to be at for where the game is,
Yeah.
it's really tough to do anything. Because suddenly, if you don't have a plethora of good ult targets, you just ult someone and like you're buying time and you're going to die.
Yeah. So one thing I like about Mord, we might not get a chance to see it in this game, is like,
Oh my goodness.
you're right, where this stuff can happen to him and he gets real sad. But like he can still ult Rumble at the start of a fight, right? And be like, oh yeah, no equalizer for you. Or if there is a Leon in the game, be like, nope, no engage. And then he'll still like win a 1v1 with the support, you know, almost no matter what happens. So you can find ways to be effective. It's just going to be way harder
kind of hoping for a Galio ult cancel. Oh, speaking
Well-
of, into the death realm goes Phil.
See, there's the support. I think it's still bad though. It might be deader.
Jenkins get jumped on. He's dead.
Oh boy. Yeah, as you see, Monday Night League coming up right after this. That graphic was just here. FlyQuest versus 100 Thieves. C9 versus EG after that.
If Cloud9 can continue their undefeated reign.
Yeah, I said on an episode of my podcast JLXP this week that they had a 25% chance of ending the split undefeated.
Yep.
That's too high.
Yes.
I should not have said 25%.
But
I mean, it could happen. Once Fnatic went 18-0, it's possible.
it is possible.
TSM has gone 17-1. Immortals has gone 17-1. It's a fun conversation. I think I just got like too excited.
Yep. And then Niko from the lovely USAT team did lots of math for you.
Yeah.
Great read, by the way. If you want to hop over on his Twitter,
Yeah.
check it out.
That'll be her. Yeah, his name is Ika. E-I-K-E. He just.
Yes.
Did I mess that up?
I don't know. Now I'm getting confused because
Yeah.
the Immortals mid laner is also named.
I did respond.
I believe it is EIK.
Yeah, I did respond to him. So if you just go to my tweets and replies on my Twitter.
There you go. Chat's got a podcast. Go follow his Twitter. He's got an Instagram. Get in
Pastry
there.
Time has an
This
Instagram
is
as
true.
well as a Twitter as well.
There you go. You can follow
The
all
real
of things.
Pastry Time, right?
That is me. That is
Yeah.
yes.
Who is the Pastry Time? Just some random.
Yeah, I think it's like unsurprisingly, it's like some like bakery account.
Okay.
It's got like
That's-
breads and stuff.
You
on
can't really blame them. It's not like
Exactly.
they're squatting.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's relevant. It makes sense. All right, blue buff for Yasui. Also did see the dive there from onto Jenkins. As I said, despite death realm, not much he can do 1v3 with no completed item.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Deus. He's totally carrying. But
Yep.
back to undefeated Cloud9. It's like G2 lost theirs, Dig lost theirs
Mm-hmm.
today. It's even if you say like they win 80% of their games, that means the chance of them winning all of them is like super low. And 80% is almost an unrealistically high win rate with the way
Yes.
League of Legends works. So Cloud9 has been way above everyone else in level. Like in scrims, on stage, like everyone just keeps repeating it. You can watch them and they're so crisp and so clean. But at the same time, it does just take like, oh yeah, this draft didn't work out, or this pick surprised us, or this dive was bad. And the undefeated streak can end.
We certainly didn't think Dig were going to lose today in Academy.
Right?
And they did.
Pretty badly. Congrats to Golden Guardians Academy.
Absolutely. And I guess in that case, if 25% to go undefeated the whole split is very clearly too high, what are the chances of Cloud9 being undefeated after today?
Oh, against EG,
I guess I'm asking you what's the chance they beat EG?
87%.
That's quite high.
Yeah. I should just make an Excel doc and give like a game percentage for each one. Like if I was actually trying to
Yeah.
map that what percentage was, I just do a win rate for each game and then like what's their chance of a undefeated season. I like doing this. I didn't do this last year because I was on game design, but before like LCS playoffs, I will basically build a playoff bracket and then I will ask you to say, what's the percent chance that this team beats this team and this team beats this team? And then that'll generate title odds. So it's
Yeah.
like, what ended up happening back then is like, this is when Clutch was in the playoffs. This was the 2018 spring split. Everyone like, they knew they were there and you kind of had to respect that they could win. But if everyone gave them like a 20% chance to win every matchup, it turns out their title odds are like astronomically low.
Yes.
Right? So that was a long tangent. Monday Night League coming up after this.
Still coming up after this game. Pretty sure we'll start at 5 p.m. And again, watching Cloud9 to see if they can stay undefeated at least for this week, though Rift Herald has begun for CLG. I don't know if you feel like face-checking the Casio Rumble.
Definitely not.
Gonna guess no. So that should be Herald over to CLG.
They just have so much damage.
Yep. You know, double AP has been a thing in League for a long time.
Yeah. As long as they don't have like an Elise jungle, and there's not a great tank on the side of TL. If this game got super late and Schernfire was like a Cinder Hulk Jarvan with a stone plate, he's not. He's
not.
He's Warrior Jarvan going into Cleaver.
Which I appreciate.
Yeah, so no one will be able to tank this damage from COD because they have enough physical damage from the Ezreal Rex side that they can burst you if you do stack MR, but then they just have so much sustained physical damage that you're dead.
It is one of those funny things where like the only tank in the meta is so good that
Yeah.
you have to respect what he can do. but the texture of games is so different when Ornn isn't available, and because he's
Yeah.
kind of the only option for tanks,
Yeah.
this kind of comp becomes a lot more powerful.
Yeah, I think that the Stoneplate supports are some of the tankiest supports we've kind of like ever seen.
Yes.
So they're usually enough for teams to feel comfortable as being that the only tank in the composition. But yeah, I agree with you. And also, like, Cassio is exactly the type of tank shredder you would want. So if we were going back to last game where we had the Senna Galio bot lane and no tank shred throughout the comp, they just Rumble Aatrox. Like, if they somehow fit in Rumble Cassio, the problems of that team comp go away. Just turned out the Golden Guardians had the Cassio and they were using it to shred like Katie and Sejuani. But that's in the past.
It is. This time it's Zeus continuing to shred mostly objectives at this point. 5-1 up for CLG. They're up 4,000 gold actually as they claim their second Drake of the game. It is Ocean. Ooh, it is Ocean again. Again, considered by many to be one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful. Seems like a great time for your Ezreal. Great time for your Zoe.
Oh, it's so good for long-range poke champions because you kick on the healing when you like damage something. So, Ezreal is incredible with Ocean.
And CLG on track to grab it. But still plenty of League to be played until then. I'm curious to see what TL can do to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, well, they're trying to dive Rumble and hope that Mordekaiser doesn't die. We managed to avoid death, but
I feel like that was more CLG's choice to let him live and just take the free, like the obvious play.
yeah, the more time they spend diving, the higher chance that TL can get this turret. So they're just like, yeah, we'll take it.
Yeah, Tuesday has ult too, so going to ult the wave when the next one rolls around, he can. Doesn't need it for this one, and TL not sticking around too long. Got to hit the minions with the drill. Rumble with the self-silence, but TL are already out of there.
Better to be unsafe than sorry in that case, where he saves his ultimate and now he has it for later.
Self-platitude of the day. And Yusui also, good farm. First item is there. Will be relevant in this game, so he can certainly turn things around for you in the mid-game, especially once you start playing around the objectives. It's just that CLG aren't really letting TL do anything other than farm under their towers.
Yeah. And trying to piece together how they win a fight. They gotta kill Cassio.
And that,
But Leandri's Rumble is also really strong. So it's gonna be a struggle.
I think Shern's going to have to find quite the angle with the old Cassio.
Yeah.
I mean,
And then not get Miasma, because that'll stop him
Yep.
from being able
and
to.
Cow has to get in range somehow. I mean, Yusui with a bubble potentially could be something if Cassio plays silly places around objectives.
Yeah.
But again, Wind is also like not an irrelevant threat. Tuesday, as you mentioned on the Rumble, also good. And Fragus is, I kind of love this. Oh,
Okay.
never mind, he's in there. I was about to compliment the restraint he's exercised, but actually, this is still fine. Gonna get bubbled though. Maybe it's not fine anymore.
He might be dead.
He is dead indeed. It's shut down there for Yusui. And here's Shern, they're getting in there.
I did not go over that as a way TL could get back in the game. Just hope that Fragus blind ults a Zoe between two turrets.
With the thumbs up. I like the part where...
TL's been waiting for it.
Yeah, I like the part where Fragus is like threatening the dive, so they
Yeah.
have space to knock down the tower. I also, like you, did not expect the follow-up to be mash the ult button and get in there. So TL now with the space they did not expect to have. CLG gonna have to wait for their jungler to respawn, but he is back now as it's still somewhat early into the game. And the Drake is still a minute 45 away, so they didn't give that up either.
About 7 minutes off of Ocean Soul.
Minor
Probably what they're going for. I mean, they have so much damage between Cassio and Rumble that they're probably fine. But this is what TL's kind of hoping for. Just get some levels. Oh man, Nautilus is level 7. That's nuts. The supports are such low level this game.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen them everywhere but their lane.
Yeah,
Just there's so much roaming.
21 minutes in.
That might be some sort of record.
Yeah, jeez. If he is involved in a fight where a soul laner dies, he's gonna get like a full level of pressure.
Stopwatch too, yeah. Oh, Shern's actually almost gonna get killed 1v1. She's just going for it. Ooh! Around the output we went. He did get the
Leandris!
kill. Jenkins does put him in the death zone, but not early enough. And now CLG leap onto Baron.
Here we go.
Though. Fragus also, oh my goodness, unbelievably low. Tactical for the Infernum Moonlight Vigil's Redemption. Barely misses that kill. Or is that CLG's Redemption? Can't quite tell.
It looked like a Zoe redemption.
Yes, that
Because
was
there
my
are no
assumption.
redemption items.
Well,
Yeah.
I like the snipe attempt from
did it.
Misui. Didn't
All
happen.
right, well, the game's interesting now. Because Tuesday just, he might not have Rumble ult for Ocean Drake fight. And, all right, there's a Hurricane on the Aphelios as well. Ooh, if they can get this pick.
Good ult there. Fragus going to be forced
The ult didn't go
away.
off. The sound effect started playing, but if the cast time, if you lose vision as Nautilus before your R cast time completes, the ult actually doesn't go off, so it still has that cooldown.
All right, interesting. TL now. Feeling like pretty advantage around this Drake. Tuesday, though, does have his ulti back, so if he can make it here in time, which he's not going to, they could have maybe forced the fight. Instead, they'll plow through mid and decide that they'll take this trade here. One Drake for this tower. At this stage, feels pretty good for CLG. Do need to get it, though.
Yeah. TL's in it. They held off Soul Point. They do have to worry greatly about Cassio Baron, for sure, since that Ocean Drake lost the mid priority, which means CLG can get control of the river, but the fact that it's only 3K now gives them a little bit of hope. They need time for a tactical to get his Infinity Edge.
Team feeling tenable, but caught in the front side is Fragus once again. And that combo will not be survived. Phil charges in, but I think just to his Doomstone, though, dead to win.
I mean, another 1-for-1. It looked like it was going to be way worse. But, geez, that was a play where, like, is Chio winning? Like, so much of that seemed like it was going well.
Yeah.
But, yeah, the equalizer just totally turned it around.
So not Fragus previously, it was Tuesday. Man, it deceived me. So now the Baron is back on the table as far as threats go.
Cassio.
The Warrior Black Cleaver Rek'Sai is not particularly tanky, but the Baron is very fast.
They're out of wards. They can't check.
Oh, just gotta go there, burn it down! Cassio Baron, good enough. CLG claim it, and TL like, oh goodness. Now
Yeah.
what do we do? Oh, great bubble.
They didn't have time to reset after that mid-fight. That was actually a really good call by CLG to just go.
TL do what they can, which is counter push mid and try and get an objective trade, but as we've said, even if it's a trade, not all trades are created equal. And this Baron will have lasting effects for the next 3 minutes.
Yep. Watching the fight one more time. So Tuesday's just trying to push out mid. He doesn't expect this type of aggression, gets CC change, but does get his equalizer down, and then the Galio CC comes through that they can trade the kill back on a Surenfire. And that's the window that they took Baron with.
So, good call by CLG. I'll get this mid out of turret very easily with the Baron up minions. No need to even really hit it. And again, the two kind of big AP threats are here. They are still deathless in this game. The tower does fall. Tuesday, ulti back and ready once more. It's going to be tough for TL to clear these minions. And obviously, team fighting is kind of off the table in a straight up 5v5.
Yeah.
Poking though.
Poke and picks. That's what they're going for.
Same says Wind. Just throws the ulti in to get a bit of vision and try and poke some down. Surenfire is getting clobbered by Ezreal.
Speaking of poke,
Good QSS by Wind.
yeah.
Doesn't want
SS down, but yeah. Definitely worth using it, otherwise the push is over.
Yep, bad time to go to sleep. And even if Jenkins could find that to throw onto Ezreal and get Wind down, doesn't even feel that Wind is the biggest threat. Certainly Deus is more threatening than him now, I guess.
Yep.
Tuesday might still even be more threatening than the Ezreal at this current juncture.
Right.
So certainly enough threats for CLG to not feel deterred here. Good equalizer just throwing them off the tower, and Phil's going to get pulled in, but CLG will claim yet another with the Baron buff.
All right, all others down. They extend their gold lead. Decent Baron power play they've just been able to pull off.
1,000 up to CLG. Want some money to go and spend. Thousands of gold. Deus has already gone back, got a Banshee's Veil now. Again, play for the next Drake. It is not Soul Point, as you mentioned, as TL did manage to grab one, but CLG still want to take this, make sure they have the 3 and can just continue to threaten.
Yeah, if TL wins this, it's going to be one of those Aphelios games. Just an Aphelios hyper carry type thing. He scales so well with 3 and 4 items. That's where I notice actually most of his power come through, is just like his potential once he has Hurricane IE. Still very immobile though, so it's like, doesn't actually have great peel on his team, doesn't have the Braum or the Tahm Kench to keep him super safe. It's likely he just gets a Rumble ult clicked on him and then dies. But if he gets the right situation, there's always a chance he can carry.
Also quite a way away from the IE at this point. Does have
Yeah.
those 2 components, but he's only got 200 gold in the bank at the moment.
I mean, they probably have time to get there because they don't have to contest this next ocean. Also, not having to contest the next ocean and feeling compelled to contest the next ocean are different things.
Yes. I feel like the discipline play would be to just
They
give
should
it over.
Give it up. Yeah. I actually think they should be sending Jenkins top and just be giving this up, but they're going for something.
Shorenfire didn't build Royal Black Cleaver to not fight Jat.
I mean, you're right.
So TL gonna shut
Got a
down.
stopwatch too.
I mean, Yusui's
I mean, if
not
they can
more
get this
powerful.
much mid priority,
Yeah, that's true.
this is a great way. Like, they're not actually contesting the Drake. If they can get a... Okay, I did not expect them to get a mid-tier 2 for the Ocean.
Gonna be close. They're not gonna get it though. Good ult there from Tuesday to prevent that from falling, and they will get the Ocean. TL falling back up towards the top half of the map now. And see that control board. EQ's on top of it.
Okay. That means they can catch you now.
Ooh, the double recall cancel.
And they're pushing...
Cal forced to cancel
Oh,
as well.
TL's
They're
got
gonna fight. Goodness gracious, Tuesday! Not dead yet, but it's only a matter of time. See you later, Yasui.
It's still a recall game, potentially, because Cassio could push. No, they're not really synced up. Cassio could have kept pressuring mid. But Deus instead is just taking balls.
He's gotta keep
Keep
farming.
that farm.
4 stacks to the Dark Seal, almost level 16. And gonna move down to where there's more farm, which was not mid lane, despite the tower being an attractive option. It is the bottom wave here. So TL, interesting trade, almost get the mid tier 2, but they get a pick at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Keeping the gold respectable.
Yeah, it's okay. Yasui also has that close to one-shot potential. Rumble will have to be the target, though. I don't see him being able to get wind. Watch this one more time, though. Phil's like, I wonder where they are. Oh, hello. And then he bails on Tuesday, as to be expected.
Only the 1 kill given over, though. No Baron for the taking. So, again, as far as losses CLG could take, that is one of the more minor ones. We'll see. Yeah, it shakes out around the next objective. Baron not up for a little bit. Oh, 20 seconds, though. Excuse me.
Infinity Edge.
Oh, it's up? All right.
Death Cap soon. Blade of
Cap.
the Rune King soon.
Death Cap not
And
this Baron fight.
Void soon. Void soon for Deus will be big.
Well, how far is he away? All right, they both don't have that much gold.
Yeah.
So AP on either side is going to have to wait if they want to contest for this Baron. As we've already seen demonstrated, CLG's Baron is blisteringly fast, despite not having much of a tank. Not needed, as they're trying to sneak in here.
Yeah, they can two-man this pretty quick.
Yeah, Speedtrain doesn't see them there. Good sneakiness there from CLG. Fracus again, he's racing against the clock for his health not to run out. Oh, goodness.
The wall.
Phil is going to be exploded. Pascal able to get that one. A good equalizer again for Tuesday, burning Cal low, but he's forced to flash over the wall.
And Baron? Yep,
There we
it
go.
is. I was like, it's about this log for the Cassio to finish it.
Nice 2-man there from CLG. So Phil sacrificing himself and his summoners for the good of the cause. But TL will have some momentum here.
Yeah, they gotta try. They would like to try and make a play, but they have to be very careful not to overextend, because one more death and it's like inhibitor down because of where Baron is, but still winnable.
Absolutely.
Even if it's a big lead for COG. One off of Ocean Soul, that'll probably do it if they can't get this Drake in 2 minutes.
Filippo racing for that next item completion on either side. For Yasui, I think it is the death cap. that
Got
he's
it.
Getting. Oh, it did get it. So now it's now finished. He'll have it for the Ocean Soul fight, and Deus also getting to that void. He can farm up enough in the next minute and a half.
Yeah, so big thing here to look at is flash down on Tuesday and then stopwatch up on Jarvan and a bunch of items for Aphelios. So if there is a way that TL win, it's killing Tuesday really quickly, and then hoping Tactical can carry from the outside, because that's the one flash time they have to work around. It's going to be tough.
Yep. Poke and picks, as you mentioned, and still the Baron for CLG, so they can very easily just walk these waves mid, take control of the map, and set themselves up for the Soul. There will be no vision that CL can have around this Drake pit. They have two blue trinkets, sorry, but Freeze is currently on cooldown. So they're going to have to walk in blind. Oh, on hook now!
Mort's not
the target!
here.
Stasis does get activated. Here comes the Galio, though, to try and defend it off, but the taunt is good after he rushes in, but Cow does finally fall to Tuesday. Churnfire getting low, and will fall. The Tactical did at least get wind on the other side. Deathrealm also in the middle of the fight onto Fragus, I believe. That's Jenkins fighting the Rek'Sai. If he can try and trade for the jungle, it's not bad, but out of the Deathrealm they pop, and CLG will take yet another kill. Jenkins gonna get out of there. Not gonna burn down this time, but that's all the control CLG needed.
And now they have the jungler up for this Ocean Soul. Pastry time. Flash was down. Churnfire saw the play. Did not see his top laner, wasn't top lane. Jenkins needed to be there at the start of that fight, I think, for him to have a chance.
And it was not. As a result, the Drake will be killed on spawn for CLG, and that will
try.
be the Soul over.
It could
Oh, Yasui has a
be
smite!
3-3. Oh, he does!
He stole one! Oh, I got it!
Yasui has smite! No way Fragus considered that Zoe could burst it from 1500. Are you kidding me?
All right, the game's gonna continue. I mean, it was anyway, but now...
I mean, Ocean Soul would have, I think it would have been close to GG. But now it's
okay,
definitely, now they're definitely still in it, because, oh man, the smite, what a hero play.
Spellbooks and Zoe, it's the thing I always check for when the jungler's dead.
So smart to pick it up from the previous fight.
All right.
Oh man,
Yasui's
that's a tilter for
He's-
Fragus.
Absolutely.
That is so tilting.
All right, Yasui's keeping the team in the game, keeping the mental strong, and degrading the mental on the opposite side. CLG cranky after that situation, so have to be careful. Good equalizer, slowing down 3, but
Oh, they're tilted,
for a
man.
catch.
That was not a good equalizer. That was frustration press right there.
Hoping somebody dies.
Yeah. Oh man. Tactical can get up to Bloodthirster soon, which if he has that, he can lifesteal through like a Rumble Alt poke. Oh boy.
Might be fighting for the soul here. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Baron up in 2 minutes, or just about. They're pushing what he can. He's actually also close to the death cap. He's about 1,000 gold away. It does have to farm up a decent amount. And Yasui, 1,000 gold in the bank.
Yeah. The Zoe smite had to happen against COG.
Yeah.
Like it just, oh my goodness, it's so tragic.
But Shone dove in. He knew Yasui had his back.
Yeah, he's like, oh yeah, well, he had a chilling smite. Wait a minute. So that wasn't even from the
no.
fight. That was just a random minion spawn chilling smite. Otherwise, it would have been a challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So assuming that
That was a minion drop.
the color is correct on Spectator, which we are going to assume it is.
Yeah.
That is correct. That came out of a
Oh
balloon.
man, come on. Okay, this is fun.
It's the kind of thing where I understand why people strongly dislike Zoe.
Or
I'm not one of those people.
or lover, because that's variance. Pastry time.
Yeah.
That is a new experience that we just had, thanks to Zoe.
All right. Well, Baron is up. We're up to 55, 2 minutes and 30 seconds for another go at the Ocean Soul for CLG. But if nothing else, certainly how they feel has changed here as Wind is going to get out of Churnfire's engagement. Deus is going to be the target. Cassio is a great pick if they can get her. The Death Dome will hold her up long enough. And Deus is going to flash, but he will die.
Nice pick. While COG is like prepping a top wave. 35 minutes.
Oof! Yasui!
Winnable. This is definitely winnable for CL.
Knifing the Ezreal's health almost all the way down. Baron is up
Yeah.
soon.
Deus is dead for another 20 seconds, and I think TL is just going to force it. This is one of those things where you're willing to just say, we're doing it, come fight us, it'll be a 50-50. This could also be the end of the game.
Did they find Fragus?
If Equalizer Galio just destroys them, they'd also just lose here. But this is what they're going for.
Yep. Oh, they've got the Calibra as well for Tactical. I'm sorry, the Chakram for Tactical.
Yeah, but he's not stacking chakrams because he's almost out of ammo there. This is the swap.
Decent equalizer to trying to keep them off. Trendfire's a little low. Jenkins is trying to kill the jungler. Ulti goes out, but that's going to be a kill. Now TL have eyes on the Baron with no smite contest. And you see we got another smite.
2 smites. Okay, that one dropped from Frag.
Yes.
That I'm sure of, and you can see the colors right. So, this more kills, more gold.
They'll reset instead, deciding that that's enough.
Yeah. Bloodthirster on Aphelios.
It's happening.
We're seeing the comeback. Monday Night Academy Showcase.
It was tough. We didn't know exactly what to expect from this game,
No?
but it's been quite the ride so far. This game is also getting long, so really draining to play this kind of game. Again, you mentioned CLG, like, that play has to tilt you.
Yes. I need to check Gathering Storms. Now that we're
All right.
Okay. Aphelios has Gathering Storms.
Oh, we got another pick. Yasui unstoppable. A well-deserved title as Win. Also going to burn down the ultis, but it's not enough as the challenging smite from Shern picks up Win on the other side of the screen. That's also a kill for Jenkins as he takes down Phil, and Team Liquid may just end the game right here.
Yeah. Deus and Fragus are going to try and clear these minions, but they got a cannon.
Hook to the Banshees.
Yeah.
Good aim there from Cal.
It is tricky to push through a miasma because one more of those and the minions are dead. So, all right, I think they're going to go 30 seconds on 2 carries.
They're going to try.
Yeah.
Without Baron, can Team Liquid Academy win the game? The minion wave is dead. Thank you, Miasma.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought would happen.
Oh, they ping the Ocean Soul.
Yeah, you got to go here first. You got to stop the Ocean Soul from going to CLG first before you go for Baron. That's a situation where TL actually could have just won the fight, done Ocean Soul, done Baron, and then win. But they thought they could win quick, and they underestimated the Cassio wave clear. Now
Ooh.
they're going to take Ocean Soul, but there's a good chance they lose Baron.
But they've seen this TP, and TL are on this, have some on this side of the map.
Deus kills us so fast.
Yeah. Big burning. Now they know Yasui's seen them.
Go find a
Big
smite.
paddle star, drowsy Cassio. And then the hook as well. Doesn't line it up though, Cow. I think
Why
he
are
has to
they
sacrifice
fighting?
himself. Jenkins in there. Ulti out from the Cassio. Cow is dead. Wing gonna get the kill. Tactical now kiting out of the way. Drowsy again onto Phil. Jenkins still fighting Deus. Can he kill the Cassio? He can. Jenkins on a rampage. Death Thrum coming up clutch. Here's Yasui again as Win finds a 600 gold shutdown.
Okay, so they stopped it, but 2 people died, and now Tactical is pushing mid with this 4-item Aphelios. Elizero, can they interrupt his recall?
Oh, Gun. I think he found the answer. Dunks him.
Tactical's just gonna win. It's over. Yasui's gonna stop the recalls.
Gonna do
I
what he
think-
can.
I think Aphelios just ends.
He's in there. Again, Win gonna go back. 1 tower left. Nexus gonna be open soon.
Ezreal's close.
I think Yasui canceled it.
Ezreal's back.
No, he's back.
Okay.
Tuesday back as well. Moonlight Vigil out.
try and just kill them all.
He's got 4 items. He's very
And a
strong.
Bloodthirster.
On to Tuesday he goes, kiting back. My goodness, that damage. Tuesday with a shutdown of his own.
Oh man, they're going for it. I can't fault them there. So close to being able to stop the recalls, but when you sell out like that, like those were suicide recall stops by Fire. So when it doesn't work like that, that's 3rd Baron of the game going to CLG.
Well, they kept the soul off the table. Shern did
They
get
did.
that Ocean Drake before that madness erupted. But this is Baron to CLG. Still have to break one of these inhibitor towers. It is TL that will have the super minions helping them out in mid lane. And CLG's Nexus is open. There
What a
are
game.
no deep wards in
Yeah,
the base.
no deep wards, no teleports.
Also no TP.
Yeah. Can Zoe still get TP
She
this
cannot.
late in the game?
You cannot.
Okay, just at all.
Yes.
I thought it might have only been in the early game today.
Cannot get it.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, Jenkins, you can see with the Abyssal Mask and the tankier Mordekaiser still powering up. That's why, like, he gets slammed, and even by the end of the game, he can still take down Cassio. Death Cap will be big for Deus. Hex Drinker is actually really big for Tactical, since he does enough damage already. Okay, 2 minutes and 30 seconds until this.
We're at it again!
7th Drake pastry.
The old 5 Oceans. Woo, I like a good 7 Drake game. I mean, the odds that TL will win this game by, if they can complete this comeback and take the win, will be pretty
Yeah.
spectacular.
The odds are way better now than they were 20 minutes ago.
This is accurate.
Yeah, for sure. Even if the gold is still 4,000. they're strong. They powered up. Like Mord can win 1v1s. Aphelios is big. Yasui has been a superstar this game.
You can see the teams know that, like, there's not much left in this game. Yasui just
Yeah.
popped the blue elixir. Items are being completed whenever they can.
I mean, if either team wins a 5v5 team fight in the mid lane, it's over.
Yes.
Because the death timers are long enough and people are strong enough, they can just end it. The next, the person who gets Ocean Soul probably just wins straight up, unless they're immediately aced in the process of taking it, and the other team pushes. Like, especially with how much poke both these teams have. Ezreal on one side, Zoe on the other. So, yeah, they're basically just prepping for 42 minutes, and neither team wants to mess up before that, because we're in for a showdown in 1 minute 20 seconds.
Tactical also just took the blue buff after pushing top lane. And he has no TP.
Okay.
So he's going to rejoin his team. And still has time before the Drake spawns, but trying to eke out every edge they can get. Tia will have mid priority a minute out of the Drake.
Yasui has 2 ignites for this next fight, unless the fake ignite expires. That's pretty big.
Tia going to move in, clear what vision they can. Churnfire is just sweeping through this jungle. Control ward is there. Yasui will spot it. And Churn going to collapse these Rek'Sai tunnels as well. They're like blocking CLG out of this pit. 40 seconds till that Soul Drake spawns. And this time, it's the Soul Drake for both teams.
Yeah. Oh, man. Do you remember the last fight where Jenkins wasn't there?
I do.
And TL engaged? Does it feel like that might happen again?
Little bit. Jenkins is trying to create pressure. TL this time playing much more respectfully, but CLG are just going to run it down mid.
What's funny is, yeah, okay, it's maybe not that funny, because CLG has mid-prio, but they have an open nexus,
Yes.
so they're not going to win this race. That's why they're all recalling.
Yasui cancelling recalls as well. Tactical's also roamed down here with Shern and Cal. So now maybe
Yeah.
TL can cut some people off here. They're
No
going
one's with
Cal,
you!
missed the flash hook. They're just
no!
going to slap him down. That looks to be a dead support despite the stone plate. Nothing he can do to live. Barely Wind able to get the last 2 shots, but the jungler has been found. Fragus looking to be exploded, but he's got ult. He pops at GA there as well. No, doesn't have it. I missaw it. Yasui now dominating as the fight in favor of GLA. It's just going. Deus still trying to fight him. Moonlight Vigil finds Tuesday. Wind low, not going to burn down. QSS is off the ignite, I believe.
Oh, such an interesting call here where they have an opportunity to 4v3 and try and win or secure.
Oh,
It's a split call.
Protobound Jenkins.
It's a split call. Shern is taking the Drake while the rest of the team pushes.
They're going to get it. Ocean Soul going to be over. That means they don't have to stop this push here. 40 seconds till Tuesday is up. 20 on Fragus.
All right, now they're all going to be full health. Maybe that wasn't a split call, because this is good for them. They just got to be patient.
So we're going to get mana back as well. Next is open. It's going to be a 3v3, 3v4 defense. They go in. Deus with a massive ult. They got him! Tactical! Jenkins down as well. That's the turnaround this time in favor of CLG.
Well, TL has the soul. So I actually think that makes them the favorites in this game. They have switched from underdogs to favorites after all this happened.
Still down in gold, by the way. Still haven't got a Baron, by the way.
Yeah.
But 2 inhibs, open Nexus.
Man, they are really scrambling right now. Like, even the start of that fight where Nautilus just saw the fight. And he's like, we can fight, we can fight. But his whole team was like 20 yards behind him. So he died instantly. But then Tactical was so well positioned on Aphelios that he could totally destroy the fight. The Ocean Soul is going to be massive though, if they can get to these next death times.
Oh, it's spooky. Yasui felt it as well. Flashes out of there. 10 seconds till Tactical and Jenkins are up. So CLG able to counter push mid lane and take an inhib.
So if Yasui and Churnfire interrupt recalls, Jenkins can
ends the game.
TP into base and try and end the game. They've already tried one of those plays and it didn't work. So they're probably just going to go take Baron in 30 seconds. Okay.
CLG
But the option
stayed,
is
though.
the option is there. CLG, you can't stay.
Oh, Sean. Yes, there's no way you think they're still here. Has to get out, gets taunted by the Galio. Equalizer's really nice to cut off the escape route, but Sean is going to die to Fragus. CLG, now they're the ones going to try and find this final fight. But Tactical's still in position. Yasui over the top, and Jenkins able to take down Fragus. They're just fighting for it. They're going in. Yasui tries to snap Wind, but he can't find him. The angle not there over the wall, but the trade still in favor of Team Liquid, and there's
Yeah,
the TP.
there it is. But that's He's going to go for it.
Counter TP by CLG. It's Deus roaming in. No, it's Wind. They take it
Doesn't
back.
kill it that fast because he doesn't have that much AP.
Wind in there. Arcane shifts forward. Onto Jenkins he goes. And Jenkins is forced out here. Now Tuesday can maybe be picked off. Deus did complete the recall as well. So they're going in for the Baron. I guess that's up now.
Yeah, I mean, they're still messing around with Rumble up top. It looks like Tuesday got away.
Snuck out somehow. Not much health left.
Okay, just take. I think they can just take the back. Surefire's not dead.
Oh! So we can't get TP. Look at that.
Yeah, he can get it because he picked up someone else's TP. I don't think he get off minions.
Yes, that's
I think
correct.
that's the case.
All right, it does get it. Also, I think you can't get it early game, as you mentioned.
Yeah, yeah.
So he can't go back to lane, but can use it here to reset himself. Jenkins also escaped through the blast gun over the wall, so TLA, if they win this game, will have at least gotten Baron once.
Yep, that's the 4th Baron of the game.
4 Barons, 7 Drakes,
3 to
17
COG.
towers.
Yeah, 3 to COG, 1 to TL, 4 Drakes to TL, 1 Soul to TL, 3 to COG.
You know, the 47.5-minute game we expected.
Yeah, 35 kills overall. 2.5 minutes away from that 50-minute Gathering Storm spike for Tactical.
Ooh.
It's actually, Gathering Storm gets pretty absurd around 50 and 60 minutes. Yeah, 530 AD with his Elixir of Wrath and his Gathering Storm on the Aphelios.
And despite all of the carnage that has happened throughout this game, Yasui is the only person without a death this game.
He's been really good.
He has played really well this game.
This has not been a supreme display of macro,
No.
but Yasui has been played really well.
He has, and I think that was not the case in
Yeah.
the early games this season. And Yasui was a player that I personally had my eye on from his performance last year. He was part of the Echofox Academy, and he was the single best player on that team by the end of it, playing Kai'Sa and just kind of desperately trying to carry games as hard as he could. And it's not been the same this split, but this game is, again, maybe the inflection point for him and the rest of TLA to kind of pick their season back up.
Alright, so they still have Baron. They're going to try and get this 3rd hit because there's waves of supers from both sides. I wonder if Jenkins just ults someone and tries to soul them. He's got his Nashor's Tooth now, so he's really good at dueling.
I want him to get close enough. Wait, can you hit the Nexus in the Death Gnome?
You can't.
You can't?
You can't.
Oh, you can? Okay,
Yeah.
now I want to. That's the play I want to see.
Yeah.
He needs a Lift Bane and an Ash Suit, which I think you said he does already have.
Yeah.
All right, I'm down. Just Zerg the Nexus, hold somebody, and start slapping it, Jenkins.
Yeah, alt Wind as the least CC, but as we saw, like, he actually doesn't kill it that fast, so he needs help.
He'll finish it off then.
Yeah, he
It's-
could. If it's low enough, he can do it.
It's the front door.
Yeah.
You open up the door to the other dimension, hit down the Nexus. He actually is going to get the in here. Forces Wind's QSS as well, but did not ult him. So now Wind, into the Death Realm he goes. Jenkins is going to force him out of there. Tactical took out Bragas as well. Cow is low, but CLG now have to defend the incoming TL. Hooking in onto Phil. Deus trying to carry the fight once again. Shermfire diving in, but he can't get anything done. Shermfire into the GA, but Tactical now the one returning fire. Shown back alive with the GA. It's 4v3 for Team Liquid.
And the Ocean Drake should heal them up to full.
The Nexus is open. Yasui still deathless. Found a flash on the floor. The carries just need to stay alive, but Deus, he can still force them away here. TL have to be kind of careful.
Yeah,
The minions are
hit
finishing
it.
it up, and that's it! Nexus dead! Team Liquid Academy just pushed themselves onto the enemy Nexus, and just over 50 minutes, they'll
What a-
claim
Oh, man.
victory over CLG Academy.
What a comeback for TL Academy. You gotta just stay in it and trust your Zoe can deny the Ocean Soul. That's just never give up hope.
Exactly the game plan I drew up.
Yeah, a lot of smiles walking away from this one with a victory. 50-minute Felios Gathering Storm power spike as well, right before he hit the
Yep.
Nexus. One-shot it with his red gun. And, oh man, what a disappointing loss for CLG Academy.
Yeah.
Look, really like the Cassio pick into Mordekaiser. Thought that was well executed. They did a lot of early stuff with Rumble, but then just let the game get away from them a little bit, right? Like the 3rd Drake of the game, giving that away because of bad recall timings. Then the stolen Drake, right? Just multiple different little things that blocked CLG from winning this one.
Yeah, it felt like Bragas kind of looked like he had control of the early game, you know, got some of those kills, was kind of controlling the early stages of the game and giving CLG some of their early game lead. And then we just saw that the ultimate mid lane onto the Zoe. He takes the death. Seems like he's doing the right thing by zoning them off, and then just kind of randomly dies. And from that point, it just felt like it only went downhill for Fracus, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. That game, Patriot Time, like I'm warmed up. I'm ready for Monday Night.
There you go.
Sure, but
Rip the DPM stats, by the way.
Yeah, I know, right? Looking at the draft in this game, right? Like first pick Rumble, Aphelios denied. The Galio was a little bit weird, but it ended up like kind of working. Like Ezreal Galio seemed like a pretty serviceable lane. Star for me was the Cassio pick, and then who ended up would be like the MVP of the game was definitely Yasui's on Zoe, which is that last.
Nice to see him have a really good game for once. I don't know what else to say about the draft, to be honest.
From the looks of it, if we have post-game breakdown, that means we have a graphic which shows damage, which I'd love to see.
I would love to see.
I might have just baited a bunch of people. Apologies to production.
No, it's here!
There it is. Okay, so.
Oh my god!
Okay, 40K from Aphelios. Okay.
That's a lot.
42K from Ezreal. He always does a bunch of damage. It's the goal graph that really stands out.
Less than I thought from Cassio, to be honest. But I guess Deus just couldn't. There was like a mid-game lull in air quotes in like the 35, 40-minute mark. Where
he probably had like 10 or 20K or 10 or 15K by 20 minutes, and then Mord built an adaptive helm when they like stopped fighting.
Yeah.
That's kind of what his damage to Baron was probably higher than his damage to champions.
Phil also put in work there.
Yeah.
From the support position. I guess Galio does quite a bit more damage than Nautilus.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can see, oh man.
50
Did TL end that game without a gold lead?
Eventually, yeah, they were down 600 gold by the end.
Ooh. Well, just one again. Deus certainly had some highlights this game.
This is the return gank. Bad flash by Jenkins, but this is what got Deus going early. It made it seem like it was going to be just a CLG win. Nice patience to just make sure they could give the kill to Cassio since they can snowball it. Carry on with this, right? Just more and more like this is where they're trying to say, okay, we're going to all allow the jungler to approach. But he just destroys him in the death realm.
And again, Shen.
Watch this flash as well.
Can't line it up. Really nice flash diagonally away. And here's Tuesday. You shall not go away. Deus says, thank you, I'll take more kills. And also the rest of CLG.
Yep. Highlight of the game, though. Well, this was the...
Yeah, this is Deus trying to keep the game alive for CLG. Great Cassio ult into the miasma. Forces TL away.
Yeah, they had the Dragon Soul at that point.
They did. He thought the game was over.
I feel like someone hopefully clipped that
oh, it's coming.
Ocean Seal
It's
and
coming.
they put it online. I'm going to go back and watch it later.
I want to see
Chilling
how he got the smite.
Oh, my goodness.
That's all I'm watching for.
Yeah, so this is the fight that basically it felt like the game would be over afterwards, I believe. There were just so many fights. They're all like mixing into each other. But okay, so Zoe's still alive.
Has no summoners.
Yeah, no stolen summoners. Jenkins can't kill Fracus, so they're like, all right, we still got our jungler alive. Like, this will be fine. He flashed and lived, so he was able to base and then run up. Yeah, this is just the replay of what happened in the game. So they're just waiting.
Yep.
And then he's got the Chilling Spine now, so he must have grabbed without that last minion wave.
I didn't see the balloon, but yeah.
They technically saw him on a ward. And watch this. 1,700 to 0.
So much damage. I mean, I don't think he had Death Cap at that point, but like still Zoe does a lot of damage. And
That's unfair, man. Like, Zoe's smite does more than your smite. Her spells do more than your spells. Sad.
It's sad.
Tilter.
It's certainly a tilt as you see MVP for that game, stealing that one away. Let's take one more look though at the Academy standings. Dignitas is still in first, but it's undefeated no longer after being taken down by Golden Guardians today. Immortals Academy is trying to close the gap though between first and second as they sit there at 6-2. TSM Golden Guardians and Cloud9 Academy are all tied now for fourth place at 4-4. How funny with their win today though. Team Liquid now tied for 7th with CLG alone in 10th.
Such a tough game for CLG to lose, but progress, right? Deus playing on Cassiopeia, things to build towards for CLG.
Certainly bright spots there. Academy matches though return on Friday with Academy Rush, where FlyQuest will face off against Golden Guardians, and then Immortals facing off against Dignitas and Cloud9 versus CLG to close out that Friday. Certainly the stakes of IMT Dig much more interesting. Now, Monday Night League, that was coming up after the break over on the LCS Twitch channel, followed by the Bud Light League Lounge. So do not miss that. Now, for myself, the casters, and the entire Academy crew, thanks for watching. And we'll see you on the LCS channel for Monday Night League.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath brown waves. A beat reaching out to keep you safe.
They give him so much respect. Jensen's going in. Oh, he actually gets in. Medios with the smite down on Elder.
Smite picked up there by Smite. Scare doesn't even need the Smite. And the fight is on. Gallium over the top. Oh my gosh, just kidding. Takes one down. Blocks the shot. Sonic is amazing.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Monday Night Lily.
Made it.
Oh, yeah, so that's the important part, right? We got the tweet out and everything. But welcome, everyone. We have 2 more matches to get through before we finish off week number 4 of the LCS. And my trusted steeds by my side, Prolly, Mark Z. How accomplished are you feeling that you got that tweet out? Is that the best thing of your day?
I think I got it out. I pressed and just threw my phone away. I hope it's out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're on the Wi-Fi, right?
Yeah. I think I got it. So I feel pretty accomplished. I feel good.
You did the one thing you needed to do today?
Yeah. I had 30 minutes, a couple hours to get it done. I got it done.
I mean, you're welcome to stay there if you want.
You think I'm done for the day? I can just head out? You guys two-man it? Okay.
I have Prolly here. I don't need you, Mark.
Okay.
Anyway, one thing that we do need to make sure that we do, though, is go ahead and take a look at the standings and how everything has been shaking out with that so far. Because Cloud9 still stands strong at 7-0 at the top and CLG 1-7, but the middle kind of a cluster of something.
Yeah, Cloud9, where we expect Cloud9 to be. I think Team Liquid's still in a spot where we're confused that they're there.
Yeah, I mean, a ton of teams are only 1 game apart, and depending on how it goes from here, EEG could easily join that 4-4 grouping. Immortals as well. FlyQuest, if they drop a game as well, could end up in there. So, such a big clump in the middle that it's really hard to tell who's actually playing well, because one game they'll look fantastic, and the next they're dropping plays all over the place.
Yeah, and we just hit a new patch too, so I think teams, their ability to be kind of like succinct in how they're playing is going to be switched up a bit. So I'm kind of curious how it's going to be in the next couple weeks. I think we'll finally see the break apart. But yeah, this little glomming, I'm just waiting for it to spread.
And with all of that being considered, we'll see how things can change after our games today, because FlyQuest will be facing off against 100 Thieves in Game 1. And then Evil Geniuses have the tall task of taking down Cloud9. So make sure you tune in at the end of the day as well for our Bud Light League Lounge, where Raven Ovally will be welcoming some Thieves themselves. Twitch.tv/Bud Light is where you can catch Papa Smithy, Nadeshot, and Medios and Cody Sun, all to wrap up the week. That is, I must say, a very interesting cast that I'm very much looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, they'll be special on the lounge for sure.
It's star-studded. I wonder who's going to get the most camera time. I bet it's Nadeshot.
Yeah, he spent more time on his hair, so.
Yeah.
He gets more time.
All the more reason for you all to make sure that you tune in to that show afterwards. But this weekend, we've gotten our first look at patch 10.3, and I want some answers, because the question that is plaguing my mind and the minds of many is, Yuumi back?
Yes, Yuumi is back, sadly. The changes on 10.3, while not massive, I think we were kind of already seeing people experimenting with her, and this was enough to get her in. Small change to her E, base heal nerf, slight ratio increase. Her Q got a current health ratio added on with a small nerf to the base damage there as well. So it's a little bit better at poking full health targets late game, and especially tanks and things like that. It was enough for people to want to start trying her out, and sadly, she won both games. So that means we're probably going to see some more of the cat.
Yeah, I'm kind of in a mixed boat, because before, when she was played, it was because she was like really dominant in lane. Obviously, her scaling was good. And that's what made it frustrating to watch, because her laning patterns weren't that exciting. She's just going to go hop into you and fight. But now, she's much more important for like the team fights and how you play out the game. When you like sit mid and you guys are just exchanging blows, like Yuumi's going to be able to heal up, she's going to be able to assist poke, and we saw that clip. She's just sitting on top of Syndra, like helping land the skill shots. So I really like Yuumi for the ability she gives teams to team fight and to disengage. And I'm kind of excited that she's very punishable in the laning phase right now. You can kill her, dive her. She's very vulnerable, so I like the give and take with the champion right now.
In the 2 games that we saw her yesterday, she was paired into different comps. Marksy, what are your thoughts on the way that ended up going down, whether it be the Yuumi with the Ornn and also into the Braum?
I think the Braum is the curious thing for me, because one team first picked Yuumi and then the other team picks Braum in response. The other one was someone picks Braum and then they pick Yuumi. So someone's making the wrong decision there, and I'm pretty sure it's the person picking Braum into Yuumi.
I mean, I think the Braum pick is special, in that game.
Special.
Yes, I do think since Yumi's new, I think people aren't completely sure what they're picking into it. So I think that's what you're kind of saying. You're like not understanding the picks because no strategy has worked against Yumi. I think it's won both games,
Yeah.
right? So I think people aren't like.
But in different
beat it.
ways.
Right, and I think you can,
Yeah.
like Probably was saying, it has a weak laning phase now. So if you take something like Thresh that can fight a lot, or Leona, or Nautilus, some of these things that can force fights onto it, you'll have a lot better time, especially if you start doing multi-man dives. She is so vulnerable under turret. She's so squishy. You kill the first target, pops off. I mean, that's when you can really start abusing it.
Well, I mean, you don't even dive her. You dive the
Her
80
friend,
carry.
yeah,
You're like,
yeah.
oh, we can't kill the support. I guess we'll just kill the 180 carry we want to kill. So yeah, for dives, she's very easy to focus and kill down.
Yumi's the kind of one that needs a pal, but there's one champ in particular that has been all fine and dandy on her own in the top lane, and that's Soraka, another big pop-up of 10.3.
Yep.
Even before 10.3.
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
just an
She
abomination.
didn't get hit enough with the nerf bat. Hopefully we see some more rounds soon.
Yeah.
She's really strong for a similar reason. Laning phase not super dominant. It is strong.
It's frustrating.
It's frustrating
Sure.
to play against.
Yeah,
It feels
throw bananas at you.
you feel like you can't do anything. You're just
Yeah.
eating bananas all laning phase. And then
But
out
your
of laning
potassium's
phase.
high.
Yeah.
A lot of yellow. In laning phase, it's not that bad. Out of laning phase, she heals a lot. And what they have in common, Yumi and Soraka, is when you get into these situations where there's a lot of posturing around neutral objectives, which are very powerful right now, sieging, fighting for lane priority in mid lane, all of those will benefit the team with healing because you trade damage, I heal back up, you don't. And now I'm in a better position. That's why it feels so strong.
Yeah, and I think the part of Soraka that makes it really hard to play against as well is like you need a one and done team fight where you just blow all your ults, kill them, and it's over. Because yeah, if you start a fight and you can't complete the fight, get kills, you just do some chunking. Yeah, like you said, Soraka's gonna heal up your buddies. So it's really weird where when you're playing against it, you don't get to pick whatever you want. You can't just pick something to stomp lane. Like you have to have a whole composition that can actually defeat it.
Yeah. It's the Jigglypuff of Melee, if anyone, or of League, if anyone watches Melee. Probably not,
Wave
so
dash?
let's move on to not that, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, you got the wave dash,
Yeah.
and it was pretty close.
That's something.
we'll go into the next thing. I just want to get one thought, though, first on the fact that how much of the prevalence of these sustain type champions do you think is a system or a symptom, rather, of the meta and the fact that items like Morellonomicon aren't doing so hot right now and trying to find ways to itemize against it?
Well, yeah, that item got nerfed pretty hard a while ago because it became just such a cookie cutter build where it's like it gives you health, AP, and then damage, like penetration. So I'm
Yeah.
just gonna build it on everything.
Yeah.
And then the Grievous Wounds is like you didn't even know it existed.
That's not why you built
Yeah,
it
it
before.
just existed on the item, so you just used it. But yeah, I think right now team fighting being such an important thing, that's where like the healing really gets abused. Is like, yeah, if you can flash out of a fight and just reset it and heal up, it's just really hard to deal with.
I mean, that's an important thing too, where a lot of the times the healing comes after the Grievous Wounds falls off anyways,
Yeah.
because those usually don't stay on for like 30 seconds. It's, a very short window, so it's in combat, you must kill them while the Grievous Wounds is on and you're cutting the healing. If you fail, which is kind of the problem already, then they still just get topped up after it falls off. So Grievous Wounds is not necessarily the answer as much as clean execution is and then building the right item.
Yeah. And honestly, like you want your 80 carry to build execution, right? Like Morello's is like really like 2.9k gold. It's kind of like deep in there.
It's hard to want to commit to.
Yeah, you don't want to commit to that, but you want your 80 carry to build executioners, right? Convincing an 80 carry to build an item that's not efficient when their role is like such an efficient, like 2 item spike, 3 item spike, and be like, hey, delay that for like 4 minutes and build this utility item for us. Every 80 carry is gonna be like, nah, I need the damage.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to actually get the items in your team comp.
Speaking of the 80 carry position, with Senna, somebody that has undergone some changes during this recent patch to align her more within that support role, do you feel that it's opened up other opportunities within the bot lane picks?
Senna's dead. Dignitas
Yeah.
Academy lost with Senna. That's
Well,
how.
they played it like support style Senna, I will say that.
That's true, but Phoenix was still on it.
Yeah, their AD was still playing it.
Yeah. So there you go. Don't pick it for your AD.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. But yeah, she had such a dominating laning phase. She really turned bot lane into like if you can play or if you lose against Senna too hard, you can't play the champion. So now that Senna's out, it allows a lot more champions to kind of be played because yeah, the MF and the Xayah and the Philios, they aren't like really oppressive in lane like Senna was. So now you're seeing a lot more picks like the Ezreal's coming back, and then we're seeing more MF, more Xayah.
Yeah, Varus. Everyone's trying to find their third choice right now after you start getting pushed down a little bit. And Ezreal is definitely one of the ones that people are looking towards, especially now that lethal tempo is the tech choice without having Kleptomancy, which is what was so powerful that you didn't even look at other runes before. Now that is what has emerged because he also received an attack speed buff.
Yeah, I really like this kind of change in how Ezreal's playstyle was, because before you took a keystone and it basically just generated you a whole bunch of gold, so you hit your power spikes really quickly, and then you kind of fought in mid game. But now he has like a real keystone where it's actually like empowering him. So usually you'd pick Scion or like Ornn, something top that had so much HP, Ezreal couldn't like poke through it. But now with Ezreal Lethal Tempo, like he actually can deal damage to a tank. He builds Bork, and now he gets insane attack speed. You'll see the Trinity Force come in. So his damage went up, and it's kind of a different playstyle. We've never seen Ezreal played like this.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Ezreal as a pick is somebody that a lot of players seem to have a lot of comfort with, but being that this is a slightly different style than in the past, how do you think it's going to capitalize upon the fact that so many seem to like to gravitate towards this champ whenever he is an optional pick?
I think we probably won't see it yet, but because everyone's gonna play Ezreal like the old style, where I'm gonna like poke and I'm gonna kite and then not get in your face. But I think once players get more used to it, you're gonna see a lot more like Ezreal Ian into a situation where you're like, whoa, this is too aggressive, and then they actually kill the person.
Right, there are Ezreals who do play that way. Like Ruler is someone who is super aggressive. He has a Tahm Kench behind him, and he eases forward and like baits all these cooldowns. Like he's someone who's going to use lethal tempo really, really well. And I think the people who are the more sit back and like you're saying, Archer kind of just poke away, that will be a worse play style. But it's not so different that like you're now bad if you pick it and you play that way.
Yeah, you just might not hard carry anymore.
No, yeah. Probably not.
As far as the tempo of the overall game on the Rift, a lot of it is subject to the way that the jungle is going. And with the changes to jungle XP, this has really prompted a discussion around whether scaling junglers will come back compared to some of the others.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting discussion that I'm not sure exactly where I land on quite yet. Early in the season, when people are not very coordinated as a team, scaling is just always better, game times are high. You can win this way, and Lee and Elise are more punishable. If you mess up a gank, like you saw what happened to Broxy, you can get taken out of the game against a Sejuani. What happens, though, is that doesn't necessarily mean it's better, it's just maybe more reliable while people are still having their early season struggles. And so the question you ask is, are we hungry for wins now or not? And I think that really defines your playstyle. We're talking about all these teams clumped together. You might need some wins immediately, and you don't have time to learn the Lee Sin and Elise, because you just got to make playoffs and you need to pick up wins where you can. I can understand leaning more towards scaling there.
Yeah, and I think the probably better teams that are better on execution will remain in this like Lee Sin, Rek'Sai, Elise kind of pool. And I think the teams that are like kind of struggling, they don't have their identity yet, they're not sure how to play macro properly. I think, yeah, the scaling picks are starting to be more like normal, I guess, to pick, because they'll really help your team like close out. You can punish mistakes that you normally wouldn't be able to with other junglers. But I am expecting, if this happens, and we're gonna see these like, yeah, Gragas, I mean, we've seen Gragas, but you know, Gragas says like more of the lower tempo junglers come out. I think we're gonna see more fun ones, like the Karthus coming out again, like it's been in EU.
I don't know.
Because now, like, if someone's gonna play this Sejuani, like, I can get away with Karthus and you're not gonna punish me anymore.
Yeah.
And then I'm just gonna, you know, drop Skittles everywhere.
Yeah. I didn't know that's the cast animation.
That's the cast animation, and there's the Skittles everywhere.
I think it's really interesting just because when the game slows down, Karthus becomes disgusting with the power farming clear, and then team fight potential later. And there are people who have shown it before, like we're saying last time that we saw with Santorin.
Santorin.
Playing today.
Playing today, yeah.
Yeah, so I think there is actually a pretty high potential. Maybe not necessarily today, but at some point people will start breaking that Karthus out.
Maybe, maybe not. As far as what we have coming up, we are going to talk about Game 2 a bit, because we have Evil Geniuses that are looking to take down Cloud9, still haven't dropped a game yet, and you've got Blabber facing off against your Honda MVP of last time around. He's very familiar with Svenskeren. So this matchup in particular is one that we are really going to have to look out for. But as far as what the mid laner has to say, Nisqy, he says that this isn't quite a mismatch between the two.
I think after last year, I feel like me and Svenskeren were actually really good during the summer split. So this year I really wanted to make sure that Blabber kinda, I won't say was as good as Svenskeren, but even better, because Blabber's early game is actually really insane, and if I can control him, or if the team can control him in mid game, then he's just, yeah, one of the best junglers for sure.
One thing that I love about that, and I know that we were actually mentioning before, is the fact that there seems to be a lot of confidence from Nisqy and his team, but it isn't without constructive criticism, or at least a vision for the future.
Yeah, I really like he kind of highlights what we're gonna see out of Blabber in the future. Is like he recognizes early game's insane, and maybe he goes crazy in the mid game. We haven't seen that yet, but I really like it that it's kind of like acknowledged, and that's something that they're probably working towards fixing, so he's a much more solid player.
Right, and it's really stark contrast to Svenskeren when we saw them alternating games last year. Blabber lost some games in the mid game that they had leads, and Svenskeren made a lot of comebacks happen for his team, and I think that's why, especially, Niski talking about, like, you're so used to having that kind of fallback. We're like, yeah, Sven will find us good engages. You don't have that anymore, but they don't need it. Like, they're crushing in the early game. Svenskeren definitely having a bit tougher of a time this split, but you can just see such a long history in the LCS. You know that he's going to bounce back as long as EG and the rest of the team help him out.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about a player being like complete, you see like 270 games in NA and you're like, he's complete now. Like he's a solid player. He knows what he wants to do in like most situations, most metas. And that's, I think, where Blabber's hopefully going to get by the end of this spring split. I think he'll be there where you can say like, he's complete now.
A concise sample pool for Blabber compared to the more elongated one of Svenskeren. But the question that many are asking is whether C9 can finish the first round robin as 9-0.
Yep. I said it before, I'll say it again, 100% chance they face EG and CLG for the last 2 games. Both W's, then the Mortals and FlyQuest. They have a relatively easy stretch of schedule coming up. I've now caster cursed it, but otherwise...
you just did everything wrong.
I don't care. I'm not on the team.
For saying all of this.
And I don't own their stock, so go ahead.
Oh yeah, actually I do own their stock. So I hope it continues the 9-0. They're doing great for me in my portfolio, so I would really appreciate that.
And I mean, this is really a good time for them to start experimenting, which is where the losses can start coming in. But they are so far ahead, you do kind of want to see them branch out as much as like Lee Sin, Elise. Great for Blabber. If they ever did want to try a Karthus, these are some of the weeks where it might be good to try.
Is that what they're gonna go for? I mean,
I hope
they're either gonna go for the 18-0 and go for what they know right now, or yeah, like you said, they're gonna be like, all right, we're gonna try the Karthus. We're gonna try like different kind of play styles, but hopefully they save that for later when I sell their stock.
Yeah.
There's only 2 more teams that have the opportunity to try to dethrone Cloud9 within their first round of these matches. And yesterday's Evil Genius victory was a much needed win, but it's not exactly making you say, oh, this will be the team to end it.
Yeah, I think Evil Geniuses in their game yesterday against Immortals had a gigantic early game lead. They stopped Immortals, invade, and they got 2 kills on LeBlanc, which is like, oh, that's insane.
Yeah.
That champion, any assassin with 2 kills early game, like really warps the map. So the fact that they got that and they couldn't close out.
What'd they do with it?
They flashed under turret and died.
Nice.
So that's not the correct play, by the way. You're supposed to, gather your lead and then go dive by. Like just keep the kills coming. So the fact that it wasn't a very clean win makes me a little bit nervous because they will not get a 2-0 lead against Cloud9. So without that and without being clean against a weaker team, how is it going to be against Cloud9?
Well, cleanliness is the name of the game for our next subject because MasterCard is giving away a trip to the spring finals. There are 2 ways to win. You can either purchase RP using your MasterCard or save that card in the League client. Both of these ways will automatically enter you to win the whole shebang. But get that set up during the break, and we'll catch you here for more Monday Night League. Welcome back to Monday Night League. Ahead of the conclusion of the week, I want to jump back into our MasterCard Player of the Week. Do you think it's going to be a bit of a closer vote this time around?
I do think so, just because so many of the candidates rely on what happened tonight. There's a number of people that had really great first games, but we still need to see them play. C9, FlyQuest, EG, a bunch of those people are up, I think, for this potential award this week.
Yeah, so I'm kind of excited what's going to happen. I am predicting a lot of Cloud9 members because for some reason they're not losing, so it's hard not to think that they're just amazing.
Then let's get into those Cloud9 members. First up on the block, it's going to be Nisqy, because he even said in his interview that he believes he is the top mid laner currently within the LCS.
I mean, yeah.
You got it.
I got it.
You got
He
it.
is the most selfless mid laner I think I've seen in the league. His CSD, if you look at it, it's not that impressive, but he is all over the map. He's pressuring every lane. He's getting kills for them. He is so proactive that he enables the rest of the team to have those insane numbers. Like, Licorice's CSD is like 17. And it's not just because Licorice is, pub stomping kids in top lane. It's because the rest of the team plays so well.
Yeah, and his mid laner is everywhere. And the problem with Nisqy is like, you'll see players try to emulate this style where they're moving around a lot or they're like sacrificing their lane, and then they get back to their lane and they get just destroyed. They can't hold up 1v1 because they lost a wave, lost CS, whatever. Nisqy's leaving and then coming back, and he's just fine. He's not getting dominated. Sure, the other mid laner will have a CS lead on him, but it's not like he's never in an unrecoverable position in his lane, but he makes other lanes like impossible to play. Like, I don't want to play bot against that guy. He's gonna mess with my CS numbers.
Not me.
I was actually listening back to some of the in-game comms that Cloud9 specifically was releasing with their content too, and he's very active during it, has a lot to offer within the role. So if we're going to shift over to Sven, who is also up for MasterCard Player of the Week once again, what do you think he has to offer, considering he has kind of a different tone when it comes to the actual gameplay?
I mean, I don't know what this guy doesn't have to offer. He's insane, hasn't died yet. This was the most important thing you always hear AD players talk about. You are the DPS, you can't die. He's only died once all split long, so he's obviously doing that job well. He's still playing aggressive, which I think is really important, keeping his DPM up. He is the beneficiary of a lot of the rest of the team helping him out, but he is showing that he is worth the investment.
Yeah, he's what you want out of an AD carry. I think a lot of people try to be like these like flashy players or like lane dominant or anything like that. Like, he doesn't take too many resources, and he does his role really well. He's like always there, always doing damage. And for some reason in his last match, he just put like stealth on himself and was able to walk through team fights and no one noticed he's hitting everyone. So he has some kind of special ability he's been pulling out really well this split.
Our next player is coming out of stealth and into the spotlight. I think for the first time we're discussing them as a MasterCard potential player, and that's Ignar.
He's had a number of good weeks. We saw his Blitzcrank, his Leona. Everyone kind of is starting to acknowledge him as the leader in a lot of ways of the FlyQuest roster. It seems like he is what they key off of.
100% kill participation.
Yuumi,
that sounds like
he had the Yuumi pick against that long game against TSM. He had a lot of really nice heals to keep people alive, speeding up PoE so he could actually make plays. And so Ignar is someone to keep our eye on. He does have to have a big influence in this game, I think, to be able to snag one of these MasterCard Player of the Weeks.
Yeah, I'm going to be really focused on him this game. I think I like that he played the Yuumi because he's usually known as this, like, I'm going to be in your face. I'm going to, talk about the Blitzcrank and the Leona. That's, like, more of his style. So for him to pick Yuumi because it just came into the meta kind of means a lot. I know Yuumi hasn't engaged, but it's very not, you're not a person. You're
not frontline.
Yeah, you're not frontline. You're a little cat on somebody.
You're an accessory.
Yeah, so you're pushing people forward to do stuff. So I really like that change because I think that's pretty hard for players to do. So I think he has a lot of talent. I'm kind of excited to see how he plays.
The first three players we still have to see within a game. Our next two, we have already seen the entirety of their week. The first one being FBI.
I mean, FBI did a really great job of making Aphelios look super broken. And I think that was one of the special champions we're not sure of how strong it is, but when FBI was playing it, he was crushing.
Yeah, I think as well as his Kai'Sa game was really impressive how aggressive he was being, and we want to see more of that out of him.
What about his teammate Golden Glue, also a nominee this time around?
I think Golden Glue's been solid.
Ringing endorsement.
I'm going to be saying I think FBI has been much more like pivotal in their wins. I think Golden Glue's been performing pretty well, but to me he hasn't stood out as like the guy that's making them win.
His Cassiopeia game I thought was really good. It wasn't standout. He did have a couple nice plays, but the Diana game, despite the scoreline not being good, I thought I saw more impressive plays out of in some regards where he was willing to go in and kind of sacrifice himself to set his teammates up. It's just hard to want to give him the award over the guy who then got the cleanup kill on Aphelios.
The guy who pressed Q or the guy who pressed ER?
Ooh, tough choice.
Two buttons to one.
Well, all the nominees are spread out on the table. Do you agree or disagree with us? Make sure you let us know who your Week 4 MasterCard Player of the Week is by tweeting to @MasterCardNexus with who you think deserves the award. But I think it's time to go ahead and talk about our next matchup, because for this, someone in the story meeting said something about the playoff bar and this being kind of for it, but it seems a little muddy now. Mark, I think you had
Yeah, I don't think it's a playoff bar. I think it's a playoff soup. You have the Cloud9 who's not in the soup, CLG who you made sure not to put in the soup, and then everyone else is in this soup of trying to get to the top, trying to make the playoffs.
Wait, if CLG is the ingredient you don't want to put in the soup, what is the top ingredient to not add?
You don't put
actual soup.
filet mignon in a soup.
Wait, that actually
That's
sounds
what
pretty
C9
good,
is. No.
Oh, that's what
You
C9
serve it on
is.
its own.
Oh, okay.
That's
so
what I'm saying.
C9 is
C9 is
okay.
too good to put in the
Alright.
soup. Everything else, you don't know if you like it or not. You put it in a soup, you can't taste anything. That's how NA kind of is right now, where all these teams are battling to stand out. Team Liquid we know is supposed to be great. They're struggling.
Get it, Liquid?
Yeah, haha. FlyQuest, who a lot of people
Brawl.
didn't have expectations of. Immortals, not that many expectations. They're two of the best looking teams we have right now. And so there is a lot going on, and it's hard to pick out who is really the ones contributing and who's being the best team.
So who's the crouton? That's what you take out of the soup first?
It wasn't that deep of an analogy. Don't
What?
push me.
Who's the noodle?
I saw
Who's
you
the
write
carrot?
this down, yeah.
Mark,
Just-
I need answers.
It was a really quick thing.
Come on.
It was a,
All right, should I save him? Should I
Yeah,
save him?
help him out.
Yeah.
All right,
help me
I'll
out.
save him. So my question then, redirecting a bit to what is ahead. FlyQuest getting a win over TSM. Why was that important to their matches?
Ooh, that TSM is one of the teams that we were hyping up, and they're pretty much on the top of the standings right now. So being able to beat them now means that's one of your opponents where if you get into a tiebreak situation for playoffs, they can actually break that. Or even if it's going into top 4,
Right.
They can start breaking it. So winning against TSM was really important, and today's win is against another playoff team. So both these games this weekend for FlyQuest are really important for them.
But yesterday we ended up seeing some struggles from Viper during his game. So as far as how he stacks up against Someday, who's been on a pretty decent streak. We touched on this a little bit earlier, but why is this matchup important?
I mean, Someday is kind of the guy for 100 Thieves, and when he's playing well, they win. When he gets shut down, like what happened in the Immortals game where he got chain ganged, they lose. And so there are other things that matter, but Someday is kind of the one that they key off of. Viper is super hit or miss, and when he's on, he looks so good. And I think if he is not ready to kind of stat check himself against Someday, it's going to be a tough time for FlyQuest.
I mean, yeah, I don't know if Viper's in form right now that he wants to go toe-to-toe with Someday, because, yeah, the graphic you just saw, Someday has 5 solo kills to Viper's 1.
Yeah.
You don't want to make that 6, So I'm really curious how they're actually going to play out this matchup, because I don't think he's going to be, the aggressor here.
No. Looking at the two teams that we have, we've got FlyQuest, we've got 100 Thieves. Probably I'm going to look to you specifically for what FlyQuest need to do to walk away with the victory.
All right, so my FlyQuest win conditions are pretty simple. Coach Curry, please do not int draft. He's done it before, so this is PAC. I hope he's
blaming
listening. Is he in the hall? Can he?
No, they have
monitor?
headset on stage. They
have
can't hear
headset?
this. You're free.
All right. Well,
Scream
man,
your heart
I
out.
really hope. All right. Like I said before, yeah, some days playing pretty hot. Viper's not. So please pick up some kind of tank matchup. Maybe give him Set, even though Set's kind of a power pick. Just don't go ham in top lane. Maybe you can do the Riven, but that's the only special one. Please just pick a tank up there, let it be farm lane. And then second thing, Zyra Khan is becoming pretty important. Cody and Stunt are really good Zyra Khan players, and I'm pretty sure Turtle Ignar have not shown it yet, so don't give them that. Make top a farm matchup. Santorin, I don't know, you can play some stuff, mid, play some stuff. Just make sure your top and bot is solid.
Okay.
Mark Z, as the owner of a 100 Thieves hoodie, what do they have to do?
I'm all about some daddy. He can do whatever he wants. Whatever he says he needs, you give it to him. So give him last pick, your red side, whatever the counter matchup, whatever's going to be the hardest thing, while still having some team fight. I think is really important. Don't go full on 4-1 split push or anything like that. And then the other thing is pick Zoe for Ryoma. I think that it is a very good champion for him.
They're going to get Zoe again?
I don't know. I'm just saying, ideally, my first 3 picks are jungle and bot lanes, because I feel like those are relatively even matchups in this. And then Ryoma's my most volatile, so if I can get him a safe one, and then hopefully my biggest exploit matchup in the top lane.
All right. Well, win conditions are locked. I hope you got your soda pop, because without further ado, it's time to send it over to the battle arena for game number 1.
Thank you very much, Gabby. Here we are. I am Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns. I am joined by Mr. Isaac Azale Cummings Bentley, and it's time for yet another installation of Monday Night League.
Yeah, and I mean, you're not going to want to miss the draft because both the win conditions are purely based on draft. The game's about to be decided right here.
I mean, Mark had at least 2 different people that he named in the draft. Prawley's just saying, don't int it. So let's see how it plays out. We are into that ever so important champion select. FlyQuest is going to keep Soraka out of the top lane. They'll keep Senna away as well. 100 Thieves banning out the Rumble and that Yuumi that we've seen have quite a lot of success so far this week.
Yeah, it's honestly been really this power pick that just kind of popped up, clearly gaining a lot of popularity very quickly. One thing I'm really interested to see for Ignar talking about the draft is, are we going to get another unique pick? He's 7 for 7 on different support champions throughout this split. And I think that is really cool because we have been seeing most of the players kind of stick to tried and true, not expanding as much. And this is a guy who can get you a bot lane 2v2 advantage with his flexibility.
The power of the man who played Fervor Leona back in the day. Let's see if he can invoke that again here now. Riven, the final ban from 100 Thieves, and the first lock-in from FlyQuest is Aphelios.
Yeah, the Riven ban getting a bit of a smile there from Viper before he did lock in the Aphelios, so that's going to be taken away. Probably wants to see Viper on a tank because of how damn well Someday is playing. And it's looking like it's going to be an Aatrox. They want to just grab an early power pick here. Deny that from Viper. This is a pick if you're feeling like, hey, the other guy has just got to play for safety, play for farm. Aatrox is a really strong champion to go with. Most people are pretty happy to play it into almost every viable top lane matchup. It's very safe as a blind pick in general, unless people are really willing to go for the risky picks, things like Fiora, that not a lot of teams are willing to play around. So 100 Thieves kind of throwing down the gauntlet. They are red side, but they're saying, hey, counterpick me if you dare.
There you go. I enjoy the confidence. Rakan will be the other pick here in the first phase. 400 Thieves getting some engage power there in the support position. They already know their opponents have drafted an AD carry, so they don't feel too pressured to pick one up in that first rotation. FlyQuest thinking on the support here for a moment, hovering over Alistar for a long time, but I'm not surprised to see the Ornn locked in. There's that tank pick, easily the premier tank in League of Legends right now. They want to get that picked up before the second phase of the bans comes through.
Yeah, I mean, he's the best top lane tank, and it's not even really close, to be honest with you. This guy is very stable. He has the ability, especially if you're going Spellbook with Ignite, to, if someone makes a mistake, actually take over a lane, dominate that lane at times. At worst of times, he can go even. Everyone knows about those upgradable Ornn items. Very strong. Gives you the additional scaling. We have been seeing more and more games go late, where that is almost always going to play a part. And his engage, incredibly reliable here. But it does mean they are giving over the Xayah Rakan, very likely 200 Thieves. Another thing that Mark called out, that they talked about, the popularity of these picks and that it is rising very heavily. It gives more agency down to your bot lane. And it's also really kind of guaranteed engage when you do have this Rakan. It's so explosive, it's so quick. Ornn is strong engage, but it can be sidestepped, it can be dodged out of. Rakan, flash, alt W, these types of things are very difficult to stop, and it's going to allow 100 Thieves to pick and choose where they fight.
One important thing is because the Rakan was already locked in, FlyQuest knew they wouldn't be going up against a Braum shield to shut that ulti down in the team fights when they picked it. They'll also go with a Thresh as the last pick of their first half of the draft, so we've got matching top lane and bottom lane picks from both sides, and the jungle is getting hit hard here in the second phase of the bans. Lee Sin, Olaf taken out by 100 Thieves. FlyQuest will remove Gragas from the available pool. They've got one ban left to go. We could see it go to the mid lane this time, and yes, it will be keeping LeBlanc away from Ryoma.
Yeah, very interesting. It does feel like with a double physical jungle ban, they want to keep Santorin, off of those picks, perhaps force him onto something like an AP jungler, or maybe they're feeling like the damage profile could get messed up a little bit from that. They are going to be going Sejuani as the pick, so if there is an AD option that Santorin will be looking towards, there's things like J4, there's Rek'Sai still available. He could also go for something along the lines of Trundle. I think it would be actually pretty great here. When you are going up against that Sejuani, it gives you a very easy target to ultimate, especially if they're playing Aftershock with Permafrost passive. You can actually put Sejuani into negative resistances with your ultimate, really beef yourself up, and can work pretty damn well to set up hooks and skill shots also.
And we saw from the stats that hovered quickly over when Sejuani was locked in, even though she's only seen a couple games of play, currently sitting on a 100% win rate in those games, so the champion has been finding success in the small amount of playtime we've seen right here so far. Wild Turtle locking in the Syndra here for Power of Evil in the mid lane. We've seen him on this champion plenty of times before. I highly doubt that's going to be locked in. You guys already have Thresh. You got to think about which champions you're baiting us with. As the Trundle is locked in, as you already said, that classic Sejuani counter.
Yeah, I think it just makes a lot of sense. This is something that has been rising in priority. You know, did get some buffs recently. The move speed, notably on the W, went up. The slow went up on the pillar as well. So your ganks become a lot stronger, and it really does turn you into a super tank and kind of shred through Sejuani, making it a lot easier for your front line to knock her down. So will be pretty exciting. Going to be Zoe as the last pick here for Ryoma. So the guys on the desk, honestly, were pretty spot on.
Yeah.
This is what Mark actually wanted, you know, for Ryoma, was this exact pick. He didn't get the someday counter pick, as he was hoping for there. But things going pretty expected. I've got to say, it does not feel like FlyQuest entered the draft.
No, FlyQuest ended up with two of the most powerful picks in the current game in Ornn and Aphelios. They ended up with a jungle counter pick in Trundle going into Sejuani. They put Power of Evil on a champion that's very much in line with the way we usually see Power of Evil like to play League of Legends. It seems like it makes sense.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense. I think Syndra can match up pretty well into the Zoe there too. There is the ability, if you do get ahead, to threaten kind of that lethal combo over onto Ryoma. But Ryoma has been solid on the Zoe. For him, it's been less about lane dominance and more about finding good angles for poke in the later stages of the game, while he's kind of giving over a lot of the farm throughout the mid game to his teammates. I do think for 100 Thieves, though, you're feeling pretty happy overall there too. Aatrox for Someday, always going to be a valuable pick come team fight time. Someday has been performing really well overall, though his laning stats have not been good. And you do have Cody-san on the late game insurance, right? This is a guy who's always been incredible at team fighting, who's been great in those late game stages. So Zyra Khan for Cody-san and Stunt could spell good things for 100 Thieves.
Top lane's going to be fun to watch too, because you've got one of the most iconic names in Someday going up against Viper, who, for those who weren't familiar with him back in the day when he was climbing up through the ranks, was a Riven 1 trick, has since donned the mantle of many champions, made it into professional play. And so now it's kind of fun because you get to say, all right, here's a guy who's known for carry performances. This game, the team has said, we need you to be a role player. Your job is to be Ornn, sit under the turret, eat some Aatrox Qs, and farm up, sound the horn when the team fights come. I want to see if he can get big value ultimates, because the difference between an Ornn that farms up okay and yeah, he's really tanky, and an Ornn that wins you the game is the guy who finds those ultis that knock up so many different people at once. There's nothing on the side of 100 Thieves to negate his ability to do that. No wind walls, no Braum shields. I want to see those hit home.
Yeah, just going to be about the avoidance. You know, it's going to be about Xayah timing the ultimate well. You know, Rakan utilizing shield to jump out of the way. It's going to be more about their dodging of the skill shot. But I agree. I do think it's a game that Ornn can be very, very successful. Ornn is totally a strong matchup into the Aatrox. You don't have to worry about that. And we could see a very successful game for Viper.
Looking at the keystones here as we load in, you've got Aftershock for the Thresh, you got Guardian on Rakan. Press the attack of Aphelios. Mid lane, it's Syndra running a phase rush for the extra movement speed bonus, not any extra damage, particularly going to be coming out of that one. And that Spellbook top for Ornn that is pretty standard these days, giving him the power to, like you said, swap in things like an Ignite or a Barrier when when Teleport is on cooldown to make it so he's much more effective in combat.
Yeah, and especially, you know, in conjunction with your jungler, if you do have Ignite, that all of a sudden can give you a lot more kill threat, reducing the healing from Aatrox, these champions that can have a tremendous amount of self-healing. You know, having that negation from the Ignite does matter a tremendous amount. It's also worth noting, Power of Evil coming off his Syndra performance yesterday, 8-2-8 versus TSM, was a key member in getting them their win yesterday. So looking for back-to-back big Syndra performances here.
Love to see it, and let's see how the teams are going to get things started as it's red buff beginning for each side here. Santorin will go straight from his red over towards his blue. Meteo's going to take the extra time to clear out the Krugs. Sejuani does have an easier time dealing with multiple target camps than Trundle does, but Santorin has made his way towards mid lane here. It's level 2, however, the stun not connecting from PoE means Santorin won't get anything there.
I think that was pretty poorly done, honestly, by FlyQuest. It felt like there was a little bit of hesitation. Santorin came over. He wanted PoE to be level 2, but why not use the pillar to set up for the skill shot?
Yeah.
The pillar with the slow there allows for such an easy scatter of the weak, where you're very likely going to be forcing out a summoner or something to actually dodge that, or it's going to land. So I would have liked to see PoE hold on to that, allow the pillar to come down for the slow, and then try to connect with that scatter.
Well, one person that's not disappointed with the less than fantastic execution there is definitely Ryoma, hanging out still here in the mid lane. Didn't have to even pop a potion charge on it, as Meteos full clears his top side of the jungle, and now we'll finally see him heading towards that blue buff.
Yeah, something else worth noting is that a lot of Sejuani players do actually like to go Fleet Footwork instead of Aftershock, specifically when they are against the Trundle. Because of how this rune can really work against you come teamfight time, it is not by any means like a terrible choice or anything like that. It's just the trade-off, right? You get a little less tanky when you are in these skirmishes when Trundle's not there or Trundle doesn't have the ultimate. But come teamfight time, you proc Aftershock, you have your passive, you're stealing resistances based on that current amount of armor and MR that you have.
It's snapshotted.
Exactly. So, you know, that can be really, really punishing for the Sejuani, and we'll see how well Santorin's going to be able to time that and if it comes back to bite Meteos a little bit.
One thing I also should point out, Power of Evil is running with the cleanse this game on the Syndra. Almost mandatory when you have an enemy jungler like a Sejuani that does have the ability to show up and pretty much guarantee your death with a successful CC hit. Let's see if Santorin can make anything happen down here on the bottom half of the map. It doesn't look like it.
And we all know how punishing Zoe can be, right? You know, in mid-game, one sleep lands on you, and sometimes you just die, right? It feels like you can be dodging everything the entire game. Cleanse is going to take away the potential of that, as long as you have that summoner available. Sure, maybe you lose it, but potentially save your life.
Some days going to get very familiar with the view that he's experienced right now. Having that lane completely shoved up, doing what he wants. The bottom side, it's going to turn into a 3 versus 2. Now as Santorin makes his way into the fight, 100 Thieves winning it early, but Stunt gets taken very low. Santorin's presence there got FlyQuest out of a tough spot.
Good flash engage from Ignar, though. You know, he went forward with that flash flay. They do get both the flashes off Cody-san and Stunt. Yes, it costs both the summoners there from Ignar, but potential for a regank is pretty high. Ignar also going to have to be cognizant of that. Will need to play a little bit more defensively, perhaps acting like a little bit of a lantern bot for Turtle, who does have the summoners, because you can go for that Thresh. The combat summoners are still up and available for Stunt, right? He still has that ignite, and if Meteos comes in and you're a flashless Thresh who's pushed up, you're going to be toast.
Cody-san will farm up this wave underneath the turret. It did also afford Turtle and Ignar the opportunity to go back to base, shop with the CS lead that they had, really use the state of the lane to their advantage. You can see Turtle going to go ahead, go for the full Berserker's Greaves. It'll help him get the movement speed he needs to avoid not only engages from Stunt, but also Meteos should he come to gank. So we'll see how well that pays off for him.
It also kind of signifies, you know, that he just wants to look for the push. Attack speed very valuable in that regard. This is something that is really well known as a strategy. Rekkles loves to do this. He's almost constantly going for it, but a good hook. Lantern comes in.
Ignar making moves yet again, setting things up, but 100 Thieves are here on the counterattack. Power of Evil getting away, needs one more stack before that Sejuani stun would be ready and manages to avoid it.
Yeah, he's going to get out of there. Cost Someday his TP, so Someday pretty eager to try to get involved in the action. Wanted to get a lane, they're going back in.
Ignar time and time again with these hooks. Well done from FlyQuest. Looking to get the last bit of damage. Viper's looking for it, but Meteos will barely survive.
Meteos just barely getting out of there. That was so close. Looked like he was going to go down for sure. Pretty back and forth trade. It does cost Meteos his flash. It was a couple great hooks from Ignar, but Santorin did trade his flash, and you know, that was a lot used on both sides. I believe both top laners expended. Teleport was the ultimate down now for Viper, so and I was going to kind of talk about how TP advantage was going over to the other side, but Ornn TPing right back. FlyQuest, though, did come out on top as far as the health was concerned, and they will meet, and they're going to grab the early Infernal.
I'd like to get that on the board here nice and quick. Infernal number 1, it's going to be Ocean number 2, means we'll get either a Cloud or Mountain Rift after that second Drake is taken. But as we've talked about 100 times before, as Ryoma nearly gets taken down to 0 here in the mid lane, the Drakes by themselves are not nearly as impactful as they were last season, so that 4% damage boost isn't going to mean the end of the world for 100 Thieves. You're not super worried about it.
Yeah.
They are up 400 gold at least, just from the advantages they found themselves in farm, the biggest of which you can see right now in the top lane, 20 CS lead for Someday's Atron.
Yeah, that's pretty huge, and it makes me wonder what the lane state was like when Viper actually TP'd away. Because Someday, I do believe, was TPing back from base, so perhaps Viper was actually TPing away from a pushing wave, meaning his minions actually kill off more of his opponents and put him down in farm. Because Viper is very far behind, and this should be much more of you know, maybe Aatrox gets a little bit of an advantage, but it should be a pretty damn even lane.
Yeah, you could see he went for a little bit of a trade there as Someday went after him with the chains, but once that Q3 lands, you really don't out-trade Aatrox pretty much ever. Bottom side, another play is going to be made. Now Aphelios ulti dodged away by Cody's son. Stunt will fall here, and that is first blood to FlyQuest.
Yep, going to be able to knock down Stunt. Had no summoner available to flash out. Does get punished. Would have liked to see them give that to Turtle. Felt like a pretty guaranteed kill. Santorin's going to chomp on down and grab that for himself. Proto Belt pickup, always pretty nice there for the Zoe, as it does give you a really easy push on one wave.
Goes for the bubble, but makes the prediction wrong, guessing if he's going to juke to either side. Let's take another look at the play here, bottom.
Hey, hit this one more time. You know, note that there is the ultimate for Cody's son, but Ignar does not have his ultimate, does not have his flash. They play him in, they root him up, and he's just not able to get out of there. Wasn't really much he could do. Just a really well-executed gank.
That was 110% givable to Wild Turtle.
Yeah,
like,
I think so, too.
After watching it again, he's right there. Turtle has the sniper rifle of all things, so that's fine. Santorin wants a little bit of extra money in the pocket for the Trundle. Let's see what he does with it, as he will now be the first one to make his way towards the pit as 100 Thieves are going after the Rift Herald. Stunt tries to buy a little bit of time. Santorin on the front line. Ornhorn goes through and it finds 3. That could be exactly what they're looking for. Viper gets the kill onto Stunt, and the Rift Herald is secured by FlyQuest. TY for Leash in the all chat. That is exactly what FlyQuest is looking for.
Yeah, Stunt dying in the bot lane. Runs up to help his team with the Rift Herald. Gets sussed out and going to die in that bot lane too. And they're just going to drop the Rift immediately here around mid lane. I do like this. Ryoma wants to have this kind of bastion of safety that is this tier 1 turret, but it's going to get really low already, and that was actually quite a bit of more gold going in the pocket of Santorin, who thankfully, you know, with that kill on the bot side, has at least made some sort of a payoff there and was able to have Cinderhulk for that fight around Rift, whereas his opponent was just sitting on the Challenging Smite plus a Ruby Crystal, so, you know, getting something from it. So here's his one more time. This is just, you know, I think 100 Thieves more hoping that the top lane priority they had would result in a pretty easy kill, that FlyQuest wouldn't be in position to challenge for it. But this has become such a textbook play that you have to be confident not only in your ability to start it, but your ability to win the team fight that is inevitably going to break out around it. Because it is so rare these days, unless a team is just absolutely dominating the early lanes, that you see a completely uncontested or a snuck Rift Herald. Like, everyone does this at 10 minutes.
It's not the Season 9 clutch gaming strategy where it's Rift Herald at 11 every single game, no matter what, but nobody else has this similar plan. This is the meta. This is how teams want to play.
This is the plan. This is everyone's plan.
Yeah, it literally just comes with an instruction manual to play League of Legends. Forget early Drakes, get the Rift Herald instead, transition to Drakes later. It's what all the teams have adopted. And Power of Evil has the blue buff. Ryoma the same here in the mid lane, just shoving these waves out. Power of Evil, slightly more farm than his opponent, but it is just ever so slight as Meteos tries to steal this chicken camp away. He is behind Santorin. Santorin with kill and assist so far on the side of FlyQuest. Meteos, nothing on the board here just yet with this Sejuani. But remember, Sejuani, not exactly a champion that's going to fall off if you don't make something happen early on. He'll be just fine as the game progresses. But he will have to watch out. Santorin ulting him in that Rift Herald fight was pretty big for FlyQuest getting the win like they did.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's a huge swing in terms of power of frontline, right? Because all of a sudden, Trundle can just go frontline versus frontline. You can have Aphelios just hitting that Sejuani where normally you would be so incredibly tanky. You get ulted up, Trundle becomes incredibly tanky, applies, press the attack for the bonus damage amp for your teammates, and you're able to really get a lot done there.
Nice damage coming out from Power of Evil there mid lane, using the ulti once again just to gain lane control and force Ryoma to be aware of the fact that Ignar and Santorin could potentially make this dive happen. Ryoma will not be able to secure lane priority, but Meteos has once again found his way into a fight he does not want. Ignar there on the front line right next to Santorin, but it's going to be Stunt, who's in some trouble. Barely walking away now. Ornn ulti not going to get much of anything. Somehow, Stunt has survived, and FlyQuest will not get their kill.
Yeah, Stunt does get out, but again, that's a pretty expensive fight for them. They're going to lose the Dragon. They lost Flash off Meteos. They lost TP and Flash off of Someday. So they're getting bullied out. Just a good setup, honestly, by Santorin and Ignar. They were looking for a potential mid lane dive.
Oh, that was close. Flash
Really
for both
close.
mid laners there as Power of Evil nearly finishes off Ryoma. That's 2 Drakes now for FlyQuest. Mountain Soul spawning this game. And remember the bonus that you get from stacking Mountain Drakes is increased armor and MR, which is very nice for the big tanks on both of these teams.
Yeah, and it's going to be even better, I think, for FlyQuest when you consider there's 3 people that are probably going to be stacking quite a bit of resistances. The Thresh, the Trundle, and especially the Ornn, who you really think is going to have a lot of that. We'll be pretty happy about that spawn.
And one thing that's interesting, part of the conversation that I like about tank itemization is, yes, you have split damage on the side of 100 Thieves right now, but pretty much the only meaningful AP damage you'll be taking is Ryoma's Zoe. So you can see Viper's just like, well, I'm laning against an AD champion. The big threats are mostly going to be AD in terms of DPS. If I get enough health, which remember the upgraded Sunfire Cape is 750, Zoe's never going to kill you anyway.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? If you don't have a consistent DPS frontline killer type of mage, if you don't have like a Cassio or an Ori who's going to be able to do a lot of consistent damage to those tanks, you can get away with just stacking armor and building health. Things like Warmogs become incredibly effective. You can just build up something like that and have that player step forward and intentionally tank a lot of the poke coming out from Zoe.
And we often will see the Ornns go for an Abyssal Mask second. It does a great job at amplifying him and his allies' damage, as well as being a huge bonus in terms of the cost effectiveness of the upgrade. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that come out, but I expect some armor stacking continuing as the game goes on.
Yeah, overall it's going to be mostly armor, you would think for sure. The Abyssal is a ridiculously efficient upgrade as they're going to look for a dive here.
Here it goes. Someday and Meteos going in together, but Viper is buying as much time as he can. Very well played from Viper. He's got one and waves goodbye to the other. Someday coming back yet again, but the horn has been sounded and Viper has outplayed 1v2.
Yeah, he slammed them. I'm not really sure why they thought that would be such an easy dive to go for. It's 2v1, yeah, but that is a full HP Ornn under his own turret. Gets the easy double knockup, and like you said, just straight up outplayed them.
Very well done from Viper. That was one of the question marks on the analyst test. They're saying Viper is hit and miss, but when he's on, he is on. And when he's on, he is Ornn. And this guy popped off in that dive.
I mean, he's down 40 CS, but he did pick up a kill by that Rift fight and grab another here. Now another fight on the bot side.
Bottom side, Stun could be the target again. Ignar in some trouble, but goodness, that is a nice stopwatch coming out to keep him alive. FlyQuest, they get a little overeager to make the play on bottom side here again. They almost lose their support, but it will buy them the opportunity to take out this tier 1 turret. That will be the second turret of the game destroyed now, the second that they have claimed, and 100 Thieves will not find any sort of a response.
Yeah, extending that gold lead further. 3 kills to none, 2 dragons to none, 2 towers to none. FlyQuest has been running the game. 100 Thieves still in it, largely in part to some good farming. Their main advantage is kind of on that top side, though, with the kill gold going over to Viper. It's not going to mean too much, and here we have this one more time. Looking for the dive. This is a full HP Ornn, though, and he bides his time. He does the Searing Charge on the turret, gets the knockup on both members right around him, flashes over, applying that Brittle with his W for the big clap, and then the ulti is there and pushes Someday away. Very well played by Viper. But that was a risky dive, Ornn is so damn tanky. If you cannot execute that perfectly, it's going to be tough to take him down. And I feel like even if you kill him off, maybe you still lose your life in the process because Meteos didn't have his flash. So if you actually use your Q knockup to go in, it's going to be very difficult to get out.
And you can see they had Meteos tanking, he had the Aftershock, he had the Glacial Armor, all of that, but just wasn't enough still. And FlyQuest will now claim their second Rift Herald of the game. First one was used to grab them those plates on the mid lane turret that gave them that boost of gold. We're after the 14-minute mark now, so plates are no longer an option, but they only have one tier 1 turret left to take. So far, they have been in control of the state of the map a little bit. You can see some wards from both sides around the river, specifically in this top lane, likely because the Thieves know that's the last remaining tier 1 that FlyQuest wants to take, and they probably just want to go up there and knock it over.
Yeah, I think they would definitely love to do that. We also may see them go down towards the bot side. Dragon is going to be spawning here for FlyQuest, so I think you want to keep stacking as much as you can, 15 or so seconds. So they need to be moving in together. If they're not going to be keeping down Viper, he needs to be making that rotation because he is pretty late on this play, right? And he's actually sitting back on his tower, so it looks like they're going to go for the TP.
Meteos just used his ulti to try to make a pick onto Santorin, but he missed. That is a big cooldown not available for 100 Thieves. They have priority over the river, but without that ready now, this is all of a sudden much sketchier than it was. Meteos is going to be locked up, nearly bursted out, and the damage continues to come through onto Stun, who is just alone, buying as much time as humanly possible, down below half HP. Thieves are in full retreat. Meteos down to 200 health, in no condition to contest this. And 100 Thieves just not making the right moves here.
Yeah, honestly, a great move, though, by that 3-man squad from FlyQuest to be able to kind of hold their ground. It was essentially a 5v3, and Santorin, Power of Evil, and Ignar were the members there. Viper was very late to move down. He did expend the teleport, and Wild Turtle was in bot lane. So despite the fact that FlyQuest wasn't actually set up in the Dragon, they had priority, but they are able to find Meteos, push him out, force that summoner, and as a result, third straight Dragon goes their way.
That'll be a 23-minute soul point here for FlyQuest if 100 Thieves is not able to find their footing in this next 5 minutes of this game. Things are starting to get more and more dire for this squad. 2,500 gold behind. Fortunately, Viper is still only level 11, so the Ornn items have not been crafted yet. Remember, when Ornn is in the game, the gold difference can be very deceptive because of the amount of value and pure stats that he adds to his team. Taking a look at the items, it's pretty similar for the AD carries. You just got the Berserker's Greaves and the Essence Reaver in terms of fully completed items. It is Zeal versus Dagger for the backups there. A little bit more money onto Wild Turtle. Mid lane, Luden's Echo done for both. We've been seeing more of the Hextech GLP lately, but the extra burst of the Echo was just what the players wanted to go for this time around. It's all about the damage.
Yeah, it makes sense. You know, especially on Zoe, I think you're almost always going to see that. But on Syndra, you know, in conjunction with Phase Rush, we've been seeing a lot of the Hextech GLP. We've been seeing that on Orianna there too. People really starting to like the utility of it. Speed yourself up, slow them down, easier skill shots to land. But, you know, having the flat spell pen and this Luden's does give you an easier time at reaching that kind of lethal 100-0 type combo that Syndra is going to be looking for on champions on the other side. You know, champions like the Xayah, like the Zoe, and even the Rakan, who, if you fall behind, they can just burst you anytime you dive in.
We've seen him just either die instantly or get taken down to almost dead every single fight. And the problem is, on the opposite side, nice escape, man. That was just barely out of the range of the stun. Stunt now potentially in some trouble. Dashing away to Cody Stun, staying alive, but the knockup comes through. Ryoma exhausted. 100 Thieves continuing to fall back. Santorin goes to sleep, but the follow-up won't be there. The Thieves try to make a play. FlyQuest tries to make a counter move. Neither one works out, but the whole time it's Turtle taking a tier 2 turret there in the top side. Sunday with a dash over the wall. Turtle might be trying to stay alive here, but I don't know how well it's going to work. Santorin with the flash over the wall, looking to keep his allies safe, and Wild Turtle will walk away. Santorin now the target. The sacrificial lamb. Play the sad music. Santorin will die so that Turtle may live.
Yeah, Santorin going to be dying for the sins of Wild Turtle there. Had to go up and save the bot laner. A valiant effort does go down. 100 Thieves making a nice move to get that pick, but Turtle honestly did overstay and put himself in danger. And that mid lane play was honestly pretty cool. That was actually Meteos anticipating the flash, it looked like, of Power of Evil. He threw the ultimate where he would flash, but it looked like it was just barely out of range, so he only got the slow and not the stun. But pretty slick play from Meteos, and very close to being really cool.
Let's take another look.
Oh, no, it's going to be the top side. Okay. So this is Turtle just overstaying. He honestly wanted to push it out. He wanted to be able to grab that tower, get all the additional gold for himself. Santorin does flash up to try to assist him, but with everyone from 100 Thieves getting here faster, only reason you're dropping that stopwatch is because Ignar is almost here, and you're praying that Thresh can get in range for the Miracle Lantern and get you out. At least it wasn't just both of them dying, though, but it does cost Santorin his flash and his life, as well as Turtle his flash to get him out.
Speaking of stopwatches, worth pointing out, Ignar has completed the Gargoyle Stone Plate now. This is the single most powerful item on tanky supports right now in League of Legends. Literally everyone that is not an enchanter is rushing this thing these days. Provides an incredible amount of durability in the fights. You can see Stunt not going for that, instead taking a different approach so that Rakan will continue to be squishy. But if Ignar sees the opportunity to land a hook and go in, blowing him up as a counterattack is not going to be nearly as easy for Thieves as it is for FlyQuest to do that to Stunt.
Yeah, it becomes incredibly difficult, and it is super popular because it's a very low-risk item. You know, you just press the button, you're pretty much always going to get value. It's very easy, whereas, you know, Knight's Vow, Zeke's, those are kind of the other options that we sometimes see these guys go for, and it's giving up your own tankiness with the hope that your marksman player is going to get a lot more out of that. You know, the assist is going to kind of make up for your lack of tankiness.
Another big team fight item has come through. Turtle with the completed Runaan's Hurricane means the next fight, that item has so much synergy with Aphelios because of the fact that all the guns have some sort of an on-hit effect that then gets duplicated. Also worth noting, Meteos is working on the ingredients for the Warmogs, but with the usual setup for Sejuani players with runes and masteries, you need to be level 12 for a Cinderhulk and a Warmogs to give you the Warmogs passive healing. He is only level 10, and Drake is spawning in 15 seconds. So Meteos and the rest of 100 Thieves now have a very difficult task ahead of them. FlyQuest have control over this bottom half of the river. They have control over the Drake pit, and we'll see if they can secure themselves this Earth Soul this early into the game. Meteos has been caught, and he is out of there. That is the Drake going over to the side of FlyQuest. Ignar, time and time again this game, the hooks are making the plays happen.
Yeah, he has been on point, and honestly, this is how the last one probably should have looked too. FlyQuest has been in the advantage the entire game. This time they are to the dragon faster. They are set up well in advance of it spawning, and as a result, they are rewarded with a pick and a very early soul with a team comp that scales incredibly well. They have answers for the front line. They have the Ornn upgrades coming through. And they have a 23-minute soul, so it really feels like now for FlyQuest, the question is how quickly, how cleanly can you close this game? Because you should not be losing from here.
Right, and this is a team that, remember, already beat TSM earlier this week when the TSM hype train was just starting to leave the station. People were saying, oh, this is the second best team behind Cloud9. This is a team that's really coming together now. The first couple of weeks were rough, but then FlyQuest beat them. Yes, it was a battle to beat them, but FlyQuest got the win. So if they can grab themselves another win here, yes, 100 Thieves isn't at the same level TSM is right now, but if you do this and do it very cleanly, it's very promising going forward.
It really is, right? And it shows that some of that promise that FlyQuest was showing earlier in this split is real, right? You know, they had a great start alongside Dignitas, and then both teams had a bit of a stumble. And now FlyQuest looking for another 2-0 week to prove that, no, that their level is that high, right? They had a little bit of a stumble, but they can compete near the top. Moving themselves to 5 wins would actually put them ahead of TSM in the standings and up, I believe, you know, right around Immortals for second, third.
Worth noting, Meteos now has the Warmogs completed, but as I said earlier, he does not have the total health pool to trigger the Warmog's heart just yet. He's at a little over 2,800, so if he can get to level 11 and buy himself another Ruby Crystal, he should have that healing to deal with some of the poke that could come out from the side of FlyQuest and the carries of Turtle and Power of Evil. You can see the comparison of the levels there. Power of Evil, the highest level in the game, just now hitting 15. And once he gets one more, that ultimate execute potential.
Look at these two right here. Level 8, level 15. If you're this guy, you do not want to be running into the other guy.
I'm pretty sure Syndra hits QR with that level difference. Stunt just dies.
You do, man. You get so much value out of each level. The additional stats that it brings means he is going to be incredibly squishy when he is that far behind as far as the levels do go. And that's one of the difficulties with Rakan. When you are not going for a Stoneplate, when you're going for a squishier build and you get behind, you can get lit up.
Here comes Cody's son after Viper, but man, he hit him with about 6 auto attacks and the Mountain Shield fell. So not exactly a threat onto a man who has Ornn upgraded Iceborne and Ornn upgraded Sunfire. Back to what we were talking about, stacking armor items earlier on this game.
Range minions can come out of the jungle like that? Where'd that come from?
Oh, that's a fancy new skin. I didn't know the minions could throw feathers like that. Not a spot where you need your AD carry to be hitting that frontliner, because it's not like you're going to have any other choice in the team fight. That Ornn's going to be right up in your face, and you've got to deal with it. Cody's son needs some more items before that'll ever be the reality, but FlyQuest do not want to allow that time to scale. Power of Evil, Turtle, and Santorin all pushing up mid here. Ignar standing by with a lantern just in case 100 Thieves try to engage. Meteos engages have not been where FlyQuest, or excuse me, they've been exactly where FlyQuest wants to see them, but 100 Thieves, it was a miss in the jungle and then coming up just short there in the mid lane. And without those Sejuani ultis making the connect, it's really hard for Thieves to fight on their own terms. Viper takes the tier 2 turret in the bottom side. That's a 5-to-1 turret count now, 4,000 gold lead. Mid lane tier 2 falls now, 6-to-1 turret count. Power of Evil doing a lot of burst onto Ryoma, who pops the heal to stay alive.
I mean, it's really tough because I think a lot of the onus, you know, you mentioned Meteos, but also Ryoma, right? He's got to be poking people down. You're never going to win a straight-up 5v5 fight where you both engage at full health from this point, unless FlyQuest has numerous mistakes throughout that fight. So all of a sudden, it becomes Ryoma's job to poke people low, to be able to get them chunked out before you engage. But there's 3 big frontliners who can just stand and tank all of your damage coming out and not really worry about it. The Mountain Soul procs, Thresh, Trundle, Ornn, any of them can stand there and soak that for Syndra or for Aphelios, which makes Ryoma's job incredibly hard.
Ssumday just had an attempt made on his life there in the bottom lane. You heard the horn come out from Viper. They tried to make a move on there with Power of Evil collapsing, but Ssumday was able to get out of the way in time. So the Ornn ultimate not available now for another, it's not going to be that long, about 60 more seconds. Elder Drake spawns in a minute and a half. Baron is up. I want to see FlyQuest set up for these objectives. They have such a big advantage. This is what we were talking about, wanting to see them push that.
Yeah, FlyQuest, you know, a lot of their scaling going to be coming to fruition here, too. As the Infinity Edge is completed, Viper has the levels to actually upgrade that, so that's an even bigger buy there. As I want to see Ornn upgrade, and the Molten Edge comes across, whereas Cody-san doesn't even have his yet completed, and the additional AD you get on this item is worth, you know, let's say 1,000 extra gold on top, so it becomes very, very valuable.
Yeah, when you look at the gold comparison, it's very scary. Stun has to flash over the wall to get away, and although he stays alive, now you don't have to worry about some sort of a Rakan flash engage in the next team fight if you're FlyQuest. Elder Drake spawning in 45 seconds. Look at this. Look at the shield on Turtle. He's sitting at about 2,400 health right now, including the shield. Makes him a lot harder to burst than you would want him to be if you're 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
Santorin there on the front line, looking for the opportunity to pillar Ryoma, but won't quite be able to close the distance.
I mean, he has overheal. When you have that red gun, you can also get an additional shield. That was a full Zoe Q that didn't break the shield on the carry.
That is disastrous. As the Ornn Horn comes through, Meteos is thrown up into the air. They're still looking to go after Ryoma, and he will fall. Santorin takes that. And that means that FlyQuest now has a 5v4. And what is this, Mr. Azael? We've got minions in the mid lane as well, just in time. The party has arrived to the 100 Thieves base, and FlyQuest are knocking on that door. They've made their way through the mid lane inhib, and it looks like they're not concerned about Baron. They're not concerned about Elder. They got their eyes on the prize. Nexus turrets going down now. Meteos forced to run away, down to half HP. Ssumday on the front line doing his best to defend, to try to guard this one. Nice CC lands onto Stunt. Ssumday tries to get away, but he will fall. Cody-san throws out the feathers, but the damage is just not there. 2.5 items cannot deal with this FlyQuest squad. Aphelios throwing out more bullets than any one gun should have into all the 100 Thieves line. They're back into the fountain. Second Nexus turret is gone, and FlyQuest are on to the Nexus itself. Ignar throws out the hook to prevent an engage. Meteos trying to go in here once again, but the damage comes through. The stats get padded, and that should be it. The Ornn soaks a little bit of the laser just to have some fun with it. They're going fishing yet again. Cody-san with a stopwatch will buy him just an extra moment. FlyQuest, that's enough kills, man. Just put them out of their misery. It's a win for Fly.
30-minute victory for FlyQuest here over 100 Thieves. Dominating this one pretty much start to finish. Ssumday had a strong laning phase, but that was about it. Working for 100 Thieves. FlyQuest, I think, came into it with a very intelligent draft. Viper on a tank. We know Ssumday has a very strong laning phase. You know, just mitigate that, utilizing the Ornn. I think Santorin's Trundle pick really took a lot of the fangs out of this Sejuani. Couldn't get much done on the side of Meteos, and the scaling was there, the dragon stacking was there, they controlled all the neutrals. They really checked every box.
Hey, Prolly said he wanted to see a good draft, and FlyQuest put together a comp that was able to do exactly what they wanted. They gave up a single death the entire game. That death was Santorin keeping Wild Turtle alive after he had pushed for a tier 2 turret in the top lane that ended up giving him his Runaan's Hurricane, which then gave him the advantages later on to be able to just win fights and threaten so hard that 100 Thieves was never comfortable in neutral territory. Honestly, the entire game, you gotta feel happy if you're FlyQuest, because there was never a moment where it seemed like, oh, this is where 100 Thieves are coming back. They had a couple moments that could have looked like that, but misexecutions, missed ultimates meant that it never happened.
And checking in on Ignar, you know, I mentioned his 7 different champions. He hadn't played Thresh, so that's 8 for 8 unique champions in different games. Pretty impressive stuff. I remember Ruin, I think it was last year, started 10 for 10. I want to see how far Ignar can take it. I don't know how many more supports he's got in the pool.
Well, he was landing those hooks like crazy. You guys stick around after the break. We are going to come back. Avali's got an interview with the two newest members of FlyQuest in PoE and Ignar. Don't you go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
Maybe we'll find out how many champs he's got.
Cross your fingers.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to Monday Night League. I've got with me the victorious FlyQuest members. We have Power of Treeville and Twignar joining me after their victory against 100 Thieves. Guys, 2-0 week for the team, and especially after a winless week 3. So tell me about how you were able to bounce back.
Well, the 0-2 week was, I think, really eye-opening that we still have a lot of stuff to improve on. We did a lot of early game mistakes, and we clearly just, as soon as we lost, we just hard lost. It wasn't even close. So I think we really worked on how to get vision when we're behind, how to get vision around mid lane, or how do we get vision if one lane is really behind. And I feel like we showed this week that we improved on it. I think we still need to improve on it a lot, but we definitely did it better than before.
Yeah, improvements and a lot of surprises coming out from FlyQuest. Ignar, for you especially, 8 different games, 8 unique champions. Forget the champion pool, you have a champion ocean. Tell me, how many more of these supports are you hiding from us?
I mean, I can play just everything if I think it's good. So even without so much practice, I think, because I have my confidence at my mechanics. And then, so I think I just have more than 5, I think. So I can just play whatever I want, yeah.
That's pretty smart. Now, I know we've seen a lot of support champions go top. Since you're the expert at these unique picks, any top laners becoming support champions?
Like Rumble?
The Rumble support?
Yeah, I can.
Can we confirm this? No.
I mean, I can just play Rumble support because when I play top, my main champion is Rumble, so it's really easy for me.
Okay, I'm very excited to see that pick now. You have me and probably a lot of the fans excited. But something else that fans were kind of excited for, and maybe people who followed EU LCS at the time, was seeing you two reunite, the Misfit members reunite on FlyQuest. So, Power of Evil, starting with you first, tell me about that moment. When did you find out that you would be playing together again?
Well, it was a big reason for me to join FlyQuest because I already knew Ignaz going to FlyQuest, and that was definitely a big reason for me to join. I was really excited and thrilled to be playing with him again. I think he's a great support. I feel like we had really great synergy on Misfits, and I feel like even in the games right now where we're winning, I feel like we are really good at like playing together and like knowing. I feel like we just know what the other one wants to do, and I feel like it really shows on the LCS games that we didn't really need this like I would say like this moment yet where like it just clicks. I feel like we just already had that from 2 years ago.
Oh, that's so great. So did you go to your coaches and be like, we need PoE? Or how did you find out that PoE was joining the team?
I mean, to be honest, for me, after the Misfits year, like I wanted to play together. Like I just always thinking, you know, like if I go Western team, I just want to play together. But this guy is so famous, so it's yeah, compared to me, so it's hard to play with. But this year, maybe I couldn't make it, so I just make it.
Hey, I mean, after all of your different support picks, like I'm pretty sure that you are going to be climbing the ladder of fame for supports. But this is so nice. So what else excited you about coming to LCS? Obviously playing with a friend, but what else? Was it FlyQuest or was it the scene in general?
Just excited me thing was, I feel like in NA, I don't think like so many like aggressive support. So I was excited that I can be the one of the best like aggressive support like this. So that thing was like most excited for me.
Are there any other aggressive supports that you maybe want to, I'm trying to think of the nice way to put it, just kind of like smack them around? Who's the aggressive support that you want to take down? Or is there no one who can?
I mean, I think there is no, to be honest, I don't think there is like maximum like aggressive support compared to EU, but I think LCS has really good support, but I don't think aggressive. You know, I think it's different, like good support and aggressive support. But EU has like Hailey Sang, Mickey X, like this really good, really aggressive supports.
So who do you want to own, Igna?
Who do you want to win?
Own.
What do you mean? Is own?
Like beat really.
Beat, destroy.
Beat, destroy.
Knock him over.
Bifrost.
Biofrost? Okay, Biofrost, he's coming for you. Watch out, Vincent. Ignar, final question for you. I was watching through some of FlyQuest's fly vlogs, and I came upon one where you were teaching Turtle how to drive? Tell me about that.
I mean, my one of best habit, like I really like habit is drive. So in Korea, I just drive stick car with like just as a fun, you know, not for life. So our content guys asking me about like what do you think about teaching Turtle like sticks, because he has own car here. So it sounds fun, so we just try, and then Turtle really likes it. Yeah.
Now I'm nervous about asking this question. Do either of you have a license?
Yeah, I have world license.
Okay, cool. We just avoided something bad there. But PoE, would you get in a car with everyone? With Turtle, maybe. He sounds like a pro.
No, I think he's just all the time driving. Even at home, he's like doing this driving simulator game all the time. I even told him he should buy like a gaming wheel and like gaming pedals. So maybe he's gonna buy that. I'm not sure yet, but it would be fun, I think.
Maybe PoE buy for me. He's a rich guy.
Okay, rich guy, buy him a new car. He's going to be the LCS aggressive support and race car driver. But both of you, thank you so much for joining me, and congratulations once again. For everyone else, when we come back, it's Evil Geniuses trying to take down the undefeated Cloud9. Don't go anywhere.
Bottom side, another play is going to be made now. Felios ulti dodged away by Cody's son. Stunt will fall. Here it goes. Someday and Meteos going in together. The Viper is buying as much time as he can. Very well played from Viper. Wild Turtle will walk away. Santorin now the target. The sacrificial lamb. Play the sad music. That is disastrous. As the Ord Horn comes through, Meteos is thrown up into the air. They're still looking to go after Ryoma, and he will fall.
Yeah, trees. Oh yeah, trees. Nice, okay, we can end now. Nice. Let's just end. Don't be too big.
Okay.
Every click.
Every frame.
Every press.
Every sound.
They're playing aggressive.
I'll take mid. Every advantage.
When the difference
Between winning and losing.
is measured in milliseconds.
Everything.
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 Everything counts.
The Alienware Legendary Battle Station.
Can't control my teammates, you know. I'm just one person, but we're playing as 5, and when we are stuck in some macro, it's really hard to fix, because every single time is every different moment of our macro, like that we have to adjust, but I don't know, it's really hard, yeah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Monday Night League, where we've got Evil Geniuses getting their first go at Cloud9. I'm a little taken aback because Bang coming with some strong words.
That was a sad quote.
Yeah.
Bang's a happy guy. That kind of made me sad.
It was not a ring endorsement either of...
I cannot control my teammates.
Yeah, I'm just one guy. Anytime you start with a team game and your phrase is, I'm just one person, it's not a great environment, probably.
Well, I mean, the good part is, his role on the team is probably not controlling them, so it's okay that he can't.
True.
Hopefully that turns into something more of like, I can predict my teammates, or we feel better.
We're on the same page.
Yeah, it's a new roster. They come from previous teams who have a lot of history, so we're going with a mashup of 3 regions play styles in one team, so...
Yeah.
I understand that there's some growing pains there.
And speaking of history, let's go ahead and revisit some of the points that we talked about at the top of Monday Night League, including the fact that Blabber and Svenskeren are facing off once again, but with different levels of rosters surrounding each of them.
Yeah, I mean, Blabber and the rest of C9 look like studs, all pro, probably going to get placed in there.
Easily.
EG is struggling. They're up and down. Sometimes Jizuke is making the game-winning play. Sometimes he's diving a turret and dying. And I think that's sort of what Bang was alluding to. And Svenskeren it feels like from what I see of him, a very team-oriented player. And so if someone suggests a bad idea, but he knows he should follow it, he will follow it. And so it's one of those things where some people are on the same page and prepared. Some people are trying to drag Jizuke back, and it feels like it's kind of stuck in between the two of being like an all-out, all-aggressive, all-the-time team, and we're trying to be a little bit more thoughtful.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with that kind of style where one guy's like too him and you got to pull him back. I think that's much easier to learn and grow from. However, like I'm going to put a lot of the pressure on Svenskeren to make this work. I think he's a very seasoned player and he's been able to shot call for many metas. So I'm expecting him to be the one to turn this team into his play style.
Yeah, he's the third highest win rate all-time player. It's just the problem is going up against Blabber, #1 all-time win rate.
Yeah, but it's like 10% of the games that
it's
played.
200 versus 20 or whatever it was.
So over time, if Blabber can keep that over this time, that's going to be crazy.
Oh man, but it looks like we are getting right into our second game of Monday Night League. Evil Geniuses and Cloud9 taking one another on. So let's head into Champion Select.
Again, this is the match that people are waiting for to see if Cloud9 can remain undefeated throughout Week 4. We've seen some other undefeated teams lose in Western League of Legends this week. G2 going 0-2 over in the LEC, and earlier tonight in Academy, the undefeated Dignitas Academy also fell to Golden Guardians. Congrats to Raz, my friend on coaching that team. Raz is a good dude. But now, we're going to see if Cloud9 can retain that undefeated throne.
Yeah, and I mean, they were feeling pretty confident about it. I think, in the interviews going into the TSMC9 matchup, that was the one that they were most focused on. And sometimes when you get too focused on who you believe is going to be your toughest opponent, you can overlook someone. You can create this situation where it's a bit of a trap game. And I do think that you cannot underestimate Evil Geniuses. They have had some ups and downs. I do think Bang has been consistent, though. If Jizuke and Svenskeren put together a really strong game, it's not beyond belief that they could take down C9 by any means.
EG feels like one of the biggest wild cards in the LCS right now, and I don't mean that in the term where it's sometimes used derogatorily to refer to teams from smaller regions, but I mean it in terms of you don't know what's going to happen. This is a team that is CLG's only win, and this is also a team that then beat Immortals when they were on a hot streak and were looking really good. So Evil Geniuses are really, really just all over the place with how well or how poorly they can perform. If somebody could beat Cloud9, like you said, if Cloud9 aren't properly prepared for this, it could happen, but damn, have they looked like so far above everybody else so far.
Yeah, they have. I mean, Cloud9 has been making pretty short work of most of the teams throughout the LCS season, but, not only did we see EG actually take down Immortals, they also took down FlyQuest, who has 5 wins now too. So they've beat the second place team and the third place team, or tied for second team, whatever you want to call them. Now all that remains is the one that's sitting on top.
Are the Evil Geniuses the hero killers after all?
They're the blue shell.
That's what they could be. Their color is dark blue, but unfortunately, they're going up against a different shade of blue. So we'll see. It's Rumble, Xayah, and Rakan for EG. So solo lane plus the bottom laners locked in. Over on the side of C9, they're going to switch things up a little. Also having the bot lane locked in with the MF Leona combo, very deadly there, as well as picking up the Gragas for the jungle.
Yeah, Leona also considered a pretty good matchup generally into Xayah and Rakan. You can just kind of follow that Xayah through the jump back to the teammate with the Zenith Blade, lock them down, and really set up well for MF, especially post 6. If you can get a good engage onto that Rakan and there is no Aftershock or anything procced, you can get 100-0 very easily in a stun into ultimate with the MF ultimate channeling over top. So they're going to have to be very, very careful about that. There's also some powerful engage here coming from the Gragas that has been selected for Blabber. And it is going to be the Olaf ban. Makes sense when you're playing the Gragas. That is one of the worst matchups for Gragas to actually go up against. And then taking out the LeBlanc, which has been Jizuke's most played pick. He has 3 plays already on it and did have 1 incredible carry performance on it. So trying to limit his ability to pop off.
Evil Geniuses, you got 1 ban left to go. What's it going to be? Timers run out, and Yasuo is the pick. So Yasuo and Kiana both banned out. Olaf, LeBlanc banned out by C9. C9 still has to pick both solo lanes. We'll see which one they want to give that all-important final pick of the draft over to. It looks like it will be Nisqy in mid lane. You mentioned in the last game about how Aatrox is something that a lot of top laners are confident taking into a variety of matchups. Licorice has been popping off as a top laner. I am not surprised to see him being okay. Him saying, okay, skill check this with whatever you want.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's just not really a lot of matchups that will trash you unless someone is willing to play very aggressive stuff, play a style that is built around them split pushing and dominating a side lane. And most teams, even if an individual is comfortable doing it, most teams are not comfortable with that overall strategy. So we'll see what Kumo wants to bring out. That could be a mid-rumble, you have to remember. So we haven't necessarily seen the top lane pick yet for Kumo.
Now, Jarvan's locked in for the side of EG, and Jarvan especially effective against AD carries that do not have any sort of mobility. Misfortune, if she doesn't have her flash ready, will be stuck in that Cataclysm. There's nothing to save her like a Thresh or a Tahm Kench. And it looks like it's Renekton in the top side to deal with Aatrox, Rumble middle most likely.
Yeah, it should be Rumble mid. It is pretty interesting. You know, I was kind of considering they could go towards something like Galio. We have seen it here and there. J4, Galio, Rumble, Rakan, incredible engage. This is more kind of stable. You do have Renekton to be able to deal with the Aatrox. You can duel up fairly well. I do think it's pretty much a skill matchup, maybe more in Renekton's favor in the early stages. Cassio will be the answer here. So Cassio, you know, it's honestly a pretty tough matchup for Rumble. With the Scrap Shield nerfs that are in now on 10.3, you are going to take the bad end of a lot of these trades. If you do actually get tagged by the Q, Rumble can get the push early on and can get pretty heavy kill pressure, but Cassio is one of those champions that really can deal with you pretty effectively, especially if you're going to take Phase Rush. The ability to kite Rumble and punish if you ever overheat, to chase you down is pretty high, and it is an incredible teamfight menace as you get into later stages that is going to make things really complicated for J4, Renekton, and Rakan, who are all incredibly reliant on those dashes, which is shut down by the Miasma.
Plus the Rumble individually, the biggest source of consistent damage, the Flame Spitter, you've got to be facing your opponents to make that do anything. And as soon as you're looking at her, Cassiopeia's got the window to use the ulti, lock them down, and make that go the other way. Cloud9 and EG, the coaches are shaking hands. We're about to work our way onto the Rift here. Cloud9, I said it before, I'll say it again, because they have just seemed on an entirely different level of play from everybody else in the LCS throughout these first 3.5 weeks. It hasn't even been close.
And the exciting part about it is that it's not just this really passive, defensive stuff. You know, they're not always sitting back and saying, okay, we'll outscale you. They are willing to take fights. They are willing to go at you, to skill check you in lane, to skill check you in 2v2s, and to continuously make aggressive plays, having the confidence that they will outplay you, that they will come out on top in those games. And that is resulting in so many of their wins being at or below 30 minutes. They're so much faster than the rest of the league, and they have been damn near perfect so far this split.
Let's see how it goes. Loading into the Rift now, the final game of the week. Evil Geniuses in the blue, Cloud9 in the red. Can C9 complete the undefeated spree with week 4 here? Continue going on even further into the midpoint of the split. Halfway through the split is literally just next week. We've already nearly gone through half of it. Time flies in League of Legends.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. I feel like these years just fly by when you're doing the LCS.
Well, Cloud9 would love to have the rest of the season go by, still going undefeated. No team in the LCS has ever gone 18-0 through the regular split. People are rumoring and whispering on social media about, could this be the run? It's obviously still very early, but people love to have that kind of hope.
I got a question for you. You know when you're pitching a perfect game, you're not supposed to reference the perfect game, you're not supposed to talk about it?
Yeah.
So does everyone talking about the potential 18-0 jinx it and therefore guarantee that they won't go 18-0?
Well, we can't answer that yet because we have to wait and see.
Yeah,
See,
but
this
what's
is
your prediction?
No, well, I'm not an analyst. I don't do predictions. You're the analyst. What's your prediction? I'm just here to see how if it happens, it'll be absolutely incredible, and we get to make lots of hype stuff going into whatever next event that we go into. I mean, if you go 18-0, you probably win a split, and then we get
a
to
trailer with some explosions.
Yeah, we're gonna get some Michael Bay tier explosions going into MSI. 18-0. Who else did that? Nobody.
Yeah.
But Evil Geniuses would love to shut it down right here. Remember, this is a team that, and I really enjoy the attitude they've had because they came in talking about how, hey, we're going to be better than Team Liquid. We're not here to be number 2. This is our goal. And their CEO, Nicole, after last week made a thing, well, we're even with Team Liquid, so we're doing exactly what we said we were going to do. So I enjoyed the taking it in stride, starting off here in the middle of the pack. But to beat Cloud9 would just be an awesome way to end their 4th.
It really would, and Sven is going to be going for this red to enemy blue. Looking for a little bit of vertical jungling here, going to be able to grab that away. That's pretty cool. Also worth touching on a couple of the runes here. We can see Nisqy is actually going Conqueror. So this is not the phase rush. It means that he won't have the null shield. He won't have that kind of defensive ability that a lot of players do like in some of these dangerous AP matchups. But it will allow you to, in extended fights, really start to sustain heavily. When you go secondary into domination, you're going for Ravenous, you're going for Taste of Blood, and you combine that with a stacked up Conqueror, the self-healing on Cassio becomes very, very, very powerful. And Rumble can really struggle to actually punch through that if it's well played.
And I like how EG played that jungle invade. They sent Jarvan into the bottom half, and then they brought their top laner down after securing lane priority to stop a potential counter invade from Blabber. So he is behind right now.
Yeah, he's definitely behind. Blabber does actually trigger that vision plant, so they should know that he's down here on this bottom side and could look to make a response or potentially a gank. Svenskeren is actually set up mid lane here. He knows Blabber's on that bot side.
Svenskeren, he does take a lot of damage coming out from Nisqy, but Nisqy is burning incredibly low. It is so dangerous, but Blabber, he makes the play. He needs a little bit more to successfully find this kill. Another barrel will seal the deal. He's taking a swig. He's looking for it, but EG managed to get both of their players out.
Comes Licorice, though.
Licorice is making his way down. Smite came out from Svenskeren, Licorice has made his way in, but now it's gonna be a full-blown battle as the TPs are being used. Licorice will be taken down, but that's gonna be a 2-for-1. Cloud9 able to make it a double over onto the jungler. Kumo running himself away, almost back to the tier 1 turret, and Cloud9 will claim the fight. Nisqy with the auto attack. C9, 3-1.
What an incredible collapse there. Nisqy teleporting back in, Licorice roaming down from bot lane. But EG, they were not on the same page there. Svenskeren was disengaging. Nisqy flashes the flag and drag, and Svenskeren says, great, all right, that's it, we did it, we got the summoner. Jizuke is going in. He's overheating. He almost takes him down by himself. If Svenskeren had stayed around with him, Svenskeren had flash. That could have been an easy first blood kill. They were not on the same page. The communication was not there. And as a result, Blabber just continues the chase. He smites for healing, so does Svenskeren. Licorice has made that collapse faster. The Q flash knocks him up. Nisqy arrives with a teleport. Despite the fact that Licorice goes down, it's an easy chase down here for Nisqy, and Cloud9 gets so much more off of a jungle mid mistake from Evil Geniuses.
And I want to go back to what we were saying, because the jungle advantages Svenskeren got for himself, it meant Blabber was out of things to farm at that moment if no ganks happened. That was the state of the game when we said, yeah, he's behind. But when you swoop in, you get 2 kills, and then you get priority over the map to take both Scuttle Crabs, that statement is now completely false. Blabber is feeling real good in this jungle.
Of course he is. He's feeling incredible, and that's going to be one that's so frustrating because you can't necessarily say that what Svenskeren did was wrong or what Jizuke did was wrong. What was definitively wrong was that they both did different things, right? You know, getting the flash on a flag and drag, spending no summoners, and then walking off and saying, all right, we'll come back and I'll flag and drag and I'll knock him up with my flash and we'll kill him. That's fine. So is, you know, Jizuke going for the kill and Svenskeren flashing in and securing that and then hoping you can run away from Blabber in a 2v1. But they kind of split the difference and end up really paying for it.
We'll see if EG can recover from that now, as they are about 1,500 gold down after that all played out. Not only was it 3 kills for Cloud9, they all had assist money tagged onto the end, including the first blood.
It's so rough because it's not even just any team, right? You're falling behind against the best team in the league, who is 7-0.
Svenskeren has made his way down into the bottom side, but so has Blabber. The Predator is activated. Zeyzal and Bang take a lot of damage here. Vulcan and Sven backing away. Neither one of them too worse for wear, honestly.
Yeah. Sven didn't really take any of that damage. He was mostly focused on Vulcan, who is able to heal quite a bit of that up, and Blabber just looking to poke them out with that Predator barrel. He's going to be starting up this Dragon. Nisqy has priority. Mind you, Jizuke based and does not have TP, so you can't really contest this. It would be very much so a one-way trip. And if you try to go over the wall as J4 and get Miasma, you can't even flash out.
Yeah.
So that, I think, is why Svenskeren is wisely not going to challenge. You know, the risk-reward there is just too poor.
He will not try to do it, and that means C9 get the Ocean Drake here to start things off with. Feels pretty nice having that in lane. Only 7 minutes into the game, so we'll see how this continues moving forward, if they're able to stack those up very quickly, get an early soul. But right now, the farm across the lanes is looking pretty close, with slight edges going the way of Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the most important matchups that is going to be swung by this Ocean is actually the mid lane matchup. You know, I referenced all of the sustain that is in this kit on Cassio, and Rumble does kind of have to wear you down. You can't just run at him necessarily and 100 to 0 very easily. You are going to have to be trying to poke him down, utilizing Comet, utilizing Harpoons, and with the in-combat regen that is actually given to you from Ocean, as well as the early tier that he got because of those fights going bad, well, you can't really attack his mana, you can't really attack his health very effectively, so your only hope at that point is just kind of farming it out or maybe a jungle game.
Bottom side, Sven nearly going to be killed here. EG in the 2v2, almost have the play, but now the junglers have showed up. Critically, Blabber is almost no mana, and he's in a bad spot. Sven makes his way back. He's not retreating fully from this fight here just yet. Nobody's going to die on either side.
Yeah, very close though. And Jizuke was roaming down, did have Equalizer, but he will back off. Really nice body slam from the disengage there from Blabber to actually prevent the Flag and Drag stun from connecting. Niski just shoving mid lane here, and it would have been a really risky play for Jizuke to look for, despite the fact that he had ultimate, so it will be another disengage, but Cloud9 extending advantages. You know, they are winning in farm. They do have those early kills in the Dragons, so not feeling like they need to force anything too hard.
Rift Herald is alive right now, and everybody from Cloud9 just got back because of the state of their health and mana bars, and they've immediately run to the top side. You talked about it last game. This is what's in the textbook right now in the meta for professional League of Legends, and Vulcan and Sven have done their homework. They're here, they're ready to go, shove out the top side, and rotate down.
Yep, both teams, though, matching. We can see that both sides have made the move. Zyra Khan moving up here for Bang and Zeyzal, so they are ready to contest if C9 does start it up.
Critically, though, 3 members on EG, only level 5. All 3 of them are very close. Okay, Svenskeren just now hit 6, but Zeyzal and Bang would love to have those ultimates before a team fight.
They'll probably get it here, pushing up. And I do think they want to have the opportunity to contest, because you can actually see on the minimap, it is Renekton running straight up mid lane, but will they be here in time?
Let's see. Evil Geniuses trying to make the defense, buy themselves a little bit more time. Licorice over the wall, he's found his way onto Svenskeren, but Svenskeren's going into the pit now. Cataclysm comes down, there goes your Rumble. Ulti's Ben grabbing the kill onto Svenskeren, as now the rest of EG back themselves away. Will this fight go any further? Cloud9 seem to not be interested in chasing it. They got themselves the Herald, they got themselves a kill.
Yep, they got everything they wanted. Neither jungler, I believe, able to actually smite that away. I think it just died to MF's ultimate. I'm not actually 100% sure on that, but Sven going to be able to pick up a kill on Svenskeren and grab the Rift Herald there over on Licorice. So C9 again coming out on top, extending that gold advantage, and this is something that they have been so good at doing. You know, we're seeing globally a lot of teams sitting back and just looking to stack dragons and not necessarily extending an advantage. Maybe they're a couple thousand gold ahead at 10, but then they stay that, 20, 25, and they're just looking to win through soul. C9 will attack you, will press for plays, and look to create bigger and bigger advantages. Here it is one more time, as Svenskeren makes the call to go in, going right in on top of Blabber. He gets very, very low, and it does look like it was either an auto from Blabber or the ultimate from Sven that did take that down. Either way, Cloud9 do grab it.
And EG tried to do the Cataclysm into the Equalizer combo, just that team fight soup of making the bucket and pouring all the damage in, but it wasn't quite where they needed it to be in terms of bursting anybody out from C9. You can see those damage meters looking pretty high there, pretty gnarly from the Cloud9 solo laners.
Yeah, I mean, when Cassio can just kind of stand in fire, when you are not the one getting dove on, they look to actually knock down Blabber, I think, to potentially steal it away. They're hoping we kill Blabber, I smite it away, we grab the Rift, great. Unfortunately, when you go for Blabber, you are letting those solo laners free fire, and Cassio will be very frightening if she can connect with that. And while you're locking someone else in with that Cataclysm, you're also locking yourself in to a Miasma and making it very easy for Cassio to return damage.
Vulcan is around the corner here, over the wall in the Raptor pit. And Cloud9 may just try to make a dive here if they want. Shelly will take down plenty of money from that mid lane turret. And that's a good use of Rift Herald. They won't get the turret itself just yet, but they've managed to give themselves priority over the bottom side river. And with a 3,000 gold lead, they feel confident in starting up the Infernal Drake. EG walking over. Vulcan's gonna buy some time, start off the fight. MF ulti coming through, damage going down. Into the back line goes EG. The kill on Dezazel's gonna start the fight off. Svenskeren taken low, taken out. Cloud9, 2 for 0. Vulcan there on the front line still. Being burned away by Jizuke, but he can't go in too much further. He has overheated, now finally has the ability to cast the spells again. Low health bars on the Cloud9 bot laners. Blabber still with about 2/3. Jizuke and Bang doing what they can. Nice flash over the wall! And Jizuke will kill Zven for the second time this season.
There's the end of that 100 KDA dream, and he got him. Blabber's going back in, though.
Cloud9 looking to grab some revenge, and they've got it. Licorice with a slam over the wall to set Nisqy up to get that kill. Kumo's running away. C9 looking to maybe go further, but they choose against it. They will not get the Drake. They have won the fight, but at what cost?
Yeah, it cost the KDA. Zven hanging around, though, at low HP. Was not trying to be that KDA player. Barely escaped, but Jizuke rightfully flashing in, getting the shutdown, so that 1-for-1 pretty worthwhile, and they do deny at least the immediate dragon take. EG are back out on the map, but Zven has respawned, and I think Cloud9 are going to head right back to the scene of the crime and try to take that Infernal Dragon.
Let's take another look at how the fight went down here.
Yeah, this engage I think was a lot better. Instead of it being onto Blabber, Vulcan was split up a little bit from the rest of the team. The Cataclysm right on top, then the Charm interrupting Miss Fortune's ultimate. Zven barely got out of there. He was down to under 100 health. He wants to hang around to potentially help them out. Jizuke is overheated, but as soon as that expires, he actually spots Zven with the ward. Zven moves back, and he is going to take his opportunity to flash over, get the shutdown on this Miss Fortune who was separated out. And EG are able to stop the dragon, so well done by them. But it is C9 right back at it, starting it up. They get mid lane prio, and this should be a pretty easy one for them. I don't think that EG really has everything they need to try to contest.
Not when Rumble took barrier and is sitting top lane, clearing out the wave and farming up. You know you're not going to fight for that one. So C9 will take it. And that means we get yet another Mountain Soul this game if either team collects all 4. Infernal and Ocean already under the belt of Cloud9 with a 4,000 gold lead. Still no turrets actually taken this game. We saw Cloud9 drop the Rift Herald in the mid lane. They got it down to about 20% HP, but that's all. So that gold bonus still available for either team.
Yeah, and that could really explode the gold lead here if C9, who is already very far ahead, I mean, they're 4,000 gold ahead. Usually you only see those kind of advantages early on through turret takes, right? You won some fights, you took some turrets, so if they win another fight, it is going to be a very risky one. If EG decide to make a stand at perhaps the next Rift or the next Mountain Dragon, and it goes bad, you could not only lose that, but lose multiple turrets and then be incredibly far behind. So EG is going to really have to pick and choose where they stand and fight.
3-0-3 on Nisqy's Cassiopeia. 6 out of 7 kill participation. Been critical for what the team's doing from start to finish in all these fights. And remember, after the action's all done here on the Rift, it's only just starting for the broadcast. Tune in after for Monday Night League on twitch.tv/BudLight, where Avali's going to be hanging out with some of the players, having a good time. Cracking open a cold one with the boys and talking about the games we saw here this week. It'll be a good time. You don't want to miss that. But back into this game, Gragas is trying to crack open a cold one on EG, but won't quite find the accuracy.
Yep. Rift Herald, though, coming on up. EG is around mid lane, trying to get some priority back here so they can have the option of contesting. C9 very clearly wants to make the move over to the Rift Herald. You can see that Blabber and Licorice were already parked over on that side of the map. They have 5 members here. They have priority. They will make this move. And this should result in their first tower take if they get it, but EG's looking to contest. They feel like they gotta fight for something. Don't want to fall further behind.
I respect EG's drive to not just give away the game, but you gotta be careful. The MF ulti comes out, and now Svenskaren's in the middle of 4. The damage goes through, and it is doing so much. Nisqy's on a rampage. The damage just pours into the EG health bars. Jizuke is occupying Licorice, and by occupying, I mean dying. He is gone as well. A double kill over to Nisqy, but C9 also lost 2. The fight has gone the way that they wanted so far in terms of the advantage, but can they get even more? Bang trying to flash away, Kumo getting out now as well. With Vulcan not hitting the Zenith Blade, that means Bang survives. C9 win the fight, but it's not perfectly clean. They lose Blabber, they lose Nisqy, and that's some shutdown gold, importantly, in the EG pocket.
I've got to give a lot of credit to Jizuke, who, while he was losing that 1v1, had the presence of mind to look over to the team fight to get a good ultimate that allowed the rest of his team to win their fight. So, this was the engage from Vulcan. They decide to make the turn. Licorice is zoning out Jizuke, does go over on him. Svenskeren flashes in with the knockup onto Nisqy, and then note that equalizer from Jizuke. He's given his life for the team, but the equalizer is across multiple members. It gets them those 2 kills. Those players from C9 were roasted up by it, so it gave a shot to his teammates to win that fight. Unfortunately for them, they are not able to take it down, and C9 still goes up a member and gets that Rift Herald, which should be an easy cash in on a turret.
Right, you could drop that in the mid lane very easily. It's within 1 charge's death. It's within 2 auto attacks death range. So not even sure you would want to spend it on that, considering you can get more value elsewhere.
Yeah, they might want to hold on to it, but it's going to expire fairly soon. So I think we're going to see them probably drop it mid, look to crack that turret, which makes it even harder for EG to have mid lane control. And then you utilize that additional mid lane control that you've gotten to get yourself that 3rd dragon, which is coming up in a minute. So that's kind of what I'm expecting here from C9. We'll see what they decide to go for, though.
Blabber is out on the map, has that Rift Herald ready to go. No stopwatch in his inventory. Importantly, both of the stopwatches in the Cloud9 item selections have been used already. Over on the opposite side, none available either. So that means both teams don't have those get-out-of-jail-free cards once somebody goes into these team fights, which we've seen be very chaotic so far between Cataclysms, Equalizers, Petrifying Gazes. There are so many tools on both sides to just create havoc in these 5v5s.
One of the most concerning things, too, for this game, from the Evil Geniuses side, is actually where the gold is allocated. Every damage dealer, every main carry on C9 is so far ahead. You have nearly a 2,000 gold lead in the mid lane. You have plus 1,000 gold in the top lane. Over 1,000 gold in the bottom lane for Zven. That means those carries are going to be significantly ahead in their itemization, but they are catching Nisqy.
Nisqy's been trapped, and remember, he has no flash. The Conqueror's doing a lot of work keeping him healthy, and EG have overextended themselves way too far. Jizuke tries to take someone with him, but he's going back to the spawn platform alone, and with 2 dead on the side of Evil Geniuses, Cloud9's feeling confident to look for whatever they want. They've got the opportunity to push up mid, enemy jungler and mid dead now for still another 10 seconds. 20 on Jizuke means easy turret pickup. No Herald required. It's dropped now in the bottom side. Not quite yet. I saw the thing tick down. I thought he swapped back over to his trinket, but it was just the Drake damaging him. I got you baited. I got you baited. They didn't need it for bottom side either.
Yeah, well, they got a couple of kills, so they're going to have a lot of priority. They can pretty much do whatever they want with it at this point. Will be their 3rd dragon. You see how damn tanky Nisqy can get. He had the Seraph's completion. That was very, very key. Also, all of the healing he has, because he's been in a lot of fights, he should have very likely a fully stacked Ravenous. So it's actually 4 out of 5 stacks already. He has the Conqueror healing coming through, Taste of Blood, and all the healing that is in that kit. Was able to just absorb so much. So this, I think, is a pretty good play. They knew that Flash was down for Nisqy, so the Equalizer comes across, it is placed well, in goes stun. You would think you'd be able to burst him down, but because of that defensive shield, because of all the self-healing, Nisqy withstands it, and Jizuke really had no way out, so he tries to turn around and get a kill and maybe stop them from getting something more.
I can understand the thought process. Hey, immobile carry, no flash, he's alone, let's go after him.
Yeah.
But the only source of damage that can follow you up is an Equalizer from your mid laner who's 1,500 units away. He's not a Felios. He can't contribute with auto attacks or anything from that range. So you have to be careful and mindful of just how far you want to extend yourself. It costs them a fight that turns into 2 turrets plus a Drake plus the kill money. And now Evil Geniuses find themselves really, really far behind. There goes Shelly. That'll take it up to a 7K gold deficit just shy of 21 minutes.
And I think it's one of those things where sometimes you can lose track of how much you need to actually take someone down when they're this far ahead, right? Because, you wouldn't necessarily always have a completed Seraphs at this point in the game. He has the additional levels, which gives him even more health. There's so many things that you have to really be kind of tracking and calculating. And also, almost every single play that they can make from this point is going to be a low percentage play. So you have to pick and choose. You can't just sit back and seed everything, or you will slowly bleed out and lose the game. So EG are going to try to swing for the fences, are going to try to look for those potentially game-winning plays. Get a kill, grab a bounty, maybe swing something around, get a dragon for yourself. So I can respect the effort, but there's not a lot of plays left for them in this game that are going to look very good because you're just so far behind. It's really, really tough unless your opponents make big mistakes.
A 20% play looks really good when everything else is a 10% top.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for EG, that's just about the reality for where they're at in this game. Look at how dark this map is from their point of view. Everything being eclipsed by Cloud9 vision that is now being set up in the top half of the Evil Geniuses jungle. Baron is alive. There is so much sustained damage when you have a Cassiopeia on your team. It's very easy for Cloud9 to take this if EG aren't in a good position. So now they're tasked with this almost impossible job of staying alive while clearing out the Cloud9 vision, and C9 is having none of it.
Exactly, and they also have explosive engage. So if you face check, you know, even as the Rakan, you can very easily get your dash interrupted by someone like Blabber flying in with a body slam flash, looking to start up those kind of fights. They have the Leona engage there too, so C9 just moving up, trying to push back the vision further and further and further. You can see, you know, it's kind of this line here all the way across that is going to be trying to encroach further and further into the EG territory. And EG has got to try to keep eyes on the Baron because you know from this disadvantage, if you lose Baron, it's lights out.
Svenskeren level 10 compared to the level 14 Niski that he just walked by. That's not something he'll ever be able to engage on with any amount of safety. As Evil Geniuses do get the opportunity to clear out some of those wards, everybody from C9 decided this was a good time to go back to base, restock on control wards, let everybody purchase, get back out onto the map. You can see those wards in the inventory of everybody except for Niski. He's not being a team player, but everybody else is going to go.
And the other thing is, there's a lot less risky of an objective that C9 can go for. The Mountain Dragon is spawning in about 120. Baron still going to do a fair bit of damage to you. You don't have a true tank, right? So maybe, you know, with the damage amp that's coming out from Baron and you get poked down, Rumble does something special. Ground Dragon, not so risky.
Licorice and Kumo passing by each other there, but with backup coming in for Evil Geniuses, Licorice has to head for the hills. All of EG coming to collapse now as Niski and Blabber have made their way down to the fight as well. Blabber's able to find a nice cast onto Jizuke, bring him back. Miasma going to provide the opportunity for the DPS. Vulcan coming in from the side as the bullet time rains down. Cloud9 turn this fight around, and they won't pursue any further. They got what they came for. They've won the fight. Now they're clear out the vision. Now they'll set up for that Drake that you were talking about.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse, though, for EG. They do try the play. They lose one member, but you know, a lot more could have gone down. Niski just barely not able to actually connect his Q, get that poison over onto Jizuke, which would have allowed him actually to chase him down and get that additional kill. And Kumo will be alive when the dragon does spawn, will have teleport, so maybe he can still try to look for something here. Because if you're this far behind and you give up the Mountain Soul, then even the potential picks become more and more difficult with all of that shielding that it is going to throw over towards Cloud9's way.
And the game can be so hard to evaluate in these kinds of situations when you are choosing between those 15% and 20% plays like you talked about earlier. Your choices are between something that's bad and something that's worse because of the state of the game. And I really feel for players in those positions because it's a hard one to get your way out of. There's a reason most of the time when you're 8,000 gold ahead, you can turn that into a win. And C9 now with Mountain Soul are even closer to that enemy nexus.
And it just looks so crazy when you see that Mountain Soul over on a marksman who also has overheal. You know, it starts to become so intimidating to say, okay, well, I've got to take this guy down, but he has, you know, 600 in shielding when you start the fight, and I'm behind. So
permanent Janna shield.
Good luck actually, you know, getting that much damage out. And it also refreshes even in combat. As long as you are not being hit, it will actually come back up while you are fighting. So that is something that you also have to worry about in these potential fights.
Svenskaren's still only level 10 on this Jarvan, the same level as the supports in the game. His inventory, he has a stopwatch so he can stay alive if he goes in and creates that Cataclysm. But the only completed item he has is a Cinderhulk. You look across the board, you compare that to the items in the inventory of Blabber. Fully completed Zhonya's Hourglass. He's got the Runic Echoes, working on the next item now as well. Very scary. As the Miasma goes down, fortunately for Svenskeren, he's able to use the EQ combo to get out.
Yeah, that was Vulcan's ultimate, so they were looking for a pick there. Svenskeren quick to get out.
Here comes Zeyzal's ulti now. Vulcan on the front line, but the stone plate means you just cannot initiate on a Leona and get anything there. They went for the misfortune as well, but weren't quite able to find it. And with that big Rakan ulti down, C9 are now very aware that EG's engage is lackluster at best.
Yep, without that, and 3 pink wards in the area, it's so scary for AG to try to look for something. Kumo's not even with them, so I honestly think C9 could just start it up. It's pretty low risk when you do have that Cassio, but they have lost control of mid lane. So C9 is going to just try to look to clean this up. They don't want to take any potential 50-50. Zeyzal, he should be fine.
Yeah, he's got the Blast Cone right next to him. Kumo, however, does not have a Blast Cone. Svenskeren has found his way onto Blabber, who drops the cask. He's using the stasis. He has no flash to get away. He's taken down. Nice shot from Jizuke, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 so far, make it a 1-for-2. Kumo and Svenskeren are both gone. Licorice fighting 1v2 in the back line, does not even seem to care. Why would he? Equalizer drop. All that's going to do is farm up a couple wolves, and C9 are just getting away with murder here.
Yeah, they're so far ahead. That Death Dance getting so much work done for Licorice. When you're up levels, when you're up gold, the life steal becomes so difficult to actually deal with there. The Baron is going to be going Cloud9's way. And I think we're going to see the game end during this Baron. They are so strong right now and have just been dominating this game.
Ooh, the ulti from Vulcan almost catching Bang out. Flashing away means he'll survive, but that's a critical summoner spell to not have available for what is likely your game defense. If this doesn't work, Cloud9 can run it all the way down mid. Let's take another look at how this fight started with Licorice and Kumo.
Yep, Licorice gets jumped on by multiple members. Blabber comes around, and EG sees an opportunity, and this is a good opportunity to go for. They do get the initial kill. You know, it is a 1-for-1 though, as Licorice has chased someone down, but he's still full health, and he's so damn tanky with that Death Dance. All the CDR he has, he's healing right back up. The Q into 2 autos, see, like every auto is over 100 in healing, right? You just can't punch through that, so he's able to buy enough time for the rest of the members to get over there and help to take down Jizuke.
Gargoyle's Stone Plate finally completed onto Svenskeren, so he'll be a little bit tankier now when he jumps into these fights, might be able to survive in his own Cataclysm. You can see Executioner's calling on Kumo, so he's got the ability to try to stop some of that healing if he's ever fighting the Aatrox, but there's just so many things to have to account for when you're up against a team that's 11,000 gold ahead of you. Niski and Sven putting in the DPS onto the turret to take it down, and it's Cloud9 who have now made their way onto the base of Evil Geniuses. 2 different lanes now being pressured at the inhibitor turrets. Then he'll step up, throw some auto attacks through there.
All you can really do is, if you're EG, you go for the Hail Mary. You have to hard engage on one side or the other, because if you sit back, you're just going to lose your base, and it's going to be over before you even fight. So they are going to try to engage on the bot side.
There it is. Vulcan and Blabber on the front line, and Sven unleashes the bullet time. There's your Cataclysm into the back, but it's not going to do a whole lot of anything. Svenskeren is done so, and Kumo's going to follow shortly thereafter. Stasis keeps Sven alive. Cloud9 have all the tools they need to win this fight, and Licorice is taking it even further. Vulcan leading the charge, looking for the damage onto Bang. No flash, no dice. You're out of there, and that means inhibitor number 1 is under fire. Number 2 you can take if you want, but it's not really required. Jizuke can't do anything, Zeyzal can't do anything, and Evil Geniuses will be the 8th team to fall to Cloud9. This team once again showing exactly why they are the standout in the LCS so far. Sven picks up another one onto Vulcan. Jizuke tries to make one last valiant effort, but it's nothing but a double kill for the enemy AD carry. Svenskeren will try to stand against Niski, but the damage is too much. The Nexus, the only thing left to target, and C9 win it 1 second shy of 30 minutes in.
Damn impressive from C9. They are looking very, very good this year. 1 win away from a perfect half split, but they're going to be chasing that 18-0 dream, winning game after game after game. It feels like 30 minutes. That's the mark that they are shooting for almost every single time. And they are just performing really, really well. You know, EG did swing for the fences on some of these plays, did look to try to find ways to battle back into the game, but C9 was ready for it when they went. C9 was always felt like first to the objective, first to prepare, and always very far ahead.
And it all started at the very beginning of the game. Even though the initial counter jungling pattern I liked from EG, they had the solo lanes both move up to ensure that there wasn't going to be a counter invade coming out from Blabber. But then when push came to shove and it turned into a, well, somebody's got to get ganked now because there's nothing left to farm, they got outplayed. It was just what you said. The communication wasn't right for EG, while Cloud9 was coordinated. They had everybody working together. It got them that 3-for-1. And even though it's 3 minutes into the game at that point, it feels like, okay, the snowball started.
Yep, and I mean, that's one of those things. It kind of speaks to the different mindsets that these players sometimes have, right? Everyone talks about Jiizuke as the guy who's always going to go forward, who's always going to look for the kill. And Svenskeren was happy to just take the more moderate advantage of a free summoner and back off and look to repeat later. Instead, Jiizuke wants it. Svenskeren's backing off. Not going to work out against Cloud9, who punish you every time for those kind of errors.
Well, that is the last game now wrapped up here for week 4, but we still got some more stuff coming your way. After a quick break, Pastry will interview the Cloud9 support, Vulcan. You don't want to miss that one. Stick around.
I'm here with the Vulcan after Cloud9's 8th consecutive win in a row. That game seemed pretty straightforward. From what I was seeing, how did it feel in-game?
Honestly, early game, with the mid-jungle fight, last time they fought like that, it didn't go too well, so I was a bit worried there. But this time it went well for us, so I mean, it was cool just AFKing bot and having my mid and jungle carry the game. But in the mid-game, it took a little bit of time before we snowballed. I think we fought like 3 times in a row on a dragon. Some people died like 1-for-1, and then we reset, went again. It took a little bit of time before we, got just like in the mood, I guess. And then we started rolling them, and it went well after that.
Yeah, still won under 30 minutes, so still pretty good for Cloud9. Was there anything extra about this game, having to play so many ex-Cloud9 members, given that you are the newest member of the team?
I didn't really feel anything like that. I think my teammates really wanted to beat them just because, they've played together for so long. But I didn't really see any rivalry between the two teams, personally.
And then, of course, Cloud9 is doing so well. Two of your teammates have already won the MasterCard Player of the Week. Would you like to make your case for maybe winning it this week?
I did not die. I took 0 kills, so that's a good support right there. I don't think I played too well today, though. I think I hadn't really been practicing Leona too much. I was on the Tom Kench Knowledge trend, and then they banned me out, so I pulled out my first time Leona. I did all right.
Well, looking pretty good as far as I'm concerned. Congratulations on the win today. Cloud9 still undefeated as you're going to throw things over to the Bud Light Breakdown.
Welcome to the Bud Light Breakdown, where we break out the final game of the week before we hand it over to the Bud Light League Lounge. You look like you want to say something.
He was trying to sell us on why we should vote for him to be the...
good reasons.
There were good reasons. The most important one, though, is someone has a pose that's not... I think there's like 3 of them there. I guarantee you whoever wins the next one has it. Whichever player doesn't have that pose will have my vote.
Yep, they'll be the winner
so we're not
in my
voting
heart.
for like actually the best player?
No, I don't care
Whoever
anymore.
looks the coolest on the thing, that's the new criteria?
Yeah.
All right, got it.
It's whoever ends up looking the coolest, and then also just the fact that of whether you die or not seems to be.
That's not going to be a harder one to try and ask people to do. Not everyone's on Cloud9.
Yeah, I think if you're not on Cloud9 right now, it's a bit harder.
Yeah.
Yeah, not quite. But as we end up wrapping up the day, let's see how the team stacked up. So we've got 10 in total, and while Cloud9 still stands strong, 8-0 at the top, starting to see some shifting in the middle portion of the pack. Do you feel that some of these teams are coming into their more identity of where they would stand?
I still am not super sold on any of the remaining top teams no matter what. I still think it's pretty early in the split, and I'm kind of expecting at least one more shift before we go into playoffs.
I will say, I think FlyQuest and the Mortals are definitely playoff teams, though. Whether or not they stay in 2-3 is a different topic, but I've seen enough out of them, especially just how well they work as teams when a lot of other teams don't have an identity, they're struggling. These two do seem pretty good, so I expect they will make playoffs. I can say that. Dignitas and Golden Guardians a little less certain on.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now the meta being like pretty team fight favored. I think these teams where they can actually group well together and move around without making huge errors.
Yeah.
I think that's why they're kind of in their position. So I'm curious when teams like start improving in the next couple of weeks, since we're going to be into the second half of the split, where that like how far it can take them.
Being that we did just see Evil Geniuses in action and still kind of in the bottom portion of the standings, do you see anything more as far as maybe some positives that they can lean into, or is it still consistency with, well, the inconsistency they're having with the performances?
I mean, you gotta like, they need to help me believe in them. And like the interviews that I'm seeing are not that positive, even from like their own internal camps type stuff. And that's when I, on the outside, I'm like, you gotta, try and sell me on you. And it's not really working. And in game, they seem just totally different pages, highlighted best by that 3-minute gank.
Yeah, I mean, so the game started, they have a stronger jungle matchup, so they actually make an invade off. I really, really like that. However, like once they make a play together in the mid lane with Jizuke and Sven, like they get the flash for free. And this is definitely a moment, I think Azael mentioned it on the desk. If they both did one thing, it was gonna be correct. And I think Sven was playing the smarter way where he's like leaving because the chances of Cassio overextending are so low unless that guy's just hard inting. And Niski's been playing really well. So the fact that he started walking up and that baited Jizuke to stay, like that was totally Niski knowing like I'm safe, I got my jungler in my back pocket. And then Jizuke thought, oh, this guy's making a mistake and went for it.
Why is he stepping up again?
Yeah, why is he stepping up? So I think that was definitely, they kind of pulled the little bait out from under Jizuke. And I would have appreciated, they did the gank, now they're gonna freeze the wave and pull it, and then Cassio's gonna be dead in 30 seconds.
Yeah, you can repeat gank that with double flashes anytime to get more kills. And it just gets worse at 6 if the timer works so that you hit 6 and their flash is still down. Or you just do it again. You can just kind of chain gank, hopefully. And the fact that it went so wrong so quickly just blew up that whole game plan.
Well, the calculated risk versus the risks that weren't always working into a reward. But with that ending our week number 4, let's take a look at the games that we have coming up next week in week number 5. Are there any matches in particular that either of you are looking forward to most?
I mean, you have to look at Cloud9 if they can go for the 9-0 start. But I actually don't think that will be that good of a game unless CLG does the truly counter logic thing and somehow wins. Otherwise, I think Immortals Dignitas, just because it's another one of those soup battles.
Yeah, I think Immortals Dignitas and then FlyQuest Golden Guardians are going to be pretty close. I think when we have to do predictions, those are going to be the ones where we get a lot of, like, not the same predictions. I don't know how to word that properly.
Yeah. Disagreements?
But, disagreements. But Dignitas Immortals one I'm really curious about because I still want to see more out of Immortals in terms of like clean victories. And I think Dignitas is a good proving grounds where they have really high floor. So if they're able to do that against Dignitas, I'll be I'll be more comfortable saying they're our top team.
Yeah, the strong ability of Xmithie to call out the win conditions compared to the opposite, and with a strong start, looking to kind of power through a bit. Mark, are there any aspects that you think that Dignitas could try to bring through to counter some of that more level-headedness we're seeing in the IMT jungle?
Well, like you said, you heard probably say about floor, as in like all the players on Dignitas are really, really good.
They're talented.
And I would like to see them take more risky champions that force a little bit more skill checks, because Ori and GP, which we've seen them play a couple times now, that doesn't do anything for your entire top side of the map. They basically are just farming and scaling. It's hard to make plays with them. I want to see more proactivity out of the top side of the map where a lot of their strengths are, not like, oh yeah, we'll scale. As much as people talk about great scaling, you still can scale and have playmaking like an Ornn or something.
Yeah, that's fair. Actually, yeah, we've seen a lot of GP out of them. I kind of didn't connect the dots because I'm just like, I love GP. When he's great at GP.
Yeah, he is.
And then I'm like, actually, yeah, it's kind of farmy for a long time.
Yeah, he doesn't get to carry until 25 minutes, and sometimes the game's over by then.
And moving back to an individual basis, while the race for MasterCard Player of the Week was tighter than ever, guess what? Another Cloud9 player, everyone. Nisqy is the lucky pro.
Is that the pose?
Who walks away with the accolade. I have a feeling we're in for that pose again.
I mean, he deserves it at least, despite the pose. His Qiyana just had that rough start, but instantly turned it around, and then ran away with the game, made a lot of plays in side lanes, and then the Cassiopeia game was incredible.
Yeah, I definitely give him a lot of credit for staying in that Qiyana game after their like debaucherous 2v2 that happened. I think a lot of players would really kind of crumble under that pressure, especially in such a volatile matchup. But he did really well, and then again, we just saw him after the bait of Jizuke, TP's back into the fight and cleans up one more under the turret, so it's pretty impressive stuff.
Yep, he said during the last week he was the best, and here he is striking that pose again. Any thoughts from you two before we close out the day?
No, I mean, I'm excited to see how things shake up. I want to see Team Liquid turn around. As much as it's interesting to see them in 9th place, it's painful.
It's not that interesting. I really just, I need to see it come back, because that was another team where you could like look at their macro and really appreciate how they're playing the game. But right now it's just like super messy. So I want more teams where I can really just admire, oh, that was a beautiful play. I'm so glad they made that choice there. Like, I want to say that more often.
Well, Prawley, Mark Z, I always admire the company that you bring here on Monday Night League. Now, if you're looking for something to cap off the week in North American League of Legends, stick around for the Bud Light League Lounge, where Nadeshot, Papa, Cody Sun, and Meteos will all be kicking it with Riv and Ovly on twitch.tv/BudLight. But now, for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching, and we'll see you over at the Bud Light League Lounge.